So you buy a personal computer, you open it up to find out what's inside of it, and you find out there's nothing inside of it, just a bunch of empty slots. What kind of boards can you buy to add functionality to your computer? We'll help you answer that question today as we take a look at add-on boards on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and this is Gary Kildall. Gary, we're talking about add-on boards today, and believe it or not, that little guy is an add-on board. It's, of course, so small, the thing is actually called a charge card. It's made by a company in Canada. And what you do with this thing is you put it into your 286 machine, and it lets you access extended memory, even though you're operating in the real mode. When we talk about add-on boards, there are really two strategies out there in the marketplace in the IBM world where you have open machines and you can put in these boards. Then there's the Macintosh world with a closed box, and you really can't change it at all. Has either one of these strategies turned out to be better in the long run?
Well, Stuart, they both work. In Apple's case, the Macintosh, it's a tightly controlled environment. The application writer can always assume, for example, there's high-res graphics there, there's a mouse there, and that's good. In the IBM PC case, software has to account for, say, 4 different kinds of display devices, 4 or 5 different mouse types, or maybe no mouse at all. And so it makes it more difficult to write the application in that case. But for the consumer, the advantage is you can build your own computer system out of boards like this, and it can be very customized to exactly what you need.
Gary, that's what we'll do today. We'll take a look at the most important kinds of add-on boards. We'll see the new generation of multifunction memory boards. We'll take a look at a VGA graphics card. We'll see the new Intel Inboard 386, and we'll see a board that turns your PC into a fax machine. Now, most people who buy add-on boards buy them through a mail-order house. So we start today by visiting the biggest of those mail-order houses, Jameco Electronics, right near here in Belmont, California.
Jameco Electronics in Belmont, California is a mature company, at least in Silicon Valley terms. The company was founded in 1974 in a garage, and it grew up with the computer industry, providing components, boards, and parts for what was then a very different market.
Say before '84, people were buying their systems, they were happy with them. But as their needs grew and this computer craze grew, I think they saw a need for expandability, say like in RAM cards or multifunction cards, or say adding on a hard disk drive along with a controller card.
Add-in boards are among the most popular items in Jameco's catalog, with sales sometimes increasing tenfold in a year, especially in the case of color graphics cards. The apparently insatiable desire for more memory and speed has made board sales an important part of Jameco's income. The introduction of new technology, like the IBM PS2, is not of much concern to the company, at least for now.
What that does for us, it actually helps us out, because the PS2, okay, their price may be way up here. Features are fantastic. They have all these different gadgets, new drives, new speeds, and so forth. But then our aftermarket for, say, like the XT compatibles and AT compatibles actually increases because the people are interested in using, a lower-end product, paying a lower-end price, but still with some decent features, like basically all you need for computing. You just don't have the latest.
At least part of the reason for the success of the add-in card has to be the drop in price. One of Jameco's first boards was a card that provided 80 columns of text on the Apple II monitor. Its price then, $395. Today, it's all yours for $40.
Joining us in the studio now is Rick Rolfe. He's Product Marketing Manager with AST Research, and sitting next to Rick, Buzz Roberts, VGA Product Manager with Paradise Systems. Gary?
Rick, AST has been in the add-on board business for quite a number of years. What do people really ask for in terms of add-ons?
Well, the obvious ones are ports, additional memory, the things that we've been really well known for. 6-Pack Plus is one of the best examples of that type of product. But lately we've been seeing requests for additional things. Communication boards are really coming on big for us as well, so our Datacom group is doing very well. And we've also expanded beyond simple enhancement boards to building our own PCs, the AST Premium 286, which is the machine we'll be using today for the demo.
Okay, now you're going to be showing some, extended memory? Or
expanded memory, actually.
Okay.
We're going to be talking about expanded memory.
Explain. I mean, people are confused. What's the difference in extended memory and expanded memory?
Okay, extended memory is a type of memory that's available in 286 or 386 machines, which have a larger address space than do the original PCs, the 8088 processor machines. It's memory that's addressable only in protected mode on the 286, and it can be addressed in 386 protected mode as well on a 386 machine. Expanded memory, on the other hand, is an additional type of add-in memory which is swapped into the conventional memory space of the computer, whether it's an 8088 or a 286.
That's to overcome that 640K limitation.
Exactly right. Right. It fools the computer into being able to deal with more memory than it otherwise would be able to do.
Okay, tell us about this board now.
Sure. What we're going to be showing with the Premium 286 is an expanded memory computer, but we wanted to emphasize that it's not simply a function of the computer itself we're using. We also have boards that span the entire range of processors and bus types. For example, for an 8088 machine, a PC, XT, or even the Model 30, the 8086, there's the Rampage 2, which is a 2 megabyte EMS 4.0 memory board. For 286-based machines and compatibles, we have the Rampage 286, and for the Model 50 and 60, for the PS2 line, we have the Rampage 2 286. All three of them provide 2 megabytes of
Can you give us
expanded memory.
kind of before and after demonstration of using the board?
What we'd like to show here is what this can do for the average user. People have become dependent upon things like RAM disks, print spoolers, RAM resident utilities, and these things can use a lot of memory. Right here we have a RAM disk. Since we don't have any expanded memory yet, it's in conventional memory. And I'm going to load up Sidekick Plus, which is one of the more popular add-in type of products. And when you bring in the system memory size from Sidekick, you'll notice that it's showing 258K of hard disk space being used as virtual memory because there is no expanded memory available. So that takes a while for it to come in. Now we're going to load up 1, 2, 3, and we're going to work on our budget. Now, we have a RAM disk in there for overlays for files. We have our RAM resident utility Sidekick Plus, and what we have now is an error. There's just not enough memory left in the machine. And indeed, when you do worksheet status, you see that there's a total of 14 bytes left, and there's no expanded memory available. So what I'm going to do now is to reboot the machine, enable the expanded memory, and then show how you can, by using expanded memory, use all the same utilities that you were just using and still preserve your conventional memory for use by applications and programs. First thing that happens is the expanded memory manager will come up, initialize the memory, and now all that RAM disk is going out into expanded memory. Sidekick Plus, when you bring it up, will show that it's got 68K of conventional memory being used, but it's no longer using the hard disk as virtual memory. It's using 800K of expanded memory. So now when you bring up your application program, Lotus 1, 2, 3, and you load your budget, it will come up. It won't show the error message, and it takes a few seconds longer. But when you show worksheet status, it does show you 315K of conventional, as well as 276K of expanded memory still available. And of course, your Sidekick is still available for you. So you can do a sort of multitasking with this, and this is a very rudimentary way of doing it. It also enables you to, excuse me. It also enables you to use the program on top of another. Okay, there we go. So.
Okay. Good. Would you slide the keyboard over now to Buzz? What about compatibility problems here with software on these boards? Right?
There's really not that big of an issue with compatibility. It's designed to run under most DOS systems, and there's very few programs that cause any problems of any sort with expanded memory. The one thing that's come up that's trying to alleviate some of the confusion in the industry about expanded memory types is now the unified specification, the 4.0. At first there was EMS 3.2, which was designed to provide you a way to move data, but didn't give you a way to move program code, so you couldn't execute more than one program at a time. Double EMS then came out, and it was an enhancement to the original EMS specification. After a couple of years, the EMS 4.0 was agreed on, and it essentially calls for an underlying hardware platform identical to EMS with a different tweak to it here and there, nothing that major. The important thing being that now that 4.0 compatibility is coming out, people are providing 4.0 drivers with underlying 3.2 hardware. And it really doesn't provide you the sorts of things that 4.0 hardware can do. So it'd be in the best interest of someone who's contemplating going out and buying an expanded memory board to know exactly what kind of hardware they're getting underlying that.
Buzz, we want to turn to graphics cards now, and that's Paradise's business. What do you have there?
I've brought with me the Paradise VGA Plus card today. And this is the card that is based on the IBM new video standard that came along with the introduction of the PS2 family of computers last year.
Give us an example of what VGA looks like.
Well, VGA gives you higher resolution and more colors on screen than the previous display standard. And I'm bringing up now under Windows a few windows on the screen showing our 800 by 600 graphics. Now this is above and beyond IBM's standard 640 by 480 graphics, and this provides you over 60% more on-screen information. So that's an example of a Windows type application. Now we're going into a CAD type application. Again, this is 800 by 600 graphics, and this is running AutoCAD.
And what are we going to see?
And we'll see the world-famous spaceship Columbia here. And this again, with 800 by 600 resolution, you're able to get that much more information on the screen. And as always, that helps in your editing capabilities. Now we'll turn to text application. This is our 132-column WordStar Professional running right now. And with the VGA character font, it's a much more readable type application here. And again, when you can see 132 columns at one time, it's that much easier to edit, and you can create a better document. Now under GEM, we will be running Ventura Publisher, a desktop application. And as you can see, this ties text and graphics all together. And you can see that there's quite a bit of information on the screen. Again, this is our 800 by 600, and we provide this with a driver with our card.
Okay, can you just show us some pretty pictures that would take advantage of the VGA?
Sure, that's one of the big things with VGA is the number of colors on screen at one time. And I'm going to show a few slides here in our 320 by 200 graphics resolution with 256 colors on screen out of a possible 256,000.
Okay, that's great. Well, Buzz, Rick, thank you very much. Now, when you think of add-on boards, you tend to think of the PC-compatible world, but of course with the Macintosh 2, you've got slots, and people are coming out with add-on boards for the Mac. Wendy Woods has a report.
According to new air safety rules mandated by the FAA and Congress, almost all commercial aircraft will need some form of onboard collision avoidance system within 5 years. But collision avoidance systems are expensive, up to $200,000 per plane, and there's a need for a cheaper alternative. Well, believe it or not, an add-in board for the Macintosh 2 is helping design it. It's called TV Producer, and it's being used by Radar Data Systems in Burlingame, California, to design a visual system that displays current air traffic around a plane with an aeronautical chart or map of the ground. TV Producer from Computer Friends of Portland, Oregon, allows the two displays to be superimposed. In this case, one of them, the map, is coming from a video cassette. The actual technology that will go into making RDS's low-cost collision avoidance system is proprietary and will not involve use of TV Producer. But the card is making it possible to create a demonstration of the ultimate product and to help the programmers choose colors and on-screen design before committing them to silicon.
We can get a good feel for a lot of these things early on in the project, rather than finding out later when we've done extensive programming efforts to accomplish the same thing and find that there's a problem comes up.
Schulenberger expects his first air traffic alert system to be on the market within 2 years. In Burlingame, California, for the Computer Chronicles, I'm Wendy Woods.
Joining us in the studio now is Rich Bader. Rich is General Manager of Intel's PC Enhancement Operation, and they're based in Hillsboro, Oregon.
You know, Stuart, Intel's had a lot of success with the 386 processor, clearly. And one of the nice things about this board, I understand, is it's a $1,000 or less add-on to your PC XT or whatever it is to make it into a 386, plus a megabyte of memory. And so that's a pretty cost-effective way to go, it sounds like. So
instead of buying a 386, you can buy the board, and your machine runs like a 386.
Absolutely right. And what allows you to do that is a host of technology. 16 megahertz 386 microprocessor, socket for the 387 math coprocessor for doing math-intensive applications. As we said, a megabyte of 32-bit DRAM, and optional capability for an additional 2 meg. So you can put up to 3 meg really in your old PC or XT. And in addition to all of the logic that comes on the board, we also provide a bunch of software utilities that come with it that do EGA caching, disk caching, provide expanded memory capability, Lotus Intel Microsoft expanded memory. So it's really a complete upgrade, not only CPU performance, but disk, display, and memory.
Are there any incompatibilities that you know of as far as the hardware is concerned? Things that people should watch out for?
We did a tremendous amount of compatibility testing, and all the known DOS software that we've been able to get our hands on runs just great on the board.
Can you show us how this works?
Sure.
Give some time comparisons and so on?
Well, some off-quoted numbers. Norton's SI as an example, 15.3 for what that's worth.
Well, I think you have some demos here, don't you? That show
let's show us from a typical user's point of view how things would run faster using that board.
Sure. If you just do a dir, take a directory of the machine, this is what the machine looks like running at XT speeds. And from the keyboard, I can control the speed, and you can see that the dir is dramatically faster. Now, you wouldn't spend $9.95 just to make your dir go, but certainly if we take a look at a different application such as AutoCAD, engineers are very excited about the performance of the 386 and the 387. And again, here's what the performance of it looks like in slow mode. Now, this is what an XT would do, but the 387 math coprocessor is making things go a little faster than you might be used to. It takes about 10 seconds to redraw the spaceship Columbia like that. If, however, we now switch into the high-speed mode and do it again, you can see that there's a dramatic performance improvement.
Right. Makes it usable, very usable for CAD.
You bet. Not just for engineers, we also have, as an example, Lotus 123. Here we have a spreadsheet that has about 2,000 random numbers that we generate, and in slow mode, it takes about 10 seconds for the spreadsheet to recalc. You can see the wait flag going on up there in the corner. After we generate all the numbers, we add them all across all the rows and across all the columns. There you go. And at high speed, you can see it's significantly faster, about 2 seconds for that case. The other example I have is many people think that for power uses of CAD packages and spreadsheets you'd use it, but another interesting case is simply for word processing. And here we have Microsoft Word version 4 with a typical document up, and we will just scroll through the document. Here I'm hitting page down, and you can see that the screens come up rather quickly, but nonetheless when we go to high-speed mode, it's as quick as I can hit the key. So we believe that the 386 really has some performance improvement for just about all PC users.
Now, what's Intel coming up with as far as new add-on boards?
Oh, you can certainly expect us to see us continue to come out with new product lines. In fact, there'll be some products in the communications, PC communications area that we'll be introducing in the not-too-distant future.
Rich, thank you very much. In just a minute, we'll take a look at an add-on board that turns your PC into a fax machine, so stay tuned. Joining us in the studio now is Jan Ozer. Jan is General Manager of the Fax Division at Quadrum, and they're based in Norcross, Georgia.
Stuart, you know, facsimile transmissions are becoming more and more a part of our lives.
They sure are.
Every day, put a sheet of paper in the machine and send it over a telephone line.
It's one of those things, how did I get along without one?
Exactly, yeah. Now, this is kind of an interesting board because it makes your personal computer into something different from a computer. It's really makes it into a fax machine, I guess, and a whole lot more. How does it, Jan, how is this different from a fax machine when you put this in your PC?
Well, it saves you a lot of time, Gary. Most of the documents that are being sent today over traditional faxes are created in the computer. Rather than printing it out and walking it down to the fax machine, you can send it directly from your PC. Saves a lot of time, and you get a clearer result at the other end.
Let's get going here and send a fax now. We have another setup over there. There's a real fax machine on the other part of the set there, and I want you to send something over to that machine. Let's see how this all works.
I'm naming the file to be sent, and then searching for the phone. All we have is the San Mateo College number in here. but you can load as many numbers as you can fit in the directory. It's storage bound, not program bound. Press enter, and then we want it transmitted immediately. So there's only 2 or 3 commands that you need to go through in order to send a fax from the PC.
So this program is a terminate state resident program then, as it pops up in your...
That's correct, like Sidekick or some other programs.
Okay, so again, you were in the middle of a WordPerfect document here.
That's correct.
Said send a fax, so you just called up the fax function here, and it just called the other fax machine, which is over there on the other side of our studio, and it's sending it the fax. One of
the things that we wanted, we felt it was necessary to accomplish with this program was to make it easy to use. Therefore, it's compatible with most word processing programs, and in fact can change word processing programs into fax files automatically. What you saw me do is all you need to do in order to send a fax from any word processing file.
Now, the basic technology we're dealing with group 3, is it?
That's correct.
Coding, and also the data rate is what?
Data rate on this particular product is 4,800 baud.
Okay.
The price of this is $395, which is the lowest price fax board on the market by against 9,600 baud models by about $600.
And then what is the average transmission time then for a 4,800 baud piece of paper?
For a page of text, it takes about a minute.
Okay, Jen, just so we notice, there's the fax coming out of a fax machine at the other end of a telephone over there, and we're sort of simulating a business transaction here, right, Jen? Tell me what we're doing.
What we're doing is confirming an oral purchase order. I've sent the gentleman who verbally ordered something to me. Now we're getting it sent, and it will be sent back to me.
Okay, so again, Sarah over there is signing that purchase order, and she's going to fax that back to our machine over here.
That's correct. It will be, even though we're in the middle of WordPerfect, as you can see, it will be stored automatically and saved to disk. While you can't use WordPerfect while you're in the while a fax is being received, you can check the file and view the file from WordPerfect.
So do you have options as far as printing the documents out then?
Yes, you can print to most laser printers and most dot matrix printers. Anything that has dot addressable graphics can be used.
Okay. And what about the scanning process? Obviously, this doesn't include the scanner at that price.
Well, we're compatible with many scanners. We're compatible with Hewlett-Packard, Chinon, and Princeton Graphics, as well as a few others. You don't really need a scanner for most transmissions. Basically, what you need is what you're inputting into the computer through your word processor.
Okay, so you were in the middle of WordPerfect again. It automatically interrupted and told you that it's receiving a facsimile now.
That's right.
And then, okay, I guess it'll take about how long again for that page to
less than a minute to be received from the facsimile.
Now, can you be doing any work while the transmission's going on?
No, right now the machine is locked up and dedicated to the fax. We've got a 9600 baud board with a microprocessor that would allow background operation. That will be out very shortly.
Okay, and so it's complete?
It's now complete, and the program is restored. As you can see, there's no loss of data. You're back in WordPerfect.
Okay, so suppose we want to take a look at the document we just got.
Okay, we go to the transaction log, and we just received RECV0032.
So we gave it a file name.
That's correct, and now we hit F3.
And there it is.
And I'm lucky today, as demonstrations go.
Okay, and as we see it, it comes in really as a graphic, not as a
text.
As text file.
That's correct. And here's my signature, which we can go into in a few seconds and show that was attached, and also the signature of the recipient.
That's great. Okay, we're out of time. Jan, thank you very much. Thanks for joining us for our look at add-on boards. Hope we'll see you here next week on the Computer Chronicles. In the random access file this week, now that Apple has hiked prices on the Macintosh, it's followed up with the introduction of 2 new Apple II products. The company announced a new Apple IIc Plus featuring a CPU 4 times faster than the original, a 3.5-inch internal drive with 5 times the capacity of the old one, an internal power supply, and space for an internal modem. Apple also released a new operating system for the Apple IIgs called GSOS. It's a 16-bit system that lets the 2GS run a lot faster. It will also enable the 2GS to handle large files, including those using the High Sierra system for CD-ROMs. Apple also formally unveiled the new Mac IIX with the ability to access MS-DOS and OS2 files, as well as Apple ProDOS files. And there are rumors that this is just the beginning, with announcements expected of a new low-end Macintosh, a new laptop Mac, and a new SE using the 68030 chip. The bus war continued to heat up last week with major hardware companies announcing their support for the new EISA standard. Jumping on the bandwagon were Acer, AT&T, DEC, K-Pro, Unisys, and Wang. Meanwhile, IBM played it cool, hinting at some new boards that will finally take advantage of the MCA bus. And Big Blue also announced, as predicted, a new PS2 Model 30 using the 8286 chip and the old AT-style bus. And who is IBM in bed with these days? Well, none other than its old nemesis, Steve Jobs. IBM has reportedly struck a deal with Jobs for the right to use the new user interface from the next computer, due to be announced in about a week. The rumors are growing about what that next computer will have in it. The latest leak says look for an integrated fax modem, an erasable CD drive, and TV quality video. Several new product announcements came out of the recent Siebold conference on desktop publishing. Adobe announced a PC version of Illustrator. Aldus showed a major upgrade of Freehand. Cricut released Cricut Presents 2.0. Letraset showed off a new version of Ready, Set, Go. And Quark announced Quark Style, a set of templates for users who don't want to have to worry about creating fonts, logos, etc. Ultra Network Technologies has announced a new network product called Ultra, which it says is 100 times faster than Ethernet. Execs say the UltraNet can move 1 billion bits per second. Finally, Computer World has announced the results of its computer productivity study, listing the top 100 most efficient users of computer technology. Not surprisingly, there was no direct correlation between how much money you spend and how effective your system is. The big winners were utilities, who placed 4 companies in the top 10, banks were in the middle, and retailers did the worst. General Motors, which spent nearly $3 billion on information systems last year, came in only 96th, and oil giants Mobil and Exxon didn't even make it to the top 100. That's it for this week's Chronicles. We'll see you next time.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by CompuServe, featuring an online reference library, Wall Street reports, at-home shopping, airline reservations, games, and hundreds of other services. CompuServe, helping people get the most from computers. Additional funding is provided by McGraw-Hill, publishers of Byte. Byte's detailed technical articles on new hardware, software, and languages cover developments in computer technology worldwide.
For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $3 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, computer and internet security. We'll meet a guy who hacks for a living. He'll show us how easy it is to break into your computer. This is software called Freedom, designed to protect your security and privacy when you're online. Anybody sent you a cute game or greeting card online lately? We'll show you why it could have a Trojan horse in it. And if you think it's cool to beam business cards from PDA to PDA, watch out. That's just another way to get infected with a nasty virus. Computer and internet security, all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect. Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. There's a catch-22 in the world of computing and the internet. The more accessible you make your server, your website, to customers, the good guys, well, the more open it is to possible attack by hackers, the bad guys. And the more secure you make your site and your system to protect against hacks, well, the less accessible it is to the people you want to let in. Today we're going to look at a variety of security problems and solutions for PC users, web surfers, and businesses. And to start us out, a guy who understands both sides of this equation, Greg Hoagland. Hi, Greg.
Hi.
You are, I guess, what we'd call a lawful hacker, right? I mean, you know all the tricks of the trade, but you work for a company that provides security solutions to protect against hacks.
Yeah, I've been researching vulnerabilities probably my whole career in computers, and you have to be able to understand vulnerabilities to be able to protect against them. So that's where I spend my time.
All right, I'm going to ask you to do a couple things, and I want to explain to our audience that we're not going to run a tutorial for hackers here, but I do want to ask you to show us how easy it is, in fact, for people who have these skills to break into something and to get information they shouldn't have. Now, explain what your demo is here.
Well, Stuart, I have a demo bank set up here on this laptop.
So
it's
we've
a web
set up
server.
a mock bank and their accounts here.
Yes, and inside of this web server is a database of accounts, which I've got up on this screen here. This is actually on this screen the web server itself, so you can see that there's a database in there.
So over at the bank server are the names of customers and their account numbers and their balances and so on.
You got it.
And you're going to show us how a hacker could actually get in and steal that information.
Yeah, and not only just get in, but very simply get in.
All right, so what do we do?
Well, I'm going to go to the website here where I've got my fake account set up, and I want to perhaps look at my account balance, so I'll go in there. And what just happened is I just went in and accessed the database to get my information.
So you're a customer and said, give me my information.
Yeah, I got my balance, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
Now, what's very interesting about this is that up here in the URL, which is the bar, which you type in the web address at the top, there are commands up there embedded. And those commands are being used to show the account information. It's how the website understands who I am and what to show me. Now, what's not probably immediately obvious is that you can change these commands manually. So if I were to go up here and start changing this command, I can fool the database into believing that I'm everybody.
And you're looking at everybody's
And I'm looking at
account
everybody's account number.
You just added a couple of characters to that URL.
Up in the top, I changed the way that command was structured. And essentially, you've got to remember, computers are very, very dumb. They don't know what to do. They only know what you tell them precisely to do. So exactly, I am telling the computer that I am everybody. I've confused the application into believing that I should see every single record in this database.
And there's basically just a hole in this application software that lets you do that.
Yes, and it's actually, this particular bug is directly related to allowing me, the remote user, to control what's in what's called an SQL statement, which is used in databases.
Let's try another example. This is an example in which you kind of sucked information potentially illegally out of somebody's server, off their database, how you can put a virus or a bad file onto somebody's server.
Yes. Okay, so I here have taken some data. This next example, I have written a vulnerable, what's called a CGI program, that doesn't check my input that I'm supplying here on the bar very well. It just kind of uses it in a correct way, but I'm going to add some extra characters, some extra commands, maybe send it out of order and whatnot, and again, confuse it. So let me get in there and try that one out.
So then you're just going to get inside the URL data.
Exactly. So I've actually bookmarked this particular link because it's so complicated to type manually. So again, you can see all this crazy stuff being typed up here. I'm trying to confuse the application. I'm trying, in this particular instance, to paste in a special command inside of the command that it normally ran. And I've created a file on the hard drive. Actually run the attack here, and it should pop up. In that directory, a file called exploit.txt just appeared. It wasn't there prior.
So this time you were able to take a file from your machine and shove it onto somebody else's server somewhere and to do evil things, theoretically.
Yeah, I could have inserted a virus. I could add accounts to maybe the accounting database.
Can you go in and steal people's passwords?
Absolutely. That's one of the easiest things to do. Passwords are usually stored in a file. They are encrypted, but that doesn't prevent someone from using what's called a brute force attack to hash those out. And so stealing files off the system is a very common attack on the internet.
How about just crashing somebody's site just to be malicious?
Well, that's even easier. In fact, if I had typed all of this wrong, even with all of my knowledge about how to structure
put some garbage in there,
I probably would have crashed it.
Wow. How about, can you steal somebody's email? Get into somebody's
Well,
email?
once again, it's stored on a hard drive. If it's stored on the hard drive and I can get files off the hard drive, then of course I can read somebody's email.
Okay, we hear about encryption. All this, we're safe, it's encrypted, 128-bit encrypted, blah, blah, blah. Does that protect you?
Well, encryption does one thing. It protects people from snooping your data as it's going across the internet.
Right.
I don't think a lot of people realize that when their credit card finally gets to the remote system, it's stored in a database.
Yeah.
And that doesn't prevent a hacker from later on, maybe tomorrow or next week, from breaking into that database, and then they're still going to get your credit card number.
Right.
Also, credit card fraud's nothing new. The credit card company supplies insurance against fraud. So I don't think it's necessary that people be scared to use their credit card on the internet. I think that the credit card fraud is the same if you go to the local store and use your credit card or just do it online. It's all being stored in a computer.
Greg, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, if you're a consumer on the internet, you have a long list of security concerns. You want to protect your privacy. You want to limit the amount of snooping that websites or hackers can do on your computer. One new solution for this is a package called Freedom 2.0 from Zero Knowledge. And here to show it to us is Alex Fowler. Hi, Alex.
Hi, Stuart.
What's the basic problem we're dealing with here that you're trying to solve with your product?
Well, privacy and security are two of the top consumer concerns on the internet. And in particular, identity theft is driving a lot of these concerns. It's now the fastest growing crime in the
So
US.
what you can do is enable me using this software to be sort of anonymous online so people don't know who I am and can't find my information?
Well, it's more than just anonymity. Anonymity is part of the solution, but it's also identity management. There are security features that need to be addressed
All right, well, let's
as well.
go into that. Now,
Okay.
what, you have it all loaded up, so
Yeah.
you've created what, a pseudonym in a way?
Well, what I have here is this is my control bar for Freedom. And you can see here that I have a series of different identities, this first one being my true identity, and the second two being pseudonymous identities that are encrypted and they're secure, and only I know that they're linked to my, who I really am.
All right, so what does that lead to? What's the benefit of that?
Well, so the basic benefit is that I am in control of who has access to my true personal information or my kids' information, and it can't be surreptitiously picked up when I'm browsing, when I'm emailing
show us
with
some of the
people.
examples now. You have, for instance, an ad manager function. What does that do?
Yeah, so the ad manager basically monitors the number of servers, third-party servers that are trying to present ads to me when I'm browsing online. What we've done in Freedom is we've enabled an ad management process so I can basically block those ads, and I can select which ones I want to allow. I have just more control over that.
So all
whole
these guys who are
process.
trying to target me with the perfect ad, I can say, leave me alone.
Yeah, and we see this as very helpful to improve performance.
In terms of protecting security, I want you to show us your next feature, which is the form filler, because that's where you give everybody all your information.
Yeah.
Right?
So the form filler is, again, it runs across your different identities. So my true identity, it's all accurate personal information.
That's the real you.
That's the real me. And then the First Amendment, which is one of my pseudonyms, and the techno-political, the information that's created here is just automatically
fake data.
generated. Yeah, it's all, but it's consistent.
So if somebody tried to hack in to steal your information, they'd steal the wrong information,
exactly,
basically?
right.
All right, now what about, you can also create your own personal firewall with this?
Again, as I said, security is an important feature here. So what we've done is we've created a personal firewall for all of us who are migrating to
So the
high
DSL
speed.
guy, the cable modem guy.
Exactly. So we can basically monitor any requests coming in or going out across internet applications.
What about things like cookies? People dumping cookies on your hard drive?
That is one of the chief ways that we are being tracked and profiled. So we have a cookie manager as part of the product. And one of the things that I think is very interesting, I was just at CNN a few minutes ago, and I picked up a cookie there, and the expiration date is the 2037.
The year 2037, that's
Yeah.
how long that cookie is going to be on your hard drive.
So this allows me to manage that experience. I can block it. Or
What about anonymity with email? I mean, sometimes we're worried about responding to messages because people don't know where it came from.
Yeah, the email is actually a very important feature because email messages are where we are, sort of the heart of what communicating online is all about. And so here, just as an example, I loaded up the Outlook Express. I got a firewall event, and I'm going to allow this to make the connection. Now what this is saying is I have some outgoing mail already there. I'm just going to block it for purposes of this demonstration. And so what I can do is I can create an email message. Sorry about that. I'm going to send a message to a person at Hotmail about privacy. And basically, I can enter, quick message here.
But the point is here, I mean, the message doesn't matter, that I can send the email and people can't track me backwards.
That is the key to this, right? And it's encrypted so that the only person who can read the message is the final recipient.
Can you block spam?
Spam is one of the primary functions of the Freedom product, and we can also block all known spammers based on publicly available lists.
Now, there's another nice feature you have in there. I want you to show us, I guess it's keyword alert, you call it?
Yeah, I was
Explain that.
Well, so in this email message that I just started to type up, I, just for purposes of this demonstration, have typed in my real name, even though I'm sending this to somebody that I want to be pseudonymous with. So I say, okay, send the message, and in the process of sending the message, the keyword alert pops up, and it says that I have entered a keyword, and asks me whether I want to block it or allow it to go through.
So it's covering up your real name, so if you make a mistake and put it in, it says, no, we'll cover that name for you.
And this is really an important feature for parents who want to make sure their kids aren't inadvertently typing their phone numbers or their names.
So that'll block that. All right, just quickly show us what would happen if you actually logged on to something, having set these things up, like just opening up a browser, going to the CNN site or whatever.
Yeah, so here we are at CNN, and right now you'll notice that there are no ads on here, and you'll see there's a big bar.
So that block you put in, well, I like that.
Yeah, and I can actually show you what it looks like with the ads very quickly by simply doing a refresh. And by the way, I'm using my First Amendment pseudonym, so I am completely anonymous to CNN at this point. And as it loads in, we should see some ads. There we go, Larry King Live.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
All right, coming up next, security for wireless devices. Don't go away, we'll be right back. There are two main security worries the typical internet user has: virus infection and malicious code, executables that can do damage to your computer or actually eavesdrop on you. Here to show us the problem and a solution is Walter Heil, Director of Security Services for Finjan Software. Hi, Walter. Let me ask you about these two different situations. We hear a lot about viruses, but as I said, there's viruses and then there's these executables, or the Trojan horse. Explain the difference between those two.
Right. Well, what we're doing is going after and protecting, providing a first strike protection against malicious code. So that is the product like the Anna Kournikovas or the I Love Yous of the world. There seems to be a pretty significant rise in that space that can cause damage to not only the computers, but also corporations from...
All right. So it's not just going to mess up your computer, it's going to make your computer do things that can then have other negative consequences for you.
That's correct. There's a lot of malicious activity that can take place behind the scenes, which we'll demonstrate in this demo.
Let's do that now, because most people don't realize you get like a greeting card, one of these animated greeting cards or a game, and there can be nasty stuff in there. That's what we have right now. So explain what you've set up here, Walter.
Well, and this kind of gives you an idea. Let me paint a scenario for you. Could be, you could be sitting in a boardroom or something like that, and you're kind of bored, but you're looking through your email, and here's a message from your buddy Stu. So you say, let's see what's going on here.
So I sent you this innocent email, and hey, I've attached this cute little game.
And by the way, you might be saying on the side, hey, how did Walter get an email from me? Well, there's a lot of technology out there that can spoof your email or your wife's email or some coming from Larry Ellison.
Right, so it really wasn't for me, some guy faking it.
Right, and here's an example. This is what's called a Bill Gates demo.
Right, cute little game. I think a lot of people have probably seen this.
And so what's happening here is that we start this.
So here's a game. Cute. Wasn't this fun? This guy Stu sent me this interesting game.
Going on here, and the old pie in the face. Good old Bill. Okay,
so it looks totally innocent, right?
Yep, been there, done that.
But what's really happening?
What's happening behind the scenes is that this program has gone in and grabbed a number of files from my own directory. And to give you an idea, my expense file, my my calendar.
So it just grabbed all these files, shoved them around, put them somewhere else on my hard drive.
Put them somewhere. And this is an example. This could be sent off real time in some type of industrial espionage that could take
so
place.
files, I mean, I might think my files have disappeared.
Right. Well, that could be, or it could be sent on real time to
Okay,
someone
now what
else.
else could be going on underneath here?
Well, let me give you an example. Here's a...
Done that. So what's really happening?
What's happening behind the scenes is that this program has gone in and grabbed a number of files from what we're doing here is that we're showing you that we also turned on the speaker here and recorded a message as when we were playing that game. So again, that could be done real time.
So if I had a microphone hooked up to my computer, most of them do by now,
Most
right?
of them do.
What that executable did was go in there, turn it on, and actually record our conversation right here.
That's correct.
That's what we're listening to.
Yep.
This is pretty evil stuff.
It could be.
How do you stop this?
Well, what we do is we have what's called a behavior monitoring technology. And so what we're going to do is to monitor the behavior as opposed to some of the antivirus approaches out there, which is a signature database.
So you're just sort of matching, this looks like a virus, and we'll alert you have a problem, do something about it.
If it's doing something malicious, opening a network connection, deleting a file, writing to the registry, we'll stop it.
Okay. Now, how do you do that? You actually, this is sort of like pattern recognition, evil pattern recognition?
Well, it's called sandboxing approach that we take, which is similar to what Java has. And we've got our own patent technology on the product as well.
All right, now explain for people to understand what a sandbox means.
Okay, a sandbox is similar to a secured area where code can run real time. And if it's going to try to do something that is against the policy that you've set up or something malicious, we'll automatically stop it.
So you just sort of temporarily shove it over here into kind of a safe little cell, let it do its thing, find out if it's bad, and then stop it if it is.
That's correct.
Now I want you to explain one other thing, Walter, how easy it is for people to hack, for kids to get this stuff and do this stuff.
Well, it is. And not only that, but there's something called script kiddies out there, which is a description of the 16-year-old, bored 16-year-old, or a 60-year-old for that matter. And they can point and click their way into some pretty interesting viruses, based on the tools that are out there that can do some major harm.
So you can just go online and pull down a lot of the tools you need to go around hacking, right?
Very easily done.
So it's a serious problem. So if somebody sends you a game, you don't know them, think twice before opening it up?
Well, that's it. Think twice before you open up something that says, see my animated baby pictures, or I love you, or something like that.
Walter, thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, if you have an always-on internet connection like DSL or cable modem, you are especially vulnerable to attack. Almost anyone can probe your computer anytime. One solution is a personal firewall, and here to show us that solution and a few other tricks is Tom Powledge of Symantec. Hi, Tom.
Thank you.
Let's set up the problem, first of all. Why is a person with an always-on internet connection particularly vulnerable?
Well, just because of that, your computer is always on the internet. You turn it on, and it's there. You don't have to dial in. Additionally,
you're a terminal on a network.
Essentially, right. You just turn on the computer, and you're on the internet. It's just that simple. And then you become a target, because most consumers are not concerned about the security of their computers.
Right.
Hackers know this. And it's just really easy pickings.
And hackers can just go out there and just run just a whole string of IP addresses and just run around knocking into people's computers.
They're automated tools that hackers download. They're able to scan large sections of the internet. It's basically, they rattle thousands of virtual doorknobs.
Now, why would they do that? I'm thinking, what does anybody want to do with my little hard drive, my computer?
Well, they may want to use your computer as an attack point to go and attack other computers. They may simply want to steal your files, or they may even want to store their own files on your computer.
All right, we have a little demonstration set up here to show really how easy that is. I'm on the internet over here, you're on the internet over there. I happen to know your IP address, and I'm going to try to actually break in to your computer right now, and let's see if this works here.
So what you've done is you can see you've attacked my machine. There was an alert from the product, and now the status is showing that your computer is blocked from
I can see it. I'm hung up here because I couldn't get through to you.
Right. We're blocking the connection. Now we'll block your connection to my computer for 30 minutes, and you won't be able to send
And as we've seen, the next time I try to do this, I can't even get close to you because it knows this is a bad guy trying to get into my machine.
That's absolutely correct.
All right, what are we using here, actually? This is what product from Symantec?
This is Norton Internet Security. It includes a personal firewall plus antivirus software and some other things to protect your privacy. The first component of it is the personal firewall. very easy to set up. You install it and you're up and running. Another component is the privacy control. What this allows you to do is protect personal confidential information on your computer. So if I click confidential information here, I can go ahead and add information like my bank account, credit card number, to make sure it's not sent from my computer without my knowledge.
Okay.
Some of the other things that I can do here is make sure that I'm not being tracked by cookies. So for example, I can go in and block all cookies from coming to my machine. And sometimes those are used to track people on the internet. Another feature is ad blocking.
Right, we've seen that before.
We enable ad blocking.
And the antivirus.
And then a full version of Norton Antivirus is included as well.
All right, now let's get to another arena in which you guys are involved, which most people certainly don't think about, and that is the fact that you can get a virus ultimately into your computer, perhaps, from a Palm Pilot. Guys are running around beaming their business cards, right, from PDA to PDA.
Sure, you can get a virus on your Palm by beaming, by hot syncing it with your computer.
Yeah.
And now there are even wireless email services for the Palm, and you can get a virus that way.
All right, we have a little demonstration here again. We want to show this. Now, I've got my Palm over here. You have a Palm over there. And I'm going to nominally beam my business card to you. But the fact is, I've got a virus inside there. Yes. So let's see how this all works. So let me turn my Pilot on and get into beam mode here. And I'm going to send you my little business card, Tom, okay?
And so I recognize the connection.
Okay, it just went to you.
And I go ahead and say that I'm going to accept it. I accept it. And because it's infected with a virus, now what you see is Semantic Antivirus for the Palm has caught this. So in real time, as soon as it got onto the system, we detect it, and we're able to go ahead and delete that right off of the Palm.
So the same kind of thing we would do if we saw antivirus software on our PC, but people are just, beaming all over the place. That's as insecure as it can get, probably. Same issue.
Yes.
So is this actually a new product called, what's that called?
It's a new product called Semantic Antivirus 2001 for the Palm OS. It'll run on any device that runs the Palm OS, and it uses our Auto Protect technology to keep you constantly protected from this emerging threat on the Palm.
Yeah. Tom, is this forever going to be like a spy versus spy game here? I mean, we're going to deal with these risks and threats to our computers all the time?
I think that as long as people have access to the internet, there's going to be some people who use it for good purposes, and there are going to be others who use it for bad purposes, and I think we'll have to stay vigilant.
On the virus side, one key message we got to close with here is that if you go out and buy something like Norton Antivirus or the Internet Security Tool, you're not finished then, right? Because every day there's some new thing that could be bad.
Right, and we have a team of people who are constantly working to keep the software up to date. We have a feature called Live Update, which automatically downloads virus definitions and updates to the machine to keep you constantly protected.
All right, thank you very much, Tom. All right, that's it for our look at computer security. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week, a very secure way to access your PC via the web. Don't go away. Now for my pick of the week. About a year ago, we told you about a product called Expert City. It's a website that offers online tech support for computer users. And one of the most interesting parts of that service was a technology that enabled the support person to actually take remote control of your computer and show you how to fix the problem or just fix it for you. Well, some clever engineer or marketing guy at Expert City said, wait a minute, that's not a feature, that's a whole separate product. And the good news is you can now get that product. It's called GoToMyPC.com. It's a website that lets you access your personal computer from anywhere in the world, from any web browser. There have been software programs in the past that let you operate your PC by remote control, but only if you had the right laptop with you that had the appropriate software installed. With GoToMyPC.com, it doesn't matter what computer you're using or where you are, the application is web-based, so you always have access, and there's no complicated setup. This is very cool, and right now it is a free web-based service. Just install the engine on your computer, and as long as it's on and online, you can look at it and operate it from anywhere. Try it out for free at GoToMyPC.com. That's it for this week's edition of Computer Chronicles. Thanks for joining us. If you have any questions about anything you saw on the show, please check out our website at computerchronicles.org. Thanks again for joining us, and I hope we'll see you here again next week. Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First. moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Oh, Homer. Ay, caramba!
Quasimodo's only friends were 3 gargoyles named Hugo, Victor, and Laverne.
Where is that? Hey, who moved my doodle pad way over here? How you doing, Rex?
Good. Very good. A few more.
Little girls will have help using different colors for the fabric.
About it! Join your fossil finder joins Dr. Rockhound on Fossil Adventure! Did you know that the brain of a stegosaurus was only the size of a walnut?
Proper place, and it will snap together. If you're really stuck, try hint.
Here's how it should look. Good work. You found another fossil.
Named after the 2 astronomers.
It's the same thing that causes lightning. Negative electrons build up in one part of a cloud until there are so many of them, they can't stay together. They jump to wherever there are fewer electrons, like the ground. That's when we see
of you.
Put me on the list for this one too.
Absolutely.
All hands, battle stations! Battle stations! Lock up!
First inspection of next generation aircraft for the Annihilation Gaming. Very close.
combat over the internet through their local internet service provider. We've been making money over the internet now for almost a year. We're warming in on them pretty quick though. Just play it for a while. All right, I'm going.
Taking over the universe, and he's basically in a huge battle to fresh experience. There he goes. There he goes. He's diving away from me.
I got you in my sight and you crashed.
I couldn't even see forward. I was stuck in side views, and each time I'd like throttle up, all of a sudden it'd go to the side.
Species. There are three ways to begin your exploration. For hundreds of years, astronomers...
opening. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to take a brief break so we can win our...
Right. No, our next title is going to do that. We're going to have a wine list with French one. It'll go to the website of people who sell that particular wine. Right, exactly.
It's good.
Thank you.
Boy. I am a boy.
I think this is the biggest problem facing the country. And I want to try and ensure that the kids of today are trained with the skills of tomorrow. It's no good training them with the skills that gave their fathers and grandfathers jobs. It's like generals fighting the battles of yesteryear. And that is the reason why we've pushed ahead with computers into schools. We now have computers in every secondary school in Britain. By the end of this year, it'll be 3/4 of all primary schools. No other country in the world has got that degree of penetration. I want youngsters, boys and girls, leaving school at 16 to actually be able to operate a computer. A lot of their lives are going to depend upon that.
It's a message we've heard rather a lot recently. We've got to take on the new technologies or go under. Above all, we've got to make today's children computer literate because they are inheriting this new information technology world.
The computer has transformed some jobs and removed the need for others. Computers have already dramatically changed the way some children can interact with the world. If a braille machine is coupled with a voice synthesizer and a word processor, blind children can exercise their writing capabilities to the full.
Just change the question and we'll have to add some more data lines.
Yeah. You gotta do that every time.
In general education, lots of people are claiming that learning to program a computer is good for the head, in the same way that learning Latin used to be good for the head. This is the computer literacy machine in action. Pupils can now go for the new technology courses. And a lot of money is being spent on new machines, new buildings and extra, specially qualified staff. In the words of Kenneth Baker's promise, the kids of today are being trained with the skills of tomorrow.
Now, you go back up to... Can we make it wider?
There are other claims for the computer in education. It will transform relationships between pupils and teachers. Learning will become a cooperative act, and the old authority patterns will vanish.
You're good at this.
The public story is always related to improving the quality of education. But it's hard not to suspect that there is an interest in saving money by replacing teachers altogether. If all goes well, eventually we won't need schools at all. They will simply lie empty and unused. The children are all at home, living and learning in the bosom of the family.
I like my mum and dad.
The public promises that politicians make about education make me nervous. I get especially uneasy when they deal with the areas I understand: information technology and computers. This programme began with a promise, a boast and an implied threat from Kenneth Baker. The promise is that British school leavers will be able to operate computers. The boast is that Britain leads the world in school computer ownership. And the threat is you don't get tomorrow's jobs without tomorrow's skills. The promise is very vague. What does learn to operate a computer mean? Switch it on, ask it questions, program it? The boast is silly. Britain leads the world in underpowered microcomputers. And the threat is just perverse, because it is not true that using your school's new British micro leads straight to your new British job. Bev White, like many teachers, has had to disillusion parents on this score.
Print. Quite a lot of parents seem to think that just sitting in front of a computer is going to guarantee their children are going to get a job. Certainly being familiar with using computers for various activities is good for them. But then on the other hand, not everyone is going to be using computers, not everyone's going to be programming with computers.
Advertising is now trying to push computers in the same way that the encyclopedia was pushed years ago at the door. Buy your child this and all his problems will be solved. Worse than that, in a sense, I think they're making the parents feel guilty if they don't buy them. Your child will be underprivileged. And parents are putting a lot of money into it, and unfortunately, they are also susceptible to the fact that as long as their children are seen to operate the machines, they have a feeling that their child have got a competence in the use of those machines.
Schools are keen to demonstrate pupils' computer competence. There's no better draw for a parents' evening. Courtwood Primary School in Surrey has one of the best pupil-computer ratios in the south-east corner.
Push that, keep that down, then with the other hand press P. Keep
You
both
do
down
that
together.
for me, or I should drop my
Now you
handbag.
can take it off, and then you press Control, and you get the pixels, where the pixels up there. Now you can just press any of those, C, D, E, D, C, and R, F, D.
When the computers first arrived in schools, very often, nobody knew what to do with them. Teachers weren't trained, and there was no software. In the case of Courtwood, it was an enthusiastic teacher, Ron Gandolfo, who led the way.
I actually trained up some children, which of course they were immediately motivated and keen and geared up, and to actually show other members of staff how to use the micros, that they were naturally pleased to be able to do that. So I trained girls and boys up to set the machines up, to be able to load and run software, so that they would come in at 8:30 each morning, get the micros out of the cupboards and set them up, and run the software ready for the teacher and his or her class at the beginning of each day. So initially, it was the children that were actually teaching the staff.
But learning to load the software is only the very first step. What are the programs good for? In other words, what difference is it making to the learning process? The programs the children are using in this infant's class are just variations on traditional classroom work.
Never seen a white hat before on the white hat. You can't make a window. Yellow. Yellow. Black.
When people say to me, "Oh, why do you need computers?" we're not actually changing our style of teaching or the way we organise our classrooms. We're actually doing exactly the same things. There are lots of different things going on in the primary classroom, and this is just one more activity, so it actually enhances what we're doing. It helps.
Sorry.
Back at the parents' evening, they're being taught to use a more educational game by 8- and 9-year-olds.
Should suddenly come off the island and find your safe life.
She reckons we keep going. We'll come out saying well, okay then, so that comes through.
Where do you want to press spacebar?
Can I interrupt you?
Yeah.
Can you tell us what you're doing?
Well, we're playing this game called Into the Unknown, which is like an adventure game. And you have a blank grid which resolves itself into a map. You start somewhere in the middle of the grid, and then the computer tells you where you are, and then you have to make the decision of where you want to go, and then the computer tells you what you found there. At the moment, we're stuck in the jungle, and we're losing points rapidly, whereas before we were doing quite well. Yeah.
And how did you learn to use it tonight? I mean, because you've just sat down.
Just by watching the girls and common sense.
And discussion. Lots of discussion.
Yes.
Well, actually, we're quarrelling, but that's only because we were doing all right until we got stuck in the jungle, and now we're stuck in the jungle.
It's programs like Into the Unknown, where children are actually working in front of the computer together, discussing their work, and an awful lot of work goes on away from the computer, which is just as important, if not more important, because they're using textbooks. They go to the library for encyclopedias, reference books. An enormous amount of work can come out of a project which can be computer-based, but it's the work that goes on away from it as well.
Into the Unknown is a game based on the adventures of 15th century Portuguese explorers. It began life as a classroom project pack for secondary schools, before the micro came in. The computer in this case is simply a new prop for traditional classroom activity.
Before you do Into the Unknown, you have to do all things in a folder. Yeah, and you have Traveller's Tales and all things like that, and you have to learn things on the ship. So when you do the journey, you know what to do and everything.
So you've got to decide how much food to take with you and water and all that sort of thing.
But you can't overload your ship, or otherwise you'll be sunk.
They're learning from fact sheets that go with
Yes, and discussion and working out, well, if we're in jungle here, what should we do to get out of it? Decision making. And drawing maps. And remembering what we're doing next, learning to read this sheet, and, well, I should think you improve your reading quite well as well.
1,315 pounds of salt pork this time. Instead of beef. Have you done that yet? Pork. Your score of this topic was Express Space Film. Navigation now. Yeah, navigation 5. And then it's Into the Unknown. The grid has been drawn over a map of Portugal. Each town is shown by a green star.
And certainly in primary schools, topic-based work and project-based work, of course, has been in the forefront of primary education. That's how lots of teachers operate.
Row 4. It's B4. There.
many of the things that we've long held dear in primary education, such as children taking responsibility for their own learning and children learning through doing, fit in very well with the use of the microcomputer. And I think in the primary schools we can build upon the philosophical and underlying attitudes of the teachers much better than we can in the secondary sector.
Do you want to store it?
Once the computer began to come into schools, it was quick to join maths and sciences as a boys' subject. The girls tend to be overlooked.
And I've boxed myself in.
How are you getting girls interested in computers?
Girls have taken a bit of a back seat, and of course it's we're being told perhaps by our advisors to watch out for that type of thing, so we're naturally encouraging girls to take as much interest as boys. So I have purposely had mixed boys and girls demonstrating on the computers this evening for that very reason.
I think it's much less of a problem in the primary school than it is at secondary level. I think the girls are prepared to fight for their place on the primary level, if you like. But at secondary, where they become much more concerned with traditional sex roles and so on, then many of the girls are tending to drop out. But I think at primary, provided we deliberately give an eye to what's going on and make quite sure that the girls aren't elbowed off, I think the girls will want to use them.
Some of the most successful uses of computers in schools depend on commercial rather than educational software. In Ron Gandolfo's top class, children are using a word processing package to write and edit their school magazine.
They have no fears or frustrations with handwriting, and consequently I think they can give their all into the thought processes, into actually what they want to write. And they actually have this purpose for writing because they know that it's going to be printed off and distributed and lots of people are going to read it. And that gives them great purpose.
But the use of word processors at such an early stage is bound to raise fears about the loss of handwriting skills.
We'll have enormous debates in schools just about that, like the biro in the 60s. Should we allow that kind of device into school? And the answer is, we will have no choice, because they'll be out there, and this is one educational innovation that isn't stimulated directly from within. It's actually responding to what's changing outside.
No, you've got it wrong. Space. No, special. Special.
There is no educational philosophy behind the slogan, "A micro in every school." In fact, the government is touting an economic panacea rather than an educational revolution. The main beneficiaries of the Micros in Schools scheme have been 3 small British computer firms. The educational benefits of school computers vary. Whilst Corkwood uses computers in imaginative ways, it is not perfect or typical. Plenty of primary schools put computers to unimaginative and boring uses, for example to do arithmetic drills or issue dinner tickets. And when we get to the secondary school, the Micro is often restricted to older boys, or if you're lucky, older girls and boys for exam classes. Much examined computer studies is a dreary mishmash of out-of-date industrial information, binary maths, and the learning of eccentric programming languages like BASIC. The chaotic situation in the schools, where a 10-year-old may do interesting programming projects and then wait 3 or more years before touching a computer again, is mirrored by the patchy provision of teacher training.
At Croydon, they are trying to liberate the Micro from the Computer Studies department. Here, secondary school teachers from all subject areas spend half a day a week, spread over 6 months, learning to teach a new subject called information technology.
Now, do we somehow chop this little lot up?
Why don't we leave a space here for the latest sports news? We can get that from Prestel or CFAX.
Yeah, OK.
Croydon's approach is to acquaint teachers, and therefore their pupils, with the information handling capabilities of the computer, using it as a tool to support their classroom work. They don't see the computer as just an object of study in itself.
Everybody, in a sense, I mean, all teachers ought to be teachers of information handling skills that they should use as they go along. So the history teachers should be using databases where they can actually get at primary sources. English teachers, obviously the kind of thing we've been doing today would be quite valid as an English lesson, except that actually from this approach the pupils would have more power over the information. We're talking about information handling, not just receiving. It's not just comprehension, it's actually getting in there and editing and revising and getting things to fit in tight spaces and so on.
And I think you will have seen today, looking at some of the activities, that many of them have to spend a great deal of time away from the machine, even when they're using the machine. So when they're doing an activity as they are today in creating a newspaper, an awful lot of time is spent talking in groups, in planning, in discussing, in laying out pages, in looking at final products using the photocopier, and it's not all the time sitting at a keyboard. And I think there's this sometimes a worry in people's minds that information technology means children sitting in serried ranks, bashing keyboards, gazing like zombies at screens, and I hope that in the activities we're doing, this is clearly seen not to be the case.
Done. Well, can we just put that bottom bit on there?
Yeah.
I've got room here, look.
Yeah. To protest about
Rate capping.
Right, all that needs to... Right, well, let's paste it up then.
In fact, one of the things that we would be keen to say is that often the link with mathematics and the physical sciences is not helpful, that those are not the teachers renowned for their own communication skills, and in many ways, if this activity were based in English departments, in the school libraries, where things like CFAX and Prestel have a much more natural place, then we will see the development of the subject into a much broader based activity, so that in the long term, information technology could well become third major literacy after English and maths in our schools.
The notion of liberating the computers from the inarticulate maths and computer teachers is attractive. But information technology can't be mastered by devoting a half a day a week for a few months. In fact, the vast majority of teachers, including the computer specialists, do not understand the fundamentals of modern computing. And this worries them because it is now clear to teachers that the ability to use information technology will very soon be as important as reading, writing, or arithmetic. The teachers know that they don't even understand these new areas well enough to apply the new skills themselves, let alone teach them to their pupils.
If any training is being given in IT, it is totally inadequate for the purposes of teaching the subject.
There's a lip service being paid to in-service training. It's teachers having really to do it themselves. Many courses now are being set up whereby teachers have to teach teachers and have to pay for the privilege of doing it by having to give up time and yet still have to carry their own commitments outside of school. I think that is very worrying.
The thing that worries me is that the computer keyboard is going to take the place of an ordinary typewriter keyboard, i.e. that a girl will be seen again in a secondary role. You look at all the posters, etc., the IT posters, it's always the man standing there in the white coat and the little girl sitting at the keyboard actually doing the work while he's there looking important.
I think the Space Invader and the Defender games have had a lot to do with it as well. Boys see this and I think they're far more aggressive. They tend to go for this sort of game far more than girls. And girls sort of shy away from it. And I don't think that helps. I think we have to be positive in our discrimination to try and encourage girls and encourage parents to help girls to use computers. I think they have been discouraged by this.
From my point of view, there are certainly so many courses going on that aren't perhaps adequately prepared, aren't adequately programmed. So really we feel in a bit of a state of muddle. We are very well motivated to learn, otherwise we wouldn't spend out of school time as well as our sort of 1.5 hours of school time on the course. Each week it's 3.5 hours of our time on the course. So we are highly motivated to learn something. But I just don't think government or education authorities or whoever are supposed to be organising these courses are putting enough resources into them.
Teachers very badly need proper training and the time and facilities to support the development of skills in information technology. Apart from learning about a rapidly changing area, teachers face a variety of hard questions which they have to solve themselves and are expected to answer when parents ask them. For example, which computers should be bought? Which software is valuable and useful? In fact, both parents and teachers now find themselves equally unable to answer these same questions.
Do you feel that there is enough commercially available educational software at the moment?
For the computers we have in school?
Computers in general?
There is an enormous amount of educational software available, and part of the job of the Teachers' Centre in Croydon is in fact that they stock a far greater range than we have here. So it's our job as teachers to go to the Teachers' Centre, see what is actually available and pick and choose the software that we would like to use in our schools for a particular situation.
As parents, we don't have that facility. You know, we've got to go into WH Smith's or wherever. And I don't feel there's enough available at the moment for the educational side.
One of the messages we're getting from publishers currently is that educational software in the home market is not by and large good news. Anything that's got educational on it doesn't sell. Anything that's got adventure or game or something that looks like Space Invaders on the front of it sells like hotcakes.
Is there a risk that parents are actually being conned into getting some stuff for home use that isn't really up to scratch?
Well, there's no question of risk about it. It's a fact. It's good old-fashioned 1950s educational technology tacked on to new technology.
We thought of calling this series Making the Least of the Micro. The politicians made a variety of attractive promises when they pushed the micros into schools, but their minds were on making education cheaper, the job market, and supporting British manufacturers. I believe that computers could, with proper software and adequate teacher training, radically improve education. But the current position is that we're throwing shoddy software at the half-price micros that were touted to the schools. At the same time, there are now more than 2 million microcomputers in British homes. Many bought by parents hoping to help children with their schoolwork or hoping to help them become computer literate. Already many of these parents are disillusioned, and they're right to be so. I believe the only way of realising the long-term educational promise of the new technologies is for us to be fierce in our opposition to pointless or low-quality applications of computers when we meet them in schools or the home.
We're now going to use the instructions we saw before the break, and others, in several simple I/O program routines. There are two general methods of handling I/O transfers: program data transfers, which involve program loops, and program interrupts. Let's see how program data transfers are implemented in the PDP-11. Program data transfers, the program is structured so that it will cycle or loop until the device is ready. A device is considered ready when data has been read and assembled in the DVR, or when data from the Unibus has been printed or punched, and the DVR can accept new data. At this time, the device either transmits the data or receives the next word or byte from the Unibus. The loop can then be re-entered and the routine repeated. The reason for this loop procedure is the relative speed of the two devices, the CPU and the peripheral. The CPU, as we know, operates at a much faster speed than the peripheral. To compensate for this, the CPU program loops or waits until the peripheral catches up with it. Let's look at a data output or data O operation first. We'll continue to use the teletype interface as our example. In a data O, the data byte is transferred from a memory location specified in the GPR via the Unibus to the printer punch buffer register or TPB. A flow diagram for a data O transfer to the teletype printer punch is similar to the flow diagram we saw a minute ago. The ready bit of the printer punch CSR is set when the data byte currently in the TPB is printed or punched. The ready bit, when set, indicates that the TPB can accept the next data byte. A new data byte is then moved to the TPB, and the source address is updated. The program now cycles back to the starting point and again checks the ready bit. Keep in mind that this flow is very simplified. Other steps, such as a byte count, would have to be included. Let's see what instructions could be used to implement this little subroutine. The print punch subroutine is assigned a label called punch. A label is a previously identified point in a program. The programmer uses it the same way he would an address. The test byte and branch if positive instructions form a loop that is dependent on the state of the ready bit, bit 7 of the TPS. Until the ready bit is set, the program remains in this little 2-instruction loop. Since the printer punch buffer is empty when the punch subroutine is first entered, the ready bit is already set and the program falls through to the move byte instruction. The move byte instruction retrieves the first byte from a location specified in GPR 0 and moves it to the TPB. The ready bit is cleared at this time, and the address in GPR 0 is incremented. A branch instruction now returns the program to the starting point at the label punch. The relatively long print punch operation began when the first byte was transferred into the TPB. Until this operation is completed, the ready bit remains clear and the program cycles in the test byte and BPL loop. When the ready bit is finally set, indicating the TPB is again available, we fall through to the move byte instruction and obtain the second data byte from memory. The program continues in this manner, printing data from successive memory locations. Some means of keeping track of the byte count and returning us to the main program would normally be included in a routine of this type. The data path for a data input, or data I, is in the opposite direction. Now the data byte is transferred from the reader data buffer, or TKB, to a memory location specified in the GPR. The program flow for a data I is similar to the data O flow we just saw. There's one important change, though, the addition of an initial step to start the reader. This step, incidentally, can be eliminated if the data is from the keyboard, not the paper tape reader. With the read operation underway, the program enters a loop to wait for the done bit to be set. This occurs after all the data is read and assembled in the reader data buffer, or TKB. The data is then moved to a memory location and the address is updated in preparation for reading the next data byte. The program now returns to the starting point and the sequence is repeated. The instructions for the reader keyboard subroutine are almost the same as the ones we used in the printer punch subroutine. The reader is directed to read one byte from the paper tape when the reader enable bit, bit 0, is set. As you recall, this register is abbreviated TKS. The reader enable bit is set by incrementing the TKS. Our program now loops to a test byte instruction and a branch if positive instruction until the done bit is set. As soon as it is set, indicating the data has been assembled in the TKB, we fall through to a move byte instruction. The move byte instruction transfers the byte to a memory location whose address is in GPR 0. Notice that the destination address in GPR 0 is auto-incremented. A branch instruction then causes the program to return to the starting point at the label read. The reader enable bit is again set and the next byte is read to the TKB. As in the printer punch subroutine, some way to return to the main program would also have to be included. Another example of I/O programming is a procedure called data echoing. In data echoing, information from the reader keyboard unit of the teletype is transferred to the printer punch unit. It is a useful procedure that is incorporated in many teletype I/O programs to allow keyboard entries to be printed. The data transfer is by way of the CPU and employs both data I and data O cycles. A look at the program flow shows us that the data echo sequence is a combination of the data out and data in operations we just studied. It begins when the read operation is started at the time the read enable bit is set. This step is unnecessary if data entry is from the keyboard, not the paper tape reader. We first check the done bit to see when the reader or keyboard data is available. Then we check the ready bit in the punch CSR to see if the data can be accepted. After passing through these two loops, the program causes the data to be transferred from the reader keyboard buffer to the printer punch buffer. The data is now printed and the program branches back to the beginning so that the procedure can be repeated. Remember now, the program shown is abbreviated. Other steps would be required. The instructions for the keyboard echo subroutine should be familiar to you. We've seen all of them before. We begin with an increment TKS instruction. This instruction starts the paper tape reader by setting its reader enable bit, bit 0. The program then loops on test byte and branch if positive instructions until done is set. It then falls through to a second loop. This loop is identical to the first one, except that this time the ready bit controls the operation. At this point, the read data is available in the reader DBR and the printer DBR is free to accept it. A move byte instruction now transfers the data from one data register to the other. With data in the TPB, a printer punch subroutine begins and the data is printed. In the meantime, the program returns to the beginning of the subroutine at the label echo, and the procedure is repeated when another key is pressed. We've now described how I/O transfers are handled using program data transfers. Now let's see how the other method, program interrupts, is used. Just what is an interrupt anyway? Well, basically, it's a special signal from a peripheral that intervenes in the CPU operation taking place. An interrupt might be used by a peripheral to inform the CPU that an error condition occurred during a read or write operation. In this case, the peripheral is, in effect, saying, "Hey, I know you're busy, but I want to tell you about this parity error I just had." Another use of the interrupt is for a peripheral to tell the CPU when a read has been completed or a write can take place. This application of the interrupt can be put to good use in I/O programming, as we'll see. With a program data transfer, we saw that the CPU waits in a program loop until the peripheral performs some operation. This wait is for a relatively long period, since peripheral devices are notoriously slow in completing their functions. It's a period during which the CPU does nothing. It's wasted time. With the interrupt method of I/O programming, the story is quite different. Instead of waiting while the peripheral does its thing, the CPU can continue with the main program. The time is not wasted. The CPU could possibly address some other peripheral or perform some mathematical computation, almost anything that is not dependent on the first peripheral operation. Then, when the peripheral has completed the read or is ready to write, an interrupt occurs. The interrupt, under priority constraints, stops what the CPU is doing and starts the service routine. The data is then transferred to or from the memory. As you can see, computer time is used much more efficiently. Let's take a look at the highlights of a typical I/O program that uses an interrupt. During execution of the main program, a jump to subroutine instruction causes the CPU to enter a peripheral subroutine. The main program at this time may need data from, for example, paper tape. The subroutine starts the peripheral, which then performs the necessary mechanical operation, in this case, reading data from tape. In the meantime, the return from subroutine instruction takes the CPU back to the main program. The main program then runs concurrently with the reader operation. When the data is completely read and assembled in the DVR, the device interface sends an interrupt to the CPU. The interrupt is the peripheral's way of telling the CPU that the requested data is ready for transmission. The main program is stopped and the CPU enters the interrupt service routine. The vector address, which accompanied the interrupt from the peripheral, points to a memory location that contains the starting address of the service routine. The service routine moves the data to a GPR or memory location where it would be used for some purpose. On completion of the service routine, a return from interrupt instruction returns the CPU to the main program. Let's find out what takes place when the interrupt is asserted by the peripheral. Interrupts do not just happen. The device must first send a request for bus control. The bus request enters the CPU arbitration logic, where its priority level is compared with the processor priority level. The CPU grants bus control to the peripheral if the peripheral priority level is higher than the processor priority level. Now, the device can interrupt the master's operation. As a result of the interrupt, the CPU pushes the current PC and PSW onto the stack. It'll need them again as soon as the interrupt has been serviced. A new PC and PSW are then obtained from a memory location specified by the vector address. The vector address, as you recall, is sent by the peripheral concurrently with the interrupt signal. The new address in the PC is the starting address of the interrupt service routine, which is now executed. Here we see the handshaking between the CPU and the device that leads up to the assertion of the interrupt signal. The sequence begins when the peripheral asserts a bus request or BR. This occurs at the time the done or ready bit is set in the CSR. The CPU receives the BR along with possible BRs from the other devices. The BR levels are compared with the processor priority level, and if our peripheral has the highest priority, the CPU directs the bus grant or BG signal to it. The peripheral responds to the BG signal by setting SAC, or selection acknowledge, and clearing the bus request. SAC, in turn, clears the BG signal in the CPU. At this point, our peripheral does not yet have bus control. It has merely been told it is the next device to get control. Control is not obtained until the device currently using the Unibus completes its data transaction. This is indicated by both the bus busy and slave sync signals being cleared on the Unibus. Now the peripheral asserts bus busy, clears SAC, and the interrupt line is finally raised. With the assertion of bus busy, our peripheral gains control of the Unibus. At the same time the peripheral asserts the interrupt signal, it also defines the vector address on the Unibus data lines. The vector address, we previously learned, is a location that contains the first address of the interrupt service routine. The CPU, in response to the interrupt signal, acknowledges receipt of the vector with slave sync. Slave sync, in turn, clears the interrupt, the data lines, and bus busy. This constitutes release of the Unibus to the CPU. The CPU now clears slave sync and sets bus busy. In the meantime, the PC has been loaded with the first address of the interrupt service routine. The CPU operation now switches to service the interrupt. We're now going to find out how the interrupt is used in I/O programming. Two simple routines that transfer data from the teletype will serve as our example. The first routine is a teletype reader subroutine. This is followed by an interrupt service routine. These two routines are part of a larger program. However, we won't concern ourselves with what the main program does. Our interest is in how the two routines use an interrupt to transfer data. Our program sequence begins with the start of the main program in the PDP-11. The starting address of the program is 1000. Sometime after the main program begins, the CPU requires data from the paper tape reader in the teletype. The CPU directs the teletype reader to read one character and then resumes execution of the main program. A read operation in the teletype is now initiated and we begin to assemble the data in the reader DBR. As soon as the requested data byte is assembled in the DBR, the teletype interface sends an interrupt to the CPU. The interrupt temporarily stops the main program and the data is transferred to the CPU. The main program then resumes where it was interrupted. Let's take another quick look at what our program does. 1. During the main program, a teletype reader subroutine is entered and the tape reader is directed to read one character. 2. The main program resumes while the character is assembled in the DBR. 3. The teletype interface sends an interrupt as soon as the DBR is full. 4. The main program is stopped to service the interrupt and the data is transferred from the DBR to the CPU. The main program resumes when this operation is completed. In writing any I/O program, there are several programming considerations that the programmer is responsible for. First of all, there must be an instruction to set up the stack pointer. This is usually included at the beginning of the main program. Then, the peripheral subroutine must include instructions to load a new PC and PSW into the interrupt vector locations. There should also be an instruction to set certain bits, such as enable and interrupt enable, in the peripheral CSW. Finally, the programmer must write an interrupt service routine that will transfer the data to or from the peripheral. This routine must end with an RTI or RTT instruction so the main program can be re-entered. One of the first things the programmer does is include an instruction to set up or define the stack pointer. Since the stack is going to be used both in the main program and in our reader subroutine, we'll position this instruction at the beginning of the main program. In our example, to set up the stack pointer, we use an instruction that moves 1000 into GPR6. GPR6, as you recall, is normally used as the stack pointer. With 1000 in the stack pointer, the first address to be used in the stack is 776, since the stack pointer is auto-decremented by 2 before an item is pushed onto the hardware stack. When an interrupt occurs, the current contents of the PSW is moved into location 776, and the PC is moved into the next location, 774. The main program begins at address 1000, as we mentioned before, even though this address may appear to you to be the upper stack address. As we can see, this is not the case. Looking at the program layout again, we can see the position of the stack relative to our program. The stack is assigned to that area of memory just before the beginning of the main program. As we noted a little while ago, sometime after the start of the main program, there is a requirement for data from the teletype reader. To obtain the data, the program enters a peripheral subroutine, in this case the teletype read subroutine. Let's find out how we can get from the main program to the subroutine. As the CPU progresses through the main program, it encounters a jump to subroutine or JSR instruction. This instruction directs the CPU to the teletype subroutine which has been assigned the label TTYRD. We'll take a closer look at the JSR instruction in a little while. The teletype reader subroutine begins with several housekeeping instructions that prepare the system for the eventual interrupt. The first two instructions load the new PC and PSW into the teletype vector addresses. Following this, we need an instruction that will set 2 bits in the reader CSR, reader enable and interrupt enable. Finally, there must be an instruction that will return the CPU operation to the main program. The instructions that perform these functions are quite simple and straightforward. The first instruction of the subroutine loads the starting address of the interrupt service routine into memory location 60, the teletype interrupt vector address. The identifying label of the subroutine, TTYRD, accompanies the instruction. In our example, we're using 2000 as the starting address of the interrupt service routine. When the interrupt occurs, the peripheral places address 60 on the Unibus data lines. The CPU goes to this address, reads the contents, 2000 in this case, and places it in the PC. Computer operation then continues with the execution of the instructions stored at this new PC address. The next instruction loads a new PSW into memory location 62, the location adjacent to where the new PC is stored. This new PSW is also retrieved by the CPU when the interrupt occurs. The 200 denotes a processor priority level of 4. Consequently, the interrupt service routine will start running at a priority level of 4. The third instruction sets 2 bits in the teletype reader CSR, reader enable and interrupt enable. A move byte instruction transfers the octal quantity 101 into location 177560, the address of the CSR. This causes the teletype to read 1 byte from tape and then allows an interrupt to occur when the byte is assembled in the reader DBR. Back in the main program, we used a JSR or jump to subroutine instruction to get us into the reader subroutine. Now, the last instruction of the subroutine is the JSR's companion, the return from subroutine or RTS instruction. The JSR instruction, shown here at address X, causes the CPU to enter the subroutine at TTYRD. The JSR instruction also saves the old PC, X+4, in register R5 so that the CPU can return to its main program. At the conclusion of the subroutine, the RTS instruction returns the CPU to the main program by taking the address in R5 and placing it back in the PC. We'll take another quick look at the reader subroutine instructions before we go on. The routine is located in memory at an address called TTYRD. The first instruction loads the starting address of the interrupt service routine into vector address 60. Then a new PSW is loaded into address 62. The PSW reflects a priority level of 4. This is followed by a move byte instruction that sets the reader enable and interrupt enable bits in the reader CSR. The last instruction is a return from subroutine, which returns the operation to the main program. Let's take a look at where we are with the programming at this time. In the main program, we included an instruction to set up the stack pointer. Then we wrote a short teletype subroutine. Several important housekeeping instructions were included in the subroutine. That leaves us with the interrupt service routine. The interrupt service routine is stored in memory in an area separate from the teletype read subroutine. The purpose of the interrupt service routine is to transfer and use the data byte read by the teletype reader. It is executed as the result of the interrupt being sent to the CPU. The data byte is first transferred from the reader DBR to some storage location, usually a GPR. The data is then tested and manipulated as required. Finally, the interrupt service routine is concluded and the operation returns to the main program. The first instruction in the interrupt service routine is stored in memory at location 2000. The instruction moves the data byte from the teletype DBR to the CPU. Remember now, the fact that the interrupt has occurred indicates that the data is available in the DBR. In our example, a move byte instruction transfers the data from location 177562, the address of the reader DBR, to GPR1. A number of other instructions would now make use of the data in GPR1. The data could be compared with other data or added to data in another location. It could even be output to some other peripheral device, such as a printer. After the required instructions are completed, the interrupt service routine is concluded with a return from interrupt, or RTI instruction. Let's find out what the RTI will do for us. At the time the interrupt occurred, the CPU pushed the current PC and PSW onto the stack. We'll assume that the stack was empty at the time. The PSW contents went to address 776, and the PC went to the next lower address, 774. Then, the contents of vector locations 60 and 62 were transferred to the PC and PSW. The interrupt service routine with a starting address of 2000 began, and the data was transferred. Now, at the end of the interrupt service routine, the return from interrupt instruction is executed. The RTI pops the previous PC and PSW from the stack, and the main program picks up where it left off. It might be a good idea at this point to run through the entire I/O operation again very briefly. The main program started at address 1000. Sometime after it began, the program had need for data from the paper tape reader in the teletype. To obtain the data, a JSR instruction in the main program caused the CPU to enter a teletype read subroutine. The subroutine began at a memory location with a label of TTYRD. The teletype read subroutine performed several housekeeping steps in preparation for the forthcoming interrupt, and then set 2 bits in the teletype reader CSR, interrupt enable and reader enable. The interrupt enable bit would be used to allow an interrupt to occur when the data became available. The reader enable bit started the read tape operation in the teletype. With the reader operation underway, the subroutine concluded with an RTS instruction, and the main program was resumed. The teletype reader then read 1 byte from tape and placed it in the reader DBR. As soon as this happened, the done bit in the reader CSR was set and an interrupt sent to the CPU. The interrupt was accompanied by an interrupt vector of 60 on the data lines. This interrupt vector directs the CPU to the starting address of the interrupt service routine. The starting address of 2000 was then loaded into the PC. A new PSW was also loaded. Program operation then shifted from the main program to the interrupt service routine, which began at address 2000. The interrupt service routine transferred the data byte in the DBR to a GPR. The data was then tested and manipulated as required by the operation. The service routine concluded with an RTI instruction, which returned CPU operation to the main program. At this point, we're going to review a few of the highlights of our discussion on programming peripherals. There are 2 general methods of programming peripheral devices: program data transfers and program interrupts. The teletype print punch subroutine is a good example of a program data transfer. The program waits until the ready bit is set in the printer punch CSR. When the ready bit is set, a byte is moved to the data buffer, and the source address, stored in register R0, is auto-incremented. This program loop method, although wasteful of CPU time, is often used. For example, a program loop would be used whenever program continuation is entirely dependent on the data the CPU is waiting for. In the interrupt method of programming, the CPU can proceed with some other operation after starting the peripheral. It does not stop and wait for the peripheral to complete its function. This can result in a considerable saving of computer time. We used a short teletype read subroutine and an interrupt service routine to illustrate the use of a program interrupt. Once the teletype was started, the CPU returned to the main program. When the teletype finally assembled the read data in the DBR, it issued an interrupt to the CPU. The interrupt stopped the main program and started the interrupt service routine. The job of this routine was to transfer the data to the CPU, where it would be put to some use. The sequence concluded with an RTI instruction that returned the CPU to the main program. We'll take another break at this point, and then we'd like you to complete the series of exercises in I/O programming in your workbook. These exercises will help you to better understand the concepts of I/O programming that we've just covered. Please do not begin the second part of this unit until you've finished the exercises and checked your answers against the answer sheets provided in the workbook. When you hear the next tone, turn off this playback unit and proceed to the workbook exercises. After you've completed these exercises, you can continue with this study unit.
This is how you build a personal computer, right? With modern assembly line production. Wrong. You can also do it yourself. Get yourself a case, a motherboard, some memory, a disk drive, a graphics card, and you can get exactly the computer you want. Today we'll show you how to build your own PC on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Cardinal Technologies, designer and manufacturer of advanced personal computer systems and communications peripherals, including multimedia and graphics products. Cardinal Technologies, where computer products are designed and manufactured in the USA, and by PC Connection and Mac Connection, mail order software and hardware peripherals for the PC and the Macintosh. And the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and with me this week is Andy Berg of the Santron Computer Company. Andy, it's a little hard to believe, but this is a personal computer. In fact, this is the new Chips and Technologies F8680 computer on a chip. It is a complete IBM PC XT clone with the CPU and the graphics card and the serial port and the accessory controllers and so on, all on this one little chip with 160 pins. In fact, it has everything, all the electronics that are in this old IBM PC XT. This is what it would look like if you actually had it in a palm-top device. There's the computer, memory chips, and other little goodies you might add to it. This is the other end of the spectrum. I'm, of course, not going to build that computer by myself. But when we're talking about building your own PC, it is so cheap to go out and buy PC clones these days. Why would I want to build one myself? Why would I go to a home brewer like you?
First of all, Stuart, there are two major advantages. Number one is flexibility. Isn't it more fun if you build your own system? You give us the system's configuration, we'll build it for you. Second of all, you can request to see the brand name of the part.
So if I want this particular kind of hard drive or this particular graphics card, you can do that for me?
Exactly.
Andy, today we'll take a look at several approaches to building your own PC, from doing it yourself, to hiring somebody to put it together for you, to rebuilding your PC with the new modular computers from Compaq and ALR. The starting point for the do-it-yourselfer is usually finding the right source for all the components you need. And one place to go looking is the Weekend Computer Mart.
Good, let's make a deal. No reasonable offer refused.
This is the Oakland Computer Show and Sale, a regular traveling flea market for computer parts and other electronic goodies. And if you want to build your own PC, this is the place to visit.
If someone doesn't know anything about computers, they can come to our computer show, they can go to our free seminar. After the seminar, they can walk around the show, pick out all the pieces and parts they need for the computer, take it back to the workshop. They can assemble it right at the show, after the workshop, and take home a brand new computer.
So hackers come here not just to buy components, but also to get advice from seminar leaders like Clarence Hose.
We don't just give them a screwdriver, we actually go through the hands-on aspects of building a machine and letting them know what's in there.
The main benefits of shopping at a computer mart are a wide selection of products and very low prices.
There are price wars at the shows. They a lot of times sell like 5% above their cost. They sell in volumes. It's not like going to like a business land store or a computer land store where they have a high overhead and they expect 25 to 50% margins.
I picked up a keyboard, I found a tape drive cheap, controller card, memory. So, you have to be kind of a do-it-yourselfer, but and they sell package systems too. But to really get the deals, you know, you have to kind of shop around.
Once these buyers get through their first do-it-yourself experience, it only gets easier and, in some cases, profitable.
I've built 2 systems. Right now I'm working on a third. I've sold the system that I currently own and got some money for it already, which I'm buying parts for my upgrade.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
If you want to start from scratch to build your own PC, there are 2 ways to get help. Jonathan Chilvers is an instructor who can teach you how to build a computer, and Chuck Liu is a so-called home brewer who will build one for you. Jonathan, let me start with you. We've all probably gone to Radio Shack or Heathkit or something like that and built little radios or something in the past, but a computer's like another story. You've got a lot of stuff in here. How difficult is it to really build a personal computer?
Well, the good news is that today, building a PC is very easy. Practically anybody can do it.
Okay, but what's the hard part then?
The hard part is really not assembling it, is making the choice of what the consumer wants.
Right, right. Now, let me ask you, I don't see any soldering irons here or anything like that. I mean, what tools do you need to put the computer together?
Well, the beauty of the PC is that I just need this one screwdriver and I can assemble the whole thing.
You can do a computer with a screwdriver?
A screwdriver, that's all.
All right, now let's start from some of the decisions you talked about. I guess the first choice you have to make is the case. What are you going to put all this stuff in? Is that in fact a decision, or is there a sort of a standard PC box you put it in?
No, there is a variety of different cases, and there are tower cases, and there are the standard old AT case, which is a larger case, and this is called the mini case. And this is the case that I myself personally like the best.
Okay, now this is an example of a computer which you put together yourself? You
Yes.
Put all these now, give me a guided tour of the box and what all the different components are, what I have to worry about.
Okay, the box comes from the store with the power
So
supply
power supply's already
is built in. That's all.
Okay.
The next step is going to choose what kind of a CPU you're going to use and the motherboard. And this is it right here. And this is a standard 386 16 megahertz PC clone board. And this is now the Volkswagen of PCs.
And again, to install the motherboard, I mean, just snap it in there.
Snaps right in and just 2 screws holds it.
Okay, how about all the rest of the stuff?
Well, the next choice is the floppy disk and your hard disk.
Okay.
Today, the prices of PC components have gone down so low that everyone now really has to have a hard disk.
Right. Okay, so here's your hard drive.
So this is the hard drive, and in the front, I'll just turn this around. I've installed 2 floppy disks.
Right.
The bottom one is a standard 360K, which is the industry standard 5 and 5.25 inch, and the top is the 1.2 megabyte high density disk. And I also have, because many people are using these smaller 3.5 inch, this is a 1.44 3.5 inch floppy disk.
And that will go into that slot?
And this will go into this slot. Most PCs do not have 3 floppy disk drive, even though I think it's a necessity today.
Depending on what format the
On what format,
software's in,
because today all software is really distributed in 3.5 and also the 5.25.
Now you're sliding all that stuff in from the front, but I take it you've got to do something at the back to connect all this.
Right. Well, this is where the screwdriver secures it, and of course we have cables to connect it. I've already connected these bottom ones
so it's just a
with
question
the
of
cable.
plugging in the cable.
Just plugging in the cable.
All right, how about the hard drive?
Okay, this is a 200 megabyte hard disk drive, 3.5 inch format, and there's a little spot right here, and I'm just going to slide that in from the back, and I'm going to secure it later. The next thing we have to.
Okay, so what are all the boards we have out here?
Well, first is memory.
Right.
When we have to decide how much memory we want on the PC, and with the new operating system, MS-DOS 5.0, more memory the better. This is called a SIP, and this is 1 megabyte of RAM. And I've installed one already.
So just plug that in?
Yes, just plug that in. I'm going to do that right now, and it just goes in.
So that's a second megabyte.
This is a second megabyte, so this system has 2 megabytes of RAM.
Okay, and what's all these other cards then? What else
Okay, I had to make a decision on what kind of a video monitor I wanted, and for the kind of work I do, a simple TTL a graphics card is all I need. And this is what the graphics card looks like.
And you just slide it in the slot,
I just plug it right in, and it contains, let me tell you, it contains a parallel port built right in, and that just goes right in. I kind of push it in with the back of my hand.
Quickly, 2 more cards. What are these?
Okay, this is the hard disk host adapter as well as the floppy disk controller, and this also just goes right in, pops right in, and I just wiggle it back and forth, and then this is really all I need to get my system going are these 2 cards, and I'm going to plug in the floppy disk ribbon cable. And then the ribbon cable for the hard disk. This just goes right in here, very simply.
Turn it on and pray.
And turn it on and pray, yes. And this goes in here, and essentially,
you've built your own PC.
We are assembled right now.
All right, Chuck, let's turn to you, and if I'm a little intimidated, despite what Jonathan says about building it myself, I can go to a guy like you who's called a home brewer and tell you what I want and ask you to build it for me, right?
Right.
All right, now you've got an example in front of you of the kind of thing you would build. First of all, this is a different case from the one we looked at, isn't it?
Yes.
Could you show it? You can stand up and just sort of stand it up if you want.
Okay.
So what kind of case is this?
This is what we call a mini tower. Okay, it's got 2 5¼ internal bays and 3 3.5 internal bays. What I have here is 1.2 high density floppy drive and a 1.44 3.5-inch drive. What I have also is a removable hard drive.
Hard drive, yeah.
Okay, you can simply slide it out like so, and take it home with you.
What's the
when you're done
advantage
working.
of having that?
Oh, this is for security reasons. If you don't want anybody to tamper with the system, you can simply do so.
Carry all your files with you. And if you had another machine at home, could you plug it into that machine?
Yes, of course. It's interchangeable.
All right, so let's get back inside the box. What else is in here?
Okay. What I have here, this is an internal power supply, and this is a VGA card that we have here, and this is the IDE controller, which controls floppy drive, hard drives, and I/O input/output devices.
Okay, now this is this an example of the motherboard you have inside there?
That's the exact
All right, you
motherboard.
put that down for a second if you want, and just walk us through the motherboard. Okay. Show us what the components of that are.
Okay, this is a 386SX25. It's made by Advanced Micro Device. CPU is right here. This is a math processor socket, and this is a chipset. The memory modules go in here. It takes SIM modules. Okay, these are the BIOS. It's got 16-bit bus and a 8-bit slot.
Yeah. And let me ask you one. You can sit down again if you want, Chuck. I want to ask you a question. I see on the back of your box here you have the FCC sticker.
Right.
Now, I know you always see one of those on the back of a computer. What does that mean? If I build my own computer, do I have to get the FCC to say it's okay in some way?
Definitely.
In what way? What's the problem?
Okay. FCC is regulated by Federal Communications Commission. Okay. It comes in 2 classes, Class A and Class B. Class A is for industrial use, and Class B is for home use. Okay. What it does is it regulates the radio frequency that emits from come out of the system, right?
Okay, now Jonathan, I'm going to go back to you. If I go to a home brewer like Chuck, he's going to sort of take care of this FCC stuff. What happens if I build it myself? Is it illegal for me to use?
No, the cases are certified, and on this particular model, the power supply actually has the certification right on it. So one should check when you buy a case that it is certified.
Okay, so you can buy the case with the power supply that already has the FCC certification on it.
Correct.
Now, one last question, Chuck. You teach a course in which you show people how to do this. Suppose somebody who's watching is interested, I'd like to build my own computer. Are there courses like this offered around the country?
Yes, I teach one in the Bay Area, but they're offered all over the country in the community college system.
And apart from just having fun and the satisfaction of having put it together yourself, do you save money? I mean, how much did it cost you, for example, to build your own 386 PC like this?
This one probably cost me, because I have a very expensive hard drive here, around $1,000, but the prices are dropping monthly, and one can build a system for about $700.
So you could save money also by doing it yourself.
Save money, and you can get exactly what you want.
Or by going to a home brewer. All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, you probably already have at least one computer, so rather than wanting to build a computer, you may want to rebuild your computer and to upgrade it. One of the leading suppliers of upgrade motherboards and other add-ins is a company called Cardinal Technologies in Lancaster, Pennsylvania.
Lancaster is best known for its rich farmland and the Amish people who live here in total non-techie simplicity. But there's one company here that defies the stereotype. Cardinal Technologies, makers of PC systems, modems, graphic cards, multimedia boards, and motherboards. If you already have a PC, you don't necessarily have to build a new one just to get more speed and horsepower. You can rebuild the one you have. Buying and installing a replacement motherboard from a company like Cardinal is easier than you might think.
It's just a matter of removing a few screws and unplugging a few connectors, and off you go. And it's a lot of fun then to reconfigure the motherboard into your system to bring it back up. It gives you a good feeling once you've accomplished this. You feel like you really know how to build a PC.
Many users are afraid to dig deep inside the computer for fear they'll never get it back together and working again. But Harold Kroll says not to worry.
I mean, most people are hesitant to even put in an adapter, let alone change the motherboard. But we believe that there are users now sophisticated enough to try and change their motherboards, and the benefits from doing that are tremendous. People can, for $400 or $500, get a motherboard that gives them state-of-the-art technology, 386, 486, and a lot of advanced features that they could not otherwise have without buying a very expensive PC.
There are several advantages to rebuilding your PC with a replacement motherboard. You can not only get a faster CPU, but you can also free up some expansion slots thanks to the high level of integration on the newer generation motherboards.
You get onboard memory slots so that your memory is resident right on the motherboard instead of on a plug-in card, which saves you slot space. The other thing is today's motherboards have a lot of peripherals connectivity, such as your serial and your parallel controllers are built right on the motherboard, again allowing you to free up some slots so that you can put in other peripherals products.
So if you're happy with your keyboard, your monitor, and your disk drives, but the old CPU just won't handle Windows, get that screwdriver, buy a new motherboard, and do it yourself. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
The latest trend in off-the-shelf personal computers are modular PCs that give you an easy way to rebuild and upgrade the various parts of your computer. Here to show us two of the new modular upgradable PCs are Ray Pollum of ALR and John Meany of Compaq. John, as we saw at the beginning of the show, and as we know, I mean, the trend seems to be toward more integration, yet you've intentionally pulled the computer apart and broken it up into these modules. Why?
We found that if you separated all the different pieces, you would give the end user an opportunity to use the machine for a longer period of time.
So the guy who's worried about buying a PC today goes, tomorrow, yet another better one's going to come out?
Yeah, it includes processor, video, I/O, all the different components that are involved.
So instead of replacing the computer, you can just replace the part that you think is better now.
That's right.
All right, let's look at ALR now. You guys started this, I guess, a couple of years ago, Ray, right?
Yeah, I will give you an example of what John's talking about. This machine is the ALR PowerFlex. Now, when we introduced this back in 1989, it was a very good 286-based product. Right. It comes standard with 1 megabyte of RAM. It has 6 expansion slots, a hard disk controller, a floppy disk controller. It currently retails for $795.
But
it's a 286-based system. Yeah. If you wanted to run software which required a 386 processor, in the old days you take the old system and
junk it and buy a new computer.
Okay. Now you don't have to do that. This computer was built with what we call just upgrade the CPU built in. And you can take a module. This module is a 16 megahertz 386SX module. It retails at $245. So you can buy this module, plug it into this machine, thereby retaining the original investment of the 286 machine. And now you're able to run the latest software.
All right, so show me how complicated it would be to do. I've got my 286 ALR and I want to make it a 386.
It's a very simple process. You take the module, you plug it into the feature slot, and then you turn on the machine.
That's it? Okay, let me see.
There's no dip switches, there's no BIOS changes.
And it says PowerFlex 386 SX module installed. And that was $240, how much for the card?
$245 at the retail price.
Okay, let's turn to this ALR machine now and tell me what we're doing here with modularity.
This is ALR's mid-range product, and this product begins as a 33 megahertz 386 ESA-based machine. True 32-bit throughout, through the ESA expansion slots,
through the memory, the cache. Everything that goes into this machine is 32-bit.
Okay.
This is a 33 megahertz 386 on this module here.
So I take it the scenario is I want to upgrade yet again to what, a 486 now?
If for some reason you wanted to upgrade to a 486, either a SX46, a 2546, a 3346, or even a 50 megahertz 46.
Okay.
Let's say you start out with word processing.
Right.
And you're doing some business applications on the machine, but your business grows and maybe you need to get into desktop publishing.
Okay.
I'm going to show you how to upgrade this from a 33 megahertz 386 all the way to a 50 megahertz 46 high performance.
All right, let's do it.
This is currently a 4 MIPS machine.
Right.
What you would do is you would remove the
Pull the
386
card out.
processor.
Mhm.
Now you don't throw that away because ALR gives you a rebate on that machine, or on that processor card. You would take the 50 megahertz 486, plug it into the processor slot.
Right. Okay.
In order to enhance the performance of this 50 megahertz 46, I'm going to install a 256K external cache controller. That's installed right next to the CPU card. And
what do we have here, memory?
This machine is expandable up to 17 megabytes on a system board, but in some applications 17 megabytes may not be enough.
Right.
We have an optional memory expansion card which allows you to bring the machine all the way to 49 megabytes
49
overall.
megs.
And that's simply a plug into that slot. And now you've
And that's
gone
it.
from a 33 386 to a 50 megahertz 46, 256K cache, 49 megabytes of RAM.
Okay. All right, John, let's turn to Compaq, and you've got a lot of press on your modular machines. Now, first of all, you have a tool. Ray didn't use a tool. What's that screwdriver do?
The screwdriver is all you need to do to open it up and to remove or replace any of the components.
All right, run us through all the components. What are the different modules on the Compaq machine?
Basically, there's 5 components or modules involved in the system. The first one I'm going to pull out, just because it's most convenient, is the memory module. And with this memory board, you can put up to 64 megabytes of RAM on the system. The next one is going to be the processor board. In this case, it's a 486 SX 16 megahertz processor board. It's also got all of the standard memory, 4 megabytes of RAM, the logic to address the memory, and the cache built into it.
Okay.
The video board is also a separate module, and you can expect that in 1992 we'll be providing video upgrades for this system.
Okay,
And then
3
over here
pieces.
on
we have 3 pieces now.
Right. Over here on this side of the machine, we took the I/O, that is the board that has the keyboard and mouse ports, the parallel and the serial ports, all on it, put on a separate board, as well as the battery that runs the clock on the system and the system ROMs. System ROM upgrades would also be done on this board, so that you would take this board out and do that. The other thing about this board is that either Compaq or possibly third parties will certainly be looking at this component to upgrade it in terms of either token ring or Ethernet down, maybe a SCSI port, and so on in the future.
Okay.
Then the 5th component is the system expansion board, which is the ESA slots. And now that can be expanded or upgraded in the future as well. And that's what we talk about in terms of intelligent modularity.
Okay, now again, what do you mean? What does you say intelligent modularity? What is the intelligent part?
Well, instead of just looking at different pieces and pulling them apart and put them back together again, we looked at each one of those pieces and what were the different ways that we could upgrade those pieces. I think the I/O board is the best example. There are a lot of pieces on the I/O board that can be changed in the future, either by Compaq or by third party.
All right, now if I wanted to upgrade my Compaq machine, what do? I just sort of replace one of these
Well,
boards?
let's talk about the most common one that Ray addressed earlier. And in this case, I'm going to upgrade to a 486 33DX.
Right.
So you would get your 486 processor board, insert that in the system, and it's basically just the reverse of what I did to take it out. And now you got a 4633. By the way, we will also be providing higher performance processors in the future in this box.
Now let me ask you, Ray, I mean, it looks very easy to stick these boards in, but you know, a lot of typical business users, I mean, they don't want to take the case off. They don't want to stick their fingers in this stuff. I mean, how much knowledge do you have to be able to do this? How dangerous is it? How many mistakes can you make here?
It's not dangerous at all. ALR sells its product through a professional reseller community. And typically, large corporations, small corporations will have a reseller come in and do the upgrade for them. It's very simple, as I showed you, to be able to do it yourself. But in selling through a reseller channel, they have the ability to call it local support and local service to perform those types of functions.
John, would that be the same with the Compaq? You literally don't have to open it up yourself and stick these boards in yourself.
I agree, and in fact, I think that the trend is going, particularly in large businesses, away from internal do-it-yourself in your own business to relying on somebody else whose business it is to do that. And Ray made a good point there.
So the idea here is not necessarily to do it yourself, but you really do have the ability to have at least somebody, open the thing up and change pieces of it and keep your computer current. All right, and what are the costs of things like your upgrade, John? We saw what this 3 to 6 board was. Suppose I want to go to that higher board.
The way that we price that is that the cost for the upgrade is no more than the difference between the two models when you first buy it. In this case, you're talking about $1,200 at retail.
All right, gentlemen, thank you very much. Well, that's today's tutorial on how to build or rebuild your own PC. Stay tuned now for this week's computer news on Random Access.
In the Random Access file this week, this is a special summer edition with a focus on software. Here are last week's best-selling software titles for the PC, according to PC Connection. Microsoft came in number 1 and 2 with Windows and DOS upgrades, and rounding out the top 10 are Superstore 2.04 and Software Marketing's BodyWorks 1.0. Next up, Paul Schindler in our summer software review.
If you're one of the Macintosh users who wonders if System 7 is worth the trouble of upgrading, I'm here to tell you it is, and I'm here to tell you why. Now first, notice that the files themselves have changed. They're all three-dimensional now. You can label them with colors that have specific meanings to you. You can maneuver around in the traditional way by double-clicking on a folder, but you can also move between applications using a menu of those currently operating. The meaning of the Apple menu has changed. It used to be where you put desktop accessories, but there are no more DAs in System 7. Everything's an application, and every application can reside right there under the Apple. Now, some people worry about software compatibility. Apple has some means of checking it and advises you to get upgrades where required, but everything I had ran under System 7 just fine. Your mileage may vary. There's another new idea in System 7, the alias. Suppose you want to launch Word. The actual application is in the Word folder. Now you can create an alias that acts just like another copy of the program, but is really just a 2K pointer to its location. You can put an alias in the Apple menu. Here's a handy feature if you're garbage collecting your hard disk. You can now sort folders by size, so you can concentrate your attention on the big ones. Apple Macintosh System 7 comes free on new Macintosh computers. Many older machines can upgrade and the price varies. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Janelle Stelson.
Computer Chronicles has been made possible in part by Cardinal Technologies, makers of the Snap Plus video adapter. Snap Plus hardware and software turn a PC into a video production workstation. Snap Plus from Cardinal Technologies, made in the USA. And by PC Connection and Mac Connection, mail-order software and hardware peripherals for the PC and the Macintosh. And the Software Publishers Association, providers of educational materials to help manage software. Don't copy that floppy.
Video cassette copies of this program are available. Computer Chronicles also publishes a companion newsletter containing details on products demonstrated, plus background information on program topics. To order a video cassette or a subscription to the newsletter, call 1-800-366-9484 or write Computer Chronicles. Please specify program subject for tapes. All orders include a free software program for auditing software use.
Hello and welcome to Micro Live. Today we'll be raising disturbing questions about American government trade restrictions on British companies.
We'll be showing you how complex customised chips can now be made simply and cheaply. And with the expected launch of a new product, we have an exclusive interview with Sir Clive Sinclair. Remember him? Sir Clive will be talking about what went wrong and about his hopes for the future.
British high-technology companies are very concerned about the way in which they're being forced to comply with these United States government regulations. British firms which do not comply are placed on this list. It's called the List of Denials, and it's published by the United States government. Under US law, American firms are forbidden to trade with any company listed. Now, since many of the basic components of information technology, like chips and software, are American, British companies placed on this list find themselves forced out of business. Speaking to Micro Live this week, Philip Hughes, chairman of the leading British software company Logica, said, "This policy of the United States government is of great concern. We are increasingly worried because there are signs that the policy is being extended to cover all kinds of software and even to take in the movement of know-how across national boundaries."
Well, US law has become important to British companies because the Reagan administration wants to starve communist countries of high technology, in case some of it could be used for military purposes. To achieve this, the US government asks for precise details of all products which incorporate US technology, even down to a single microchip. Any British high-technology product containing any component which is manufactured in America has to be detailed on this form and submitted to the US Department of Commerce for their approval before it can be sold anywhere abroad.
And every such high-technology product exported anywhere in the world gets caught by the form. For example, the British company Logica had to seek approval from Washington before it could sell its teletext software to Australia. Now, this is because although the software was written in Britain, it runs on top of an operating system which was written in the United States. Before Logica is allowed to sell this piece of software from Britain to Australia, the United States demands that Logica obtains an export license from Washington. Then, and only then, can Logica proceed with the sale.
Logica, in common with all large British companies, comply with the United States because they're terrified of what would happen if they didn't. And that is that the name of the company, the name of all its directors, would appear on the list, that is, the list of denials. And once on it, all American companies are prohibited from trading with you. And of course, for most companies, that would be a sentence of death. Deprived of supplies of vital components and software, they'd inevitably go bust. In fact, most of the listed companies that we telephoned had already ceased trading, and many of their people were out of work. And yet, this list and the legislation behind it have no legal force in this country at all. It's effective because all American companies scrupulously observe it. So, if your name appears on the list, you really have become a high-tech leper.
Brian Butcher, an entrepreneur from Hampshire, found his name on the list in 1984. Since then, no American company or subsidiary of an American company in the UK will trade with him. His business has contracted to a quarter of its original size, and there's actually a warrant for his arrest in the US, which would probably lead to his spending 4 years in an East Coast jail. And his crime? Buying second-hand microchip testers from the States and exporting them from Britain to Poland. However, at that time, in 1979, it was not made clear to him that an export license was required. In fact, he says, none of the United States companies he dealt with expressed any interest in his activities at all. They were only too glad to get rid of their obsolete kit. It was only in 1981 that the Reagan administration decided to look retrospectively at all high-tech exports for the last 5 years. It was then that Butcher found himself a wanted man. Acting under pressure from America, the UK Customs brought Butcher to trial in this country. Butcher pleaded guilty and was fined, though the judge described his case as totally trivial. But although he has paid the fine, he is still on the US list of denials and is still struggling. By contrast, Plasma Therm, an American company, was found to be exporting wafer-making equipment to China, again without a US export license. But Plasma Therm was not placed on the list of denials and is still trading normally, both in this country and in the States.
At the moment, if you're in the business of buying high technology, American suppliers will make sure that you know about these export laws. In fact, the large American computer manufacturer Digital even gave a series of roadshows on the subject to its customers last year. But Digital is as wary of the US government as British companies. asked by MicroLive if it believed that the laws of a foreign country should apply to the export of British goods from British territory, Digital replied, "It's not a matter of what Digital thinks or doesn't think. It's a matter of what Digital has to do to stay in business."
Well, what's the attitude of the British government to this bizarre situation? MicroLive spoke to a senior official at the Department of Trade and Industry, who told us,
"We have put a lot of pressure on the Americans to withdraw this totally pernicious policy, but the Americans see themselves as ruling the roost and refuse to moderate their policy at all."
Asked what British companies should do when faced with the US export regulations, the official said,
"The only useful advice we can give to British companies is not to source from the United States."
But British companies have few alternatives but to buy from the States. So, at the end of the day, whatever the original intention, in practice, America is controlling the international sales of high technology worldwide.
In the world of information technology, everybody seems to want something smaller and more reliable. And if possible, they would like more features and a reduced price. The manufacturers want to make products for as little as possible, and with development costs for high-tech products being so large, the manufacturers would prefer to build their product in a form that their competitors can't copy. Now, if you're pretty certain that you're going to sell tens of thousands of products, say like this Speak and Spell, then the answer for some time has been to turn your original design of many individual components into just a couple of custom chips, and this is what these 3 chips are here. But custom chips are expensive and they take a long time to produce. So MicroLive has been looking at a new way of making these custom chips. We followed the story of one particular chip designed to work with Acorn's BBC Master Computer. Acorn were developing a product for use in an interactive video disc system. Now, the present BBC machine offers 8 standard colours, there they are, and one of the things that the manufacturers wanted to do was to widen the range of colours available. Well, we convinced Acorn to try a new process and have some of the electronic circuitry needed for this development customised onto a single chip.
We went to Texas Instruments in Bedford to find out what lay behind the process. How can customizing simplify a design like this?
Well, if we take a circuit such as Acorn's video processing unit here, you'll see the traditional way a circuit would be designed is as a number of building blocks. Each one of these being an integrated circuit with a number of components within it. These range from simple logic functions through to memory elements. Customizing allows us to put a number of different functions all on a single chip. And in the example here, we're replacing about 15 of these chips.
Right, with just the one?
With just the single device.
Turning those 15 chips into one is easier said than done. Believe it or not, you would need this lot. That's about 15,000 components to build up the functions we're expecting of our one custom chip. To begin the chip design, the circuit details are entered into a workstation. This is done component by component, with each connection defined by a line of text. Or in an alternative form, pictorially, giving a direct match with that original circuit diagram. Once the design is entered, TI now relies mainly on workstation software to do the rest. It checks the entire circuit for entry errors by simulating the circuit's performance. The software feeds in known inputs. The outputs can then be checked against the waveforms expected from the circuit. When Acorn's circuit is turned into a custom chip like this, it will still be made up of those thousands of components, because the chip is just a very large number of tightly packed transistors, resistors, and so on. So this design must still be converted into a component design, and this into areas on the silicon slice which will act as tiny transistors, resistors, and so on, which when interwoven together make up the working chip. These components are sculpted onto areas on the surface of the silicon slice. These areas, traditionally created using masks, are defined by exposing slice and mask to ultraviolet light. Each exposed area fixes where chemicals are to be diffused into and grown onto the surface. The final chip is made by repeating these steps many times with different chemicals. To design the chip's physical layout, it's back to that workstation, where hardware and software do the hard work once again. Each one of these tracks, drawn here in green, will be no more than 10,000th of an inch wide on the final chip. The green here stands for aluminium conductor. The yellow areas for one type of diffused chemical, a semiconductor region. And each of the other colors stands for a different chemical layer on the chip's surface. Software now not only draws in these interconnecting layers, but also checks out its own designs for mistakes. Before the arrival of this software, many of these design stages were, until pretty recently, carried out manually. Now, all this workstation software must have replaced a lot of skillful engineers.
Not at all. Those skillful engineers are now designing at one level higher than they have been used to. The analogy is clear if we go back 15 years. In the late 60s, many engineers were designing at the transistor level. In the 70s, the advent of custom logic functions, which each of which perhaps mopped up 100 transistors, allowed the designers to build more complex systems in the same amount of time. We've now just gone one stage further, allowing designers to build with the higher level building blocks.
So much for design. Chip manufacture calls for exacting conditions and some pretty strange garb. The many interacting layers which go to make up the chip have to be very accurately superimposed one on top of the other. Until recently, the only way of doing this was with these photographic masks. It required a lot of exotic equipment. Costs quickly mount up when each mask can cost around £1,000 to make, and when each chip needs between 10 and 15 masks for its manufacture. TI, though, are now using this electron or E-beam technology to write directly to the surface of the chip, and that avoids the need for these expensive masks. The data from the design operation is fed into the E-beam system. A fast computer working at effectively 50 million instructions per second then drives the system from this data. The silicon slice, covered in a material sensitive to an electron beam, loads into a vacuum chamber. It must be accurately aligned before the electron beam is driven across its surface. The beam scans the surface, exposing areas of the slice. In this way, the areas for later chemical deposit are marked onto the chip's surface. This E-beam scanning process is carried out to an amazing accuracy. In fact, that beam is deflected to within 10 millionths of an inch, which is about the length your fingernail has grown in the last minute. What does E-beam have to offer over traditional customizing to your customers?
Well, there are two key advantages. The first is that customers can now consider and can afford to have much lower volumes than traditionally available with custom design techniques. It's now feasible to have volumes as low as just 1,000 pieces, whereas in the past, due to the excessive cost of the photomask approach, they would have required many tens of thousands to justify the overall cost of the project. But secondly, the processing is now extremely fast, with E-beam at every stage. The time taken to start from raw silicon and end up with custom chips is a matter of just 1 or 2 weeks.
John, thank you very much.
And this is it, the MicroLive chip. The cost advantages of producing a chip in this way are very interesting. Using conventional mask techniques, the initial costs are very high, although they do come down eventually with volume production. But many UK producers don't want that sort of volume, so they can't take advantage of the reduced price. But with the E-beam technology, the starting cost is much less, and low-volume production becomes a realistic proposition, putting custom chips within the reach of many manufacturers who previously considered them too exotic. Well, the other advantage is obvious. Now, this is the board with the non-custom design, and as you can see, there are so many bits and pieces on it that they've had to actually go up another story to get everything on. And then next to it is the board with the custom chip on. There it is, and you can see how much neater the layout is. Well, Acorn have great hopes for the growth of the video disc market, and now they have a cheaper chip, a neater box, and something which the opposition should find difficult to copy.
Last year, Sir Clive Sinclair sold his ailing computer business to Alan Sugar, And now we hear he's to announce a new computer. Announce, that is, not launch. And that's at the Which Computer Show in Birmingham in just 10 days' time. The new machine is said to be lap-held, weighing 3 pounds, but not using the flat screen technology of Sinclair's latest miniature television. But whatever it is, and whenever it arrives, will it sell, or has he lost the golden touch? In an exclusive interview with MicroLive, Sir Clive spoke about his past performance. Clive Sinclair first came to the public's attention as the inventor of a host of gadgets which were electronic firsts. The first miniature television, the first digital wristwatch, and the first pocket calculator. But it was not long before the Japanese came out with their own versions and left Sinclair without a market. In 1980, he virtually created the home computer boom with the introduction of the world's first micro to sell for under £100, the ZX80, which was soon followed by the ZX81 and later the Spectrum. Initially, these machines were in short supply, and when they did arrive, many Sinclair customers complained that they just didn't work. Is your preoccupation with producing products that are affordable, cheap, has it affected their quality?
No, I don't believe so. That's not... We, like other people, have had our problems with quality from time to time, but generally that has been because of some quirk of the marketplace. I mean, the home computer business, of course, has been a complete nightmare in terms of getting products back, not because the products had any intrinsic faults, but because the customers we were selling to were demonic in their ability to destroy cast iron, let alone computers. And so they plug them into everything just because they want to experiment, and if it went bust, they'd return it to us, and we would replace it under the guarantee. It was a bit generous, but there we are.
But, well, yes, I take that point, but every micro manufacturer faces the same problem in that respect, and yet Sinclair, of all of them, got a very poor reputation at one stage for quality control.
Well, as I say, I don't think it was the quality control. I think it was our policy of accepting back machines, no matter what the customer had done to them. We alone had that policy.
In 1981, the BBC decided to endorse a computer to accompany a series of broadcasts promoting computer literacy. Sinclair was considered as a potential manufacturer, but the BBC was worried by the reliability of his machines and the level of support he could give to their buyers. In the end, the contract went to a small Cambridge-based company called Acorn. Can I ask you about the BBC contract, which I think you were very keen on getting at one stage? Why do you think you didn't land that?
Oh, well, because the BBC had made up their minds before they spoke to us. I mean, I think that was one of the most outrageous steps in the whole home computer business. The BBC shouldn't have given a contract to anybody. And if they did do it, it should have been an open bid, and it wasn't. We said we could have made the machine they wanted for half the price that Acorn did, and they just didn't want to know. They were making a cut, and that was that.
Are you very bitter about that?
Yes, bitter is not the right word, I suppose, because I don't go around feeling bitter. But I think it was an outrageous thing to do, a very damaging thing to do, and it shouldn't have happened.
If you had landed that contract, what kind of machine would you produce?
Well, the BBC knew what they wanted. They had a sort of outline specification. We could have provided whatever they wanted.
Would that have made a big difference to the state of the game at the moment if you'd...
Well, the difference would have been that the strength of the strength of Britain as a producer would have been very much greater, because what happened was that there were we, a hugely successful business, the most successful business really in the world in this field. We are the pioneers in this field. And then suddenly our own national broadcasting corporation, world-renowned, goes against us. We were just about to sell a large number of machines in Japan. And the Japanese turned around and said, well, what's this? You're not getting the BBC contract. Obviously you can't be as good as Acorn, which is complete rubbish. Acorn weren't competitive at all compared with us. They're a perfectly good company, but they just went in our league in terms of ability to deliver product. And that was extremely damaging, incredibly damaging.
In 1984, the recently ennobled Sir Clive introduced a personal computer for the business user, the QL, or Quantum Leap. It was completely incompatible with the earlier Spectrum. The QL failed to sell. The QL adverts also make references to the BBC Micro. I think you were shown leapfrogging both the Beeb and the IBM. Wasn't that a bit ambitious?
Yes, it was. but you've got to go along with the advertising agent some of the time, and some of the time they're wrong.
Is it a danger to become too mesmerized by the technology?
That's the danger, and I think that's, yes, we all of us in the industry were. We felt that more power is always a good thing. And yes, in the fullness of time, I think it is, but you've got to have the software to go with it. And it's not that we didn't have any software. The QL came with some very nice software, but realistically, we weren't giving the public a benefit to justify the additional cost.
Yes. Sinclair's fortunes sustained further damage with the launch of the C5, a three-wheeled electric car. Announced in January 1985, it failed to impress the British public, who couldn't imagine using it on busy roads in the middle of winter. The press had a field day with the
That's
C5.
right,
They
yes.
called it an electric bee day, among other things. Has that damaged your credibility at all, do you think?
Not in the bee day market, anyway.
But seriously, as far as the bankers are concerned, has that been detrimental?
Well, yes, I expect it has, but then I don't think the sort of businesses I've always been in and the fields I go for are high risk, and bankers look to security in that sort of situation.
Aren't you dicing with financial death?
I took that risk myself entirely, deliberately. I wanted to, and it hasn't yet been a success. That's okay. That's my money, and that's what I want to do with it.
But your research continues into electric vehicles.
Very much so, and C5 hasn't been dropped. It's being test marketed in the States at this moment, and we still hope to launch it there.
The C5 did enormous damage to Sir Clive's financial credibility, and throughout 1985 he found it difficult to get money to tide him over his cash flow problems. Finally, in April 1986, he was forced to sell his computer interests to Alan Sugar of Amstrad. But undaunted, Sinclair claims to have a new computer on the way. Did it hurt selling the Sinclair name?
Not really. I mean, it's the perception of the public is swift and clear in these things. If I bring out a computer, I don't think anyone will be doubting whose computer it is, and that's what matters.
Who will the new machine be aimed at, and what does it offer?
It'll be aimed at its. Let me just start by saying what it's not. It's not essentially a games machine. Like as with any computer, you could of course play games on it, but it's aimed at the personal computer user. It's aimed at the serious user of computers. Though I believe that many of these will be people who have graduated, if you like, on ZX81s and Spectrums. So I hope and expect that we'll be taking a lot of our old customers with us into this new world.
Apparently unperturbed, Sir Clive continues apace, with new ideas, new inventions, and even new money. But the success of a company depends on its management, and it's clear that that was never where Sir Clive's real passion lay.
It's my job in life, as I see it, to innovate. I'm not really very interested in a market once it's become mature, which is why, as I said earlier, selling to Alan Sugar made a lot of sense in terms of the home computer market, because that's a mature business which really requires skills other than the ones I have. My purpose is to innovate.
Well, since we made that film, we've learned that Sir Clive has decided not to market the C5 in the States. Now, Sir Clive made some very specific allegations there about the BBC's microcomputer project and the way in which the contract for it was awarded. I put those allegations to John Radcliffe, who oversaw the project from 1980 to 84, starting with Sir Clive's contention that the BBC should never have awarded a contract to manufacture a micro in the first place.
If you're trying, as we were trying, through a big television-based project to switch the nation on to microcomputers and to computing, you can't do it all with television. And if, in this particular subject area, obviously there's a need for hands-on experience, because the great thing about computing is that you can get your hands on a machine and learn about it for yourself.
But there were computers around. You don't have to start up a new one.
But none of the computers at that time in the market measured up to what we thought was needed and what we thought that the technology could offer.
Right. Let's move on now to Sir Clive's allegations, which were very specific. He says that it was not an open bid. The BBC had already made up its mind.
We went out to the educational world. We got a list of the characteristics that educators thought that the ideal educational micro should have. We turned that into an outline description. We wrote to 7 computer manufacturers in around November, December time, 1980. We said, we are planning to have a BBC Micro. Are you interested in bidding? 6 of them, including Clive Sinclair, were very interested in bidding. They made offers to us. We looked at those offers in detail in successive meetings of a committee of about 10 people with both BBC people and people from outside the BBC on a grid of characteristics. And we looked extremely carefully in detail at issues like what were the characteristics of the BASIC, how many interfaces did it have, how could it handle color, how powerful was it, all these sorts of things. And we made a decision purely on technical grounds. The reason that Clive Sinclair's machine didn't actually get the contract was that it didn't measure up on technical grounds to what some of the other people were offering.
You say Clive Sinclair's machine, but Clive Sinclair told me that he would have been prepared to build whatever machine you wanted. He would have built a machine to your specifications.
Don't forget, we had to have a machine built within, at that time we were saying 9 months. In fact, we stretched it to a year. You had to take as your starting point something that the manufacturer already had. Now, Clive Sinclair had just produced the ZX81. He made it very clear to us, and I can document this, he made it very clear to us that he would not be able to move very far away from that specification. We were looking for the ideal educational micro on which people could learn seriously about computing. Not just play games, but actually start to understand what computers have to offer.
Even if they had to pay through the nose for it?
Well, they didn't have to pay through the nose for it because people had the option, as indeed they did in huge numbers, of buying the machines that were offered by other manufacturers, including Clive Sinclair. And in the year that followed our television series, hundreds of thousands of people bought Sinclair computers, and I think Clive Sinclair benefited tremendously from our project.
That's all for this week. Next week we'll be showing you how the audience researchers work out how many people are sitting at home around their television sets.
We discover how one bank allows you to use your micro to look at your own bank account, and how the mains wiring can be used to carry messages around a network of red boxes. So until then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Aquí comienza todo con los artistas y diseñadores y el equipo creativo. Luego se digitaliza el arte y se transfiere a una computadora. Luego el juego se ensaya en un cartucho reusable y va a parar a la pantalla de una microcomputadora. Es un nuevo juego con maravillosos efectos gráficos, animación y sonido. ¿Cómo se crea un nuevo juego para computadoras? Hoy trataremos de averiguarlo a medida que examinamos los mejores nuevos juegos para microcomputadoras en esta edición de Crónicas de la Computación. Crónicas de la Computación. Bienvenidos a las Crónicas de la Computación. Les habla Stuart Schiffe y hoy me acompaña John Wilson, editor de la revista Computer Gaming World. Te dedicas todo tu tiempo a los juegos, ¿eh? Dime, ¿cuál es tu juego favorito, Johnny?
Creo que es Civilización de Sid Meier's, donde más se puede comenzar desde cero y crear un imperio y aniquilar los imperios de otros.
Hay algo de violencia en ello, así que tiene la oportunidad de ser muchacho y jugar a la guerra.
Seguro, si es un tipo macho, allí lo tiene.
Bueno, hoy vamos a mostrarles 7 nuevos maravillosos juegos para sus microcomputadoras. Lo que ha hecho este juego más emocionante en la microcomputadora ha sido los efectos de sonido y la música, que es de alta calidad. El rey del sonido para juegos es un señor de Austin, Texas, que se llama The Fat Man o El Gordo.
George Sanger, también conocido como El Gordo, es un músico cuya misión es que la música de su tarjeta sonora MIDI sea tan buena como cuando fue grabada.
Food from nature, to living off the land. I think that we'd have rather eat the sand.
Sanger comenzó sus composiciones para juegos de computadoras cuando, según él, la calidad del audio era como de la camioneta del vendedor de helados. Después de mudarse a Austin, Texas, inició un grupo ahora conocido como Team Fat para componer y grabar pistas sonoras de alta calidad para los juegos de microcomputadoras. El equipo ha producido las pistas sonoras de más de 80 juegos, incluyendo Seventh Guest y Wing Commander. La inquietud de El Gordo respecto a la calidad del sonido se debe a la falta de normas entre vendedores de tarjetas sonoras. Esta inmensa nueva tecnología ha sido basada en especificaciones incompletas en algo llamado MIDI General y que no define el volumen de un instrumento comparado con el de otro. De modo que, no por culpa suya, estos fabricantes de periféricos para computadoras bien intencionados han creado todo un grupo de tarjetas de gran sonido cuando uno compone para ellos. Pero cuando yo compongo mi equipo y los demás también componen en un equipo similar, a veces el volumen de un instrumento será demasiado alto o demasiado bajo. En realidad hay secciones musicales completas que se pierden. Para poner el orden en el caos de la tarjeta sonora, Sanger inició el programa de certificación para fabricantes llamado Fat Labs. Cuando la tarjeta pasa esa prueba, se le otorga el sello Team Fat, una garantía personal de que el balance de los instrumentos en la tarjeta sonora es correcto. El resultado es una producción musical más fiel a la grabación original. Al establecerse una norma, George Sanger ve en el horizonte una nueva generación de juegos. Estaremos componiendo ambientes. Los que juegan estarán creando piezas musicales. La pieza que nosotros componemos es una obra de arte. La persona que la ejecuta, en cierto modo, participa en el arte. Ya no componemos canciones ni música. Estamos componiendo áreas de juego en la cual alguien puede ser un ejecutante.
Hay muchos tipos de juegos para computadoras: educación, acción, aventura, estrategia, simulaciones y deportes. Vamos a comenzar con uno de los mejores juegos educativos nuevos. Se llama Astronómica de HyperQuest. Johnny Stewart nos los demostrará. Según la descripción, es una especie de combinación de NIST y Redshift, ¿cierto? Es un juego, pero también se aprende algo.
Sí, hemos tomado la astronomía y lo hemos combinado con juegos cuyo aprendizaje divierte, pero el proceso es de aprendizaje interactivo, así que es divertido.
Demuéstranos.
El juego involucra la búsqueda de un profesor perdido cuyo proyecto secreto Astronómica ha sido cancelado. Su hija Sara nos ha pedido ayuda para hallar a su padre. Nosotros entramos en este complejo SkyQuest y nos enteramos de que nuestra misión es reiniciar todas las exhibiciones en el exploratorio donde ocurre la acción. Al hacer eso, estamos jugando con acertijos y hay 27 escondidos en torno al exploratorio, de modo que navegamos a través de este ambiente tridimensional. Hay centenares de pantallas para navegar y vamos a uno de los acertijos. Este es el tablero de control de uno de ellos. Cada uno comienza con un resumen.
The sun holds 9 planets in the web of its gravity.
Recibimos una pequeña lección y luego las instrucciones basadas en la física para resolver el juego.
Exactamente.
Prosigamos con el juego.
Este pequeño botón ocular le da al objetivo, pero antes voy a entrar en este signo de interrogación en el tablero de ayuda para conocer a los mentores: Einstein, Galileo, un director de telescopio y 2 estudiantes de posgrado. También tenemos una enciclopedia interactiva de astronomía con ilustraciones, pero no hay tiempo para eso. Accionaré sobre Einstein.
Vamos a ver qué nos dice Albert. Bueno, no capitular.
Ayuda un poco. El objeto del juego es disparar un cometa y luego los planetas exteriores e interiores en sus órbitas correctas, de modo que se elige la velocidad y el ángulo del lanzamiento y se dispara.
Cuidado, nos estrellamos.
Ese se estrelló, así que
Tendremos que cambiar la velocidad.
intentaremos una
Y el
velocidad diferente.
Bueno, hemos resuelto el acertijo.
Correcto. Bien, hemos resuelto el acertijo. Bueno, la primera parte, pero todos los acertijos tienen ese tipo de interacción. Fabricar un telescopio, lanzar una sonda, hacer un mapa de un rumbo, identificar constelaciones, crear un universo, una estrella. Esta es la segunda parte del acertijo, donde hay que lanzar los planetas exteriores y luego los interiores. Pero no creo que tengamos tiempo para eso. Bien, ese era el objetivo. Voy a salir de este acertijo y tratar de navegar fuera de la sala. Pero antes de abandonar una sala de acertijo hay que comprobar todos los monitores de las paredes o el guardián nocturno puede echarle del juego, así
que usted está escondido para resolver estos acertijos y él
ya
lo
lo
sabe.
está siguiendo y puede echarle. Y eso no es divertido. Aquí recibimos un mensaje de Sara.
Sara es la hija del profesor.
Sí.
Cooling system's messed up. This whole place could blow. I'm going down to the town to turn it off.
Bien, esa fue una clave para más tarde.
Muy bien, eso es astronómica. Excelente, muy bien, muchas gracias.
Gracias.
En la categoría de juegos de acción y aventura, Wing Commander ha sido uno de los títulos principales durante años, pero ahora hay Wing Commander 3 y es un juego espectacular. Mark Day nos lo va a demostrar. Ante todo, esto viene en 4 discos compactos. Tiene que ser un juego maravilloso. Me imagino sacando y metiendo discos todo el día. No es así, funciona como un disco láser. Al terminar con el primer disco, sigue con el segundo y no tiene que regresar. Funciona de manera lineal. Esto ha sido descrito como un cambio ejemplar en los juegos. En realidad, se trata de cine interactivo, ¿verdad? Desde luego. He aquí una secuencia interactiva. Es la llegada del almirante Tolwyn a la nave espacial. Se trata de una lucha intergaláctica con los extranjeros Kilrathi. Esta es una demostración de la naturaleza interactiva. Existe la narración lineal del cuento, como en el cine tradicional, así como otorgar al jugador la capacidad de opción.
Well, the legendary Colonel. It's good to see you again. Thank you, Admiral.
Mark, tenemos que tomar una decisión. Sí, puede optar por caerle bien o adular al almirante. O decidir que somos todos iguales. Optaremos por el segundo. ¿Y eso va a determinar la dirección del cuento? Sí. Así que dentro del juego voy a seguir. Uno se desplaza dentro de la nave Victory hacia el puente de vuelo. Vamos a recibir las instrucciones de la misión. Hemos combinado los mejores aspectos del cine tradicional con el interactivo. Antes de cada misión, de las cuales hay 50, recibirá instrucciones del almirante Tolwyn o del capitán de la nave.
Gentlemen, I give you the Confederation.
Y le he entregado un arma nueva que acaba de crear para ayudar en última instancia a derrotar a los Kilrathi. Voy a proseguir con la misión ahora. ¿Podemos pasar la parte de la acción ya? Sí, repito, este es cine interactivo, el tradicional tipo lineal y el simulador de combate de vuelo. Vemos aquí a Mark que sube, o deberíamos decir el coronel Blair, Mark Hamill. A veces me confundo. Ahora estás cargando la misión. Sí. Y vamos a volar y a disparar. Vamos a volar y acabar con los malos. Muy bien. Estamos saliendo del puente de la nave y entrando en territorio enemigo. Se ve muy bien. Es un gráfico Polygon con mapa de textura completa. Es un simulador de vuelo tridimensional, o mejor dicho, de vuelo espacial. Muéstranos un poco de acción ahora. ¿Cómo no? Aproximación para disparar al blanco. Desafortunadamente estamos bastante lejos en esta pantalla. Está bien, le daremos más tiempo. Ese se me acercó y no lo vi. ¿Y cómo maneja la velocidad necesaria para esta acción al usar CD-ROM? En este caso funciona con el CD-ROM y como jugadores teníamos la opción para cargar una cantidad mayor o menor del juego en el disco duro según la necesidad del sistema. También se puede jugar tal como vemos ahora en VGA o en... discúlpame, estábamos viendo SVGA. Puede funcionar con VGA también, para personas con diferentes sistemas. Y me acaban de destruir. No, el experto. No me fue bien, yo lo sé. Traté de hablar y me echaron del espacio. Bueno, está bien. Es difícil pensar y hablar a la vez de todas maneras. El Commander Wing es muy bueno. Muchas gracias, Mark.
Como hemos visto, los juegos de computadora se han convertido en producciones tipo Hollywood de gran escala. ¿Cómo integran todas esas estrellas del cine en un juego de computadora? Veremos algunos ejemplos de dos de las principales compañías de juegos interactivos, Rocket Sciences Games y Mechadeus.
Este es Ned Beatty, un actor de cine y televisión y ahora un personaje de un juego de computadora llamado Lodestar de Rocket Science. Lodestar es una aventura de ciencia ficción que combina secuencias de acción en vivo con fondos pintados digitalmente, gráficos de computadora con pequeños modelos tridimensionales y maquetas en escala completa. Es un ejemplo de la nueva generación de juegos de computadoras que combina lo digital con lo físico. Beatty es un alguacil futurístico y enemigo del camionero espacial Tully Bodine, actuado por Barry Primus. La meta es sencilla o casi obvia. Los jugadores deben maniobrar la nave Lodestar hacia un puerto espacial para rescatar una carga de camellos varados en la Luna. Varios gigabillones de videos fueron comprados y dispuestos para que no hubiese dos juegos iguales. La mezcla de Hollywood y Silicon Valley produce unas combinaciones extrañas pero ingeniosas. Los personajes y modelos se filmaron por separado y luego combinados sobre fondos digitales. El juego Daedalus Encounters de Mechadeus también cuenta con el magnetismo de las estrellas del cine. Los personajes en este juego incluyen algunos actores conocidos como la actriz Tia Carrera y Christian Boucher. Los actores humanos tienen que estirar sus imaginaciones al límite para crear la ilusión de realidad dentro de un mundo digital. El juego se realiza a través de los ojos de un tercero llamado Casey, quien en realidad es un cerebro sin cuerpo en la nave, y por control remoto guía la sonda que puede navegar con los personajes a medida que exploran la nave. Esta es la ramificación interactiva del juego. Los personajes reciben ayuda en diversos puntos. Hay que resolver acertijos, hallar objetos y ayudarles a derrotar seres que navegan en torno a la nave. Parecen pirañas voladoras que llamamos crane.
Los actores vivos sin duda le agregan una nueva dimensión de realismo a los juegos. Si le agregan placer a la experiencia del juego, aún no se sabe. Para Crónicas de la Computación, Giles Bateman.
Los juegos de estrategia son una de mis categorías favoritas. Lo mantienen a uno despierto hasta las 4 de la madrugada, ya que uno no captura hasta que haya resuelto la próxima fase. Uno de los nuevos juegos de estrategia es Master Magic, y Jim Conslaw nos hará una demostración. Jim, ¿cuál es el objetivo de Master Magic? ¿Qué trata de hacer?
En Master Magic uno asume el papel de hechicero y compite hasta contra 4 hechiceros más tratando de conquistar 2 mundos distintos que existen en el juego.
Bueno, este es uno de los mundos.
Este es el mundo de Arcanus, aquí. Es el más parecido a la Tierra. Y aquí podemos ver esta ciudad. Hay un par de ciudades en nuestro mundo aquí, son ciudades que yo controlo. Aquí en púrpura hay un adversario, otro hechicero.
Y en ese es controlado por otro, los malos.
Sí, él está invadiendo mi territorio.
¿Esas cosas que brillan?
Son nodos mágicos, me dan magia constantemente. Ya he conquistado estos.
Así que demuestran...
Así que demuestran que yo controlo cada uno de estos cuadrados que tiene animación.
¿Y qué deberíamos tratar de lograr ahora entonces?
En el juego también existen cuevas de estos seres que contienen muchos tesoros, pero tiene sus guardianes y monstruos. Procederé a mover 3 unidades hacia la cueva para ver si podemos obtener el tesoro. Este me dice que hemos detectado algunos demonios.
Allí hay cosas maravillosas, pero tienen sus defensores.
Exactamente.
¿Cuáles son los elementos de esta lucha?
Podemos ver que había demonios, efectivamente, pero no mencioné que había este detestable demonio noble, este elemento de fuego y este demonio menor también.
¿Y estos qué son?
Son los 3 personajes que desplacé acá, son mis 2 héroes y mi gran gusano. Se puede mover cada uno individualmente y determinar, bueno, moveré a este 2 espacios. Ahora puedo decidir si quiero este héroe aquí. Quiero que elija cualquier cantidad de hechizos que yo, por cierto, aprendí en el momento. O si quisiera que él se moviera, puedo controlarlo.
Ellos pueden hechizar a los malos, pueden dispararle flechas, por ejemplo.
Sí, o usar sus armas normales.
Hay que calcular la estrategia de lo que es correcto dado el enemigo presente.
Quizá quiera retener los arqueros en lugar de avanzarlos para que usen sus armas a mayor alcance. Acabo de accionar sobre el botón auto y así la computadora controla ambos bandos. Elimina el aspecto de estrategia para algunos que no quieren molestarse con los detalles de las maniobras individuales de cada unidad.
Bueno, usted ganó ese juego.
Sí, gané el juego y obtuve esta...
Hemos logrado algo
bueno. Sí, logré un hechizo y también una cota de malla que le puedo dar a cualquiera de los héroes que participaron.
Y estará mejor armado para una batalla posterior.
Sí, se la daré a aquel. Y aquí estoy aprendiendo un nuevo hechizo.
Este es el hechizo que obtuvo. Ah, muy bien.
Sí, este es un hechizo nuevo. Aquí está el que se le agrega a mi libro de hechizos.
Eso tiene su parte diplomática también, ¿verdad? Uno puede crear alianzas con alguno de los malos.
Sí, estas son los de color púrpura. Él infringe mi territorio. En esta pantalla puedo ver los distintos hechiceros del juego.
Sí, quizás pueda hacer un pacto con ellos.
Correcto, este es el color púrpura y ahora veo que me odia.
Ajá.
Y me ha declarado guerra, por eso me invade.
Ajá, asegúrese que no le empañen el pacto.
Correcto.
Sí, no lo engañen. Muy bien, Master of Magic, maestro de la magia. Muchas gracias. Vamos ahora a las carreras de autos NASCAR. Una de las maravillas de los juegos de computadoras es que le permiten hacer lo que nunca podría hacer antes, como conducir un auto de carreras preparado en un circuito NASCAR. Fred Butters es de la firma Papyrus, los fabricantes de este juego. Es una excelente simulación. Dígame, ¿y cómo se juega?
NASCAR es un juego que le permite la experiencia de conducir un auto de carreras. Este es el listado principal, le mostraré las opciones. Se puede entrar en los controles, la mayoría de los usuarios usan un instrumento de comando o un volante en lugar de un teclado. También se puede variar la distancia de la carrera desde un evento de 3 a 4 horas hasta 50% o como quiera. La mayoría de los principiantes prefieren competir con daño al auto, banderas amarillas y sin la vuelta de presentación.
Es una modalidad fácil.
Sí, a medida que aumente el nivel de experiencia puede variar el tiempo del día, de un día bello y soleado a uno frío.
Puede
y
correr
corriendo.
nieve, lluvia,
Correcto.
cualquiera.
Le daré ahora una breve experiencia de la carrera. Antes de participar, puede elegir cualquiera de las 9 pistas.
Estas son pistas verdaderas, ¿eh?
Sí, de los circuitos NASCAR y Copa Winston. Usaremos el de Atlanta. Antes de una carrera de práctica, vaya al garaje a entonar su carro. Puede cambiar los neumáticos, la cera, la presión, la cantidad de combustible, las aletas, la suspensión y el engranaje. Y algo bueno para los principiantes es la opción de utilizar cualquiera de los 4 programas preinstalados para que comiencen su carrera de inmediato. Comenzaremos entonces con la carrera. Lo que verá no es una reproducción de video, en realidad es tiempo real.
Esto responde a todos mis movimientos.
Sí, esta es la carrera aquí. Usted tiene 3 diferentes ángulos.
Ajá, ese es el auto.
Sí, este es el ángulo exterior y en realidad hay otro ángulo exterior. Mientras conduce, puede controlar su posición. Puede verla en la parte baja derecha. Acaba de tener un pequeño accidente.
Es difícil conversar y correr, ¿eh?
Sí, también uno puede hablar con su escudería para que su equipo sepa los cambios.
Así cuando entra, esto es lo que quiero y necesito.
Y será automáticamente, se puede ver la claridad de los gráficos Super VGA en la máquina. Al final puede repetir la carrera y analizarla desde 12 ángulos diferentes de cámara. También quisiera hablar de nuestro multijugador. Nuestros clientes tienen la opción de llamar y competir contra otra persona utilizando el módem o se puede hacer con 2 computadoras conectadas directamente por cable de módem.
Es decir, que yo podría correr contra alguien en otra ciudad.
O en cualquier parte del mundo.
¿Cuál es la velocidad del módem?
9600.
Muchas gracias. La simulación de deportes por computadoras ha mejorado tanto que es como ver la televisión y controlar los jugadores. Quizás la mejor categoría es Front Page Sports Football. De Sierra Online, Steven Miles nos explica.
Hola, Stuart.
Bien, en Front Page Sports uno puede ser entrenador y jugador, ¿cierto?
Correcto.
¿Puede ser uno o el otro?
Sí.
Demuéstranos el juego un poco.
Lo bueno de Fútbol Pro 95 es que fue diseñado para atraer a una amplia gama de jugadores. Los principiantes pueden jugar con la llamada modalidad de entrenador solo, donde se puede seleccionar una jugada en particular. Veamos un juego ya en proceso. Podemos ver en la pantalla de determinación de jugadas que puede uno seleccionar cualquier jugada que quiera. En este caso será un pase. En la modalidad entrenador solo lo único que hago es oprimir el botón para iniciar la acción y de ahí los jugadores se encargan del resto.
Ahora la computadora controla la acción.
Sí.
Y le dice lo que sucedió.
Aquí tenemos una descripción de lo que sucedió en la jugada y los principales participantes. Se puede apreciar una repetición instantánea, tantas veces como quiera. Lo bueno es que Front Page Sports Football Pro 95 permite participar y editar lo que ha hecho antes. Por ejemplo, aquí Barry Sanders corrió bastante y logró un tanto. Ahora podemos ver este.
¿Es una repetición instantánea?
Sí. Aquí se ve a Barry Sanders tomando la pelota, corriendo hacia el costado, el defensa falla el ataque y él corre para lograr un tanto.
Logró un tanto corriendo.
Si quiere que se vea más dramático, podría regresar la imagen al comienzo, obtener lo que llamamos control de cámaras. Acerca el teleobjetivo y se avanza un poco. Quizá cuando casi llega el momento y uno ve que el defensa se acerca y no logra tumbarlo, querrá quizá hacer una toma de primer plano para lograr un efecto dramático. Puede hacerlo cuadro por cuadro, acercándose lentamente, avanzando un cuadro, acercándose más, avanza otro cuadro, y luego quizá querrá girar para poder ver mejor el defensa que no logró detenerlo. Desde allí se puede continuar y ahora para un efecto aún más dramático, cuando entre en la zona final, quizá querrá ver a los que le persiguen.
Con cámara aérea.
Sí. Y Barry anota el tanto. Puede verlo de nuevo a medida que hace el montaje, apagando el control de cámaras, regresando el video y luego viéndolo de nuevo.
Y ese montaje que hizo antes está allí en la repetición.
Correcto.
Bueno, no es solo simulación del juego, sino del director de programas también, ¿cierto?
Exactamente.
Regresando al juego, ¿puedo jugar contra otra persona utilizando Front Page Sports Football?
Sí, puede jugar con otra persona o contra la computadora. Cuando juega contra otra persona puede utilizar dos comandos o un comando y un teclado, y en 1995 esperamos que una versión de esto se encuentre en la red Imagination para que pueda jugar contra alguien al lado suyo, en otro lado del país.
En la modalidad de entrenador, ¿dónde elijo las jugadas? ¿De dónde vienen? ¿Puedo diseñarlas yo?
Sí, hay jugadas preestablecidas que vienen con el juego, pero usted puede hacer también un montaje de ellas con la editora y crear lo que desea.
Bien, Front Page Sports Football, juego de computadora, quisiéramos conocer sus juegos favoritos. Participe en línea en el foro Computadoras en Televisión en CompuServe. El comando es Go Chronicles. Gracias por su atención, les habla Stuart Schiffe. Hasta la próxima edición de Crónicas de la Computación.
How you doing today, sir?
All right.
Good. Pay my cash or credit card today.
Credit card.
Okay, if you let me look at your rental agreement, I'll see if I can give you a receipt right here.
All right. This is not only a palm-top computer, it also has a kind of cellular phone and portable printer hooked up to it. It's used by these Hertz rental agents to check in cars, and it's essentially taken the place of the old desktop terminals that they used to use. Today, you can have the power of a computer in your palm top, from the full-fledged computers like the Atari Portfolio to the specialized units like the Sharp Wizard or the Casio Boss. Today, we'll take a look at the full range of palm top computers on this edition of the Computer Chronicles.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SPA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Douglas Nichols, standing in for Stuart Schiffe, and with me this week is Tim Paharan. Tim, welcome.
Thank you.
Today we're looking at palm-top computers. One of the first devices that you'll remember, if you were like me, you had one of these, an HP programmable calculator. 1K of memory, 49 different instructions you could give it. Now we've got the Atari Portfolio. You can run any MS-DOS program on this device, and other than the fact that it's got a small screen, it is an MS-DOS PC.
That's right.
The question I have for you today is, what's the point? Do we need to continue to miniaturize these devices, or might it be just as reasonable to spend more time on the RISC-based systems, or perhaps upgrading and making more powerful the laptop systems?
Well, actually, we're going to see both. We're going to see that the portables are going to become much more powerful. You'll probably see some RISC-based systems and more powerful 386s. But we're also going to see little devices like this that we call companion computers.
I like it.
These are devices that can go with us anywhere, and we can use them for editing, taking down information, databases, etc. And we can do it on the road anywhere we happen to be, and then take it back and dump it right back to our personal computer. And as a result, both this low-end or smaller type machine is going to become very popular over the next few years, and we'll see both types of computers becoming a more important part of the way we work.
Today we're going to look at several new palm-top computers. We'll see the Sharp Wizard, the Casio Boss, and we'll even look at more specialized palm-tops like the electronic Bible. Hewlett-Packard was among the first to come up with the palm-top and is still pioneering these devices like the HP line of business, financial, and scientific palm-tops. In fact, these HP devices have become so popular, there are even classes that teach people how to use them. Here's a report.
I'm filling the buckets and I'm filling them in any order.
The University of California Extension program in Berkeley offers a course that teaches students how to use Hewlett-Packard's latest financial calculators. The class is called Understanding the Time Value of Money, and students typically include lawyers and real estate investors.
Depositing $150 a month, say, in a bank at 10% interest for 3 years or 36 months. The question is, how much do we have in that bank after 36 months?
HP's newest models, the 17B and the 19B, operate in algebraic entry mode. Users are guided by a series of prompts to enter the data and solve for the unknown variable. The new calculators contain a unique feature called the solve function. It lets the investor create and store his own mathematical formula and customize the calculator for a particular business use.
We can give clients a lot better information, more quickly and more exact information, so they're benefited. And also, as a user and investor myself, I'm able to secure answers to questions that help me in negotiation because I'm able to have the answers to certain problems where the other side of negotiation may not be as knowledgeable. So that's a negotiation strategy.
Both models 17 and 19 are priced at over $100, but if time is money, the calculators may be a shortcut route to making more. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
There are two companies that have led the way in developing palm-top computer technologies. Here to show us their products are Mike Weiner, CEO of Selectronics, and Peter Yonelos, president of Franklin Electronic Publishers. Tim.
Mike, these little devices have been on the market for a while now, and they're fascinating and have actually started to get a lot of response in the market. What do you think the impact of these are going to be?
It's a very significant impact. Just in the last year, these two companies represented here have done over $100 million worth of business and growing. We've just launched in Europe and in Japan. The impact is very significant because I think that these type of computers are going to touch more people in the years ahead than PCs and Macs have touched to date, and that's a lot. That's a large number. We're talking about these units in all representative companies, over 4 million units a year now and growing very rapidly. So I think the impact will be dramatic.
Peter, I want to take a look at your spelling ace, but before we do, I want you to tell me what's going to guarantee that if I buy one of these for my brother-in-law, I don't go over there and find it in the bottom of his drawer along with all the other things I buy him.
Well, Douglas, you still might, but I don't think you will. This product, since its introduction in 1987, has sold over 3 million units and is basically marked the emergence of the electronic book. And fads generally don't last that long or involve really the kind of demographic spread we've seen here. It's used by a wide variety of people, and we have tremendous mail about the product.
All right. Now, how about the elementary school? Do you find any use in it in the schools? Are they using it?
Oh, absolutely. Franklin has a quite an aggressive educational support program, and we are becoming an integrated and important part of a number of classrooms in this country. This product, unlike most of our products, is aimed at a particular age range.
Okay, how's my little girl going to use that?
Well, if she's reading about kangaroos, I think it's a fair bet she may encounter the word marsupial and might attempt to spell that word as I might, M-A-R-S-O-U-P-E-A-L. Not an unreasonable.
Basically just the way we might want to sound it out.
English is not a well-organized language in that sense, and it's hard for children to acquire it. The unit has corrected the spelling to M-A-R-S-U-P-I-A-L.
Okay.
And now, by hitting one key, the page key, she can learn that on page 303 of this Merriam-Webster dictionary, there's an article and there's information about marsupials and a definition.
Are they sold together?
Yes, they're sold together, and as a pair, they do several things at once. They help teach spelling, and they overcome the fear of using a dictionary.
What's the price on that particular pair in the book? And
the suggested retail is $79.95 as a pair.
Okay, how about your spelling speaker, your speaking dictionary, please?
Well, the word
Thank you.
dictionary is very important because it's a true dictionary. The word dictionary is used many different ways in electronics, but this dictionary has in it true definitions of what the words mean. If I enter a word such as potpourri, I can quickly read about that word.
Get definition.
And get definitions. I could explore an amazingly rich thesaurus and learn about it, learn about alternate words.
Right.
But I can hit this button labeled say
right.
and confirm that it is pronounced potpourri.
I heard that. Okay, how about you got one more quickly?
Well, this is an important book because this is the world's first electronic Bible and marks the beginning of a new line, and I think a type of product you're going to see a lot more of. It has the whole text of the Old and New Testament in it, and the same technology will next year be used to publish the Columbia Encyclopedia from Franklin. If you enter the word meek into this product, you rapidly learn that there are exactly 7 books of the Bible that include the word meek, but it's likely you wouldn't want to go searching through all 7 of the books. So you could add the word inherit. And a fraction of a second later discover that there are only 2 places in the Bible, one in the Old Testament, Psalms, and the New Testament, Matthew, in which the word meek and inherit occur close together. If I, at this point, press one key, I can read from Psalm 37:11, which says, "But the meek shall inherit the earth." Moving to Matthew, I note that 5:5 says, "Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth." Without the electronic medium, people could not view a book in this way.
Right. That's very impressive, Peter. I'd like to take a look at what you've got, Mike. I know you've got the word finder, and you might want to show that real quickly.
Yeah, this is a spelling checker thesaurus that adds definitions and a flashcard feature to quickly bring words up that you can guess the meaning of and then find out what they mean. As you can see, it's very small, fits in your pocket, and we've redesigned it and cost reduced it so it's on the market for just $79.95. The Berlitz Euro Traveler is a 10-language phrase book which lets you go to and from any of 10 languages: English, French, German, Spanish, Italian, Danish, Norwegian, Dutch, Swedish, and Portuguese.
Okay, I got to ask you, what, real briefly, because I don't want to get into it too heavily, what's the storage technology that you've got?
We've taken the equivalent of 45 phrase books that big and squeezed them on down to a single microchip using compression developed at the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center that we have the exclusive license for, so that you can instantly get a phrase either by looking for the word or looking by the category. So if I type in taxi here, as you'll see,
something we all need. We always need a
well,
taxi.
yeah, you do need one when
Especially
you get to the
in France,
airport.
right?
That's right.
Yeah, so there is where can I get a taxi? If I hit the translate button, it comes up in French, où puis-je trouver un taxi?
Now this is mostly European. How soon are we going to see Japanese?
In about 3 months. Okay. There'll be a unit out in Japanese. Next year we'll also have Korean, and we're already shipping a word finder in France in French.
Okay, now I know you've got the impossible in your pocket.
Yeah, the impossible in my pocket.
It's an encyclopedia.
It's the Random House Encyclopedia, which we think is a product that can change the world because kids like it, because it has what I call the Nintendo effect. It really turns them on and makes them want to get in there and learn something. Now, if we wanted to find out who's the president of the Philippines, as an example, you can't look that up in an encyclopedia too easily. Here you can just type in Philippines and type in president.
And it goes right to the reference?
Hit enter. It takes a second, and up comes Corazon Aquino,
who we discover was educated in the U.S. She grew up in a wealthy family, two things I didn't know. And when she married Mr. Aquino and he got assassinated, she then led the bloodless revolution. We can also access information hierarchically by looking up science and technology and seeing all the categories under science and technology. We can put in electronic bookmarks, put in our own notes, and most importantly, there's a cartridge slot to use this device to be able to get credit card size cartridges that'll contain all of the spelling check of thesaurus, the Berlitz translator, the Bible, etc.
That's impressive. Very good, Mike. Thank you, Peter. One of the fastest growing categories of palm-top computers is the electronic organizer. But these devices can do more than just organize. Here's a report on the new Xeon XP computer.
The Delancey Street Foundation is a sprawling halfway house in San Francisco for recovering alcoholics and drug addicts. The foundation's brand new building uses a PC to control its heating and ventilating systems. But if the PC should fail, the foundation's engineer can turn to a Xeon XP handheld computer as emergency backup. By connecting the Xeon to a control panel in the boiler room, the engineer can have direct control over the entire complex without waiting for outside help.
Before, if my main terminal crashed and I had difficulties with the environmental control system in some way, I would have to call a company in San Jose who would in turn log on with a modem, which sometimes would take a couple hours when they fit it into their schedule. And it had me hung up for those periods. So now with the Xeon, I can use it and hook it up to my central system, log on and make any necessary changes with the program or any other equipment.
The Xeon has 32K of RAM. It plugs into the serial port of the building's climate control unit with a modem. Using menu-driven commands, the engineer can adjust temperature readings, change pressure levels, or even turn water boilers on and off. The handheld also features built-in desktop accessories like a calculator and clock. The Xeon was one of many donations given to complete the rehabilitation center for alcoholics and drug addicts. And like the goal of the foundation, the Xeon puts the user in control of any crisis.
The downtime is strictly in my hands. I have control of the downtime if I have the Xeon. Otherwise, I'm at somebody else's mercy, basically.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Maria Gabriel.
Palm-top computers cover a wide category of products, from organizers to palm-top games. Joining us now are Bill Saddam. He's the editor-in-chief of Portable Computing Magazine, and joining us also is Karen Johnson. She's the manager of one of the San Francisco stores of the Sharper Image. Tim.
Bill, earlier in the show I was talking about companion computing, the ability to take these little devices with us anywhere we go, in our coat pockets or whatever, and then be able to put in information and then download it back to our desktop PCs when we get back to our office. I noticed you've got a couple of these type of products here. Could you give us a little idea of how they work?
Yes, Tim. These devices take the place of a laptop computer for someone who doesn't want to carry something that bulky and only needs certain functions. For example, either one of these machines will give you calendar and scheduling functions, as well as the ability to record memos. And you can have business card information, telephone numbers, things of that nature stored. You also can find out what time it is, any city in the world that you'd like to select.
What kind of I/O do you get with that? I know you've got a keyboard, but I mean, can you up and download? We talked about that, but
yes, Doug. This Sharp OZ8200 will replace virtually any portable computer function. It can communicate with a printer, with a modem. It can act as a terminal to communicate with other computers or bulletin board systems.
It does it through a serial port?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay.
It also has the option of connecting with a similar machine, with another Sharp.
What about the Boss?
The Boss has similar capabilities. This is a smaller machine. This is a 64 kilobyte machine versus the 128 kilobytes of the Wizard. However, you can expand the memory of the Boss by adding a 64K RAM card, which looks very similar to this ROM that I have in my hand.
Okay, and you can change the memory inside the Boss essentially with that card, correct?
Yes, you can. If you have the RAM card, you can treat it much like a floppy disk.
I can make it a word processor. I can.
Yes, you can store data. You can use it to back things up that are in your machine.
What have we got here?
Well, this is an electronic dictionary. This has over 95,000 words. in it, and it will allow us to check usage, to check spelling, and hyphenation, as well as abbreviations, come to think of it.
And basically you just put it in one of these little slots, is that it?
Yes, I'll show you how that works. We have to turn the machine off,
right?
And we unlock it, like so. Slide the card out. This is actually a placeholder that I have in here now. It protects the machine from dust. I'm going to have to pick it up.
Right.
There we go.
Just slide in the new card.
The new card slides right in, locks into place, like so.
I mean, you can do RAM as well. Same process.
Same process,
slot?
exactly.
Same
now,
slot.
when you turn it on, it comes up with a new set of functions. Now, let's try spelling. Well, let's skip spelling. We think we've done enough of that on this show. How about if we check an abbreviation?
There you go.
Let's take MD, for example, and see what we get here, as soon as I can find the letters. Not used to working upside down. And now we select the abbreviation function here, and we want to expand that abbreviation.
Right. And then it'll give us the full word.
It'll search and tell us what MD is an abbreviation for. Okay.
Now, I guess, does it go in the same slot then? Would random access memory would go in the same slot?
In exactly the same way.
Okay.
The difference is that you would not see the same set of functions when you power the machine up. You would just be storing it as additional memory.
Okay. Let's turn to Karen for just a second. She's got a handful of items here that one might see in the Sharper Image catalog, correct?
We have it in the Sharper Image catalog and in the stores. This is something new from Rolodex. Now, you know, Rolodex has always been on paper. Now they've gone electronic, and they put a little chip in here.
They have to make it round. I
think they had to stick with it, yeah. So people would think Rolodex.
That's
and
right.
This is the Electrodex, and it has 2K in it, so it'll remember all kinds of names, and you can put in, a couple letters if you remember something about letters. And again, upside down here,
But this is a little more sophisticated than the one they've had in the past, because this one even can call out, is that right?
Yeah, now that you've got the name, you hit the auto dial, and it's got an auto dial function built right in, and you can have the thing dial it for you.
And when you do a little wind on that, it goes to the next name?
Yes, you can go next name like that. There's a
Yes.
Sharper Image. There we have Karen Johnson. Funny, they're at the same phone number, but that's where you can reach me at the Sharper Image. But we have some stuff for travel, which is kind of fun. This looks like a little camera case here, and actually this is a talking translator that we have, and they can speak in male or female voices, and you can come up with, there it's working, so we can speak in a male voice and go to, let's spell out, say, money. So we've got M-O-N-E-Y. What would be helpful if you put it in correctly there, but in Great Britain, which would be English. It'll do English, French, Italian, German, and Spanish.
Right.
So we can get it to, let's see. There would be English, or you could get it in Spanish. Or, let's see, Italian. And you can go back to Great Britain, which would be English, and you can go through the help function, and it'll give you all kinds of different phrases that the word money appears in, and it'll say the whole sentence for you. So you can say that you want to exchange this money in Italian.
Posso cambiare questo denaro.
So that's pretty sharp, too.
Now, these are good little productivity type things for us in travel or on the home. Any games that we can play?
Actually, yeah, there are some games that you can take on your travels with you.
Something tells me.
Or even with the rain coming up, the golfers like this 18-hole golf course of some of the best golf courses around. Spyglass, Augusta's on here, and all you do is turn it on, and you've got a little golfer. You can choose your club and get up to the hole, and by holding the button down, actually it takes a little skill to bring this along and actually swack that ball right up the middle. Oh my gosh.
Duck hook, wasn't it?
How did I do
I'm not
that?
sure.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
know.
It's cheaper than buying a lot of water balls.
It could have been straight down the middle.
But it really does help you hone in on your golfing techniques, because you have to use the right club to hit the right distance, and that's something that you're thinking. So you're thinking golf, and when you get back out on the course, you can play better. And something else you can play with the computer is the bridge computer, and this is something normally it takes 4 people to play, but the computer has got the intelligence to put in the other 3 players for you. My favorite thing is, of course, that if I don't like the deal, I can just get another deal with more cards until I get enough points so that I end up winning with my partner.
I got a question for you. How does it make its decision?
Well, you do have levels of play, and you do have 1 through 8 levels of play. It plays on the Blackwood Stayman convention, so it is on bridge conventions that people are used to learning.
Okay, I've got a question. Now, It wasn't that long ago we had dedicated word processors, we had calculators, we had individual items that did specific things for us. And then when we came to the PCs, we had, all of a sudden we had our calculations being done on a PC. We could do our own word processing, we could do spreadsheets, we could do this, that, and the other thing. Now all of a sudden, everything's application specific. Is that the way we're going to be going here? Are we going to pretty soon have a little spreadsheet toy and that sort of thing, or what?
I think you're going to see that. I think in travel you see some of the specifics on games as well as the processors here that keep information for you for whoever wants to use them for something so they don't have to learn everything, just what they want to learn. It'll work just for them.
Give us some prices real quick, could you?
Let's see, we're only at $99 here on the Electrodex. The bridge game is at $129, the golf game's at $89, and this talking translator is $249.
And Bill?
$299.95 for the Boss, $399.95 for the Wizard.
Very good. Thank you very much, Bill and Karen. That's our look at Palm Top computers. Stay tuned for this week's computer news.
In the random access file this week, some new products are being announced for the new Macintoshes. Farallon Computing has introduced Disk Paper, a software program designed to simplify document distribution between networked Macs, regardless of the type of Mac on the network. Disk Paper creates multiple representations of any document and then sends the appropriate image needed by the receiving computer. Disk Paper is priced at $150. It will be released later this year. A new Canadian company called AView Technology has come up with an add-in board that will let PCs display television images. The board allows PCs equipped with multi-sync monitors to toggle back and forth between a full-screen video display and a full-screen computer display. The card only allows viewing of the video images. Since the signal is not digitized, it cannot be frame-grabbed or displayed in a window. If you subscribe to the caller identification feature offered by your phone company, Rochelle Communications has a product for you. It's called Caller ID Plus, and it links your PC to your phone service using both hardware and software. The hardware identifies the telephone number of the person calling, while the RAM resident software program pops up a DBase 3-file record on the caller, including a call history file and a note editor. Caller ID Plus can also keep track of unanswered calls. Turning to this week's top 10 software titles on the Macintosh, Mac Connection reports that Berkeley Systems After Dark is number 1, followed by Symantec SAM. Number 3 is Adobe Type Manager 2.0, with Fulbright coming in 4th. In 5th place is Quicken for the Mac. Rounding out the top 10 are Microsoft Word, Pyro by 5th generation, Excel, Peter Norton's Mac Utilities, and Disk Doubler from Salient. Systems Compatibility Incorporated has created a pop-up data transfer utility called Outside In. The program provides direct data transfer from over 50 different file formats. You can scan your hard disk, import all or part of a file, and use it either in its original format or match it to a new file format. Time now for Paul Schindler in this week's Software Review.
In real life, there is usually more than one solution, but sometimes it's hard to see. That's where Flexigraphs comes in, a Macintosh graphics package for playing what-if games. You can directly manipulate graphics, then let the program produce the underlying numbers in spreadsheet format. This is a visual and interesting way of approaching a difficult business task. You can have standard, clunky Mac dialog boxes or graphical ones. You can lock a wedge. You can change the total size of the pie. If you don't like pies, you can change the color or patterns, or use line charts or bar charts. In case you think you may want to get back to where you started, you make a ghost marker of your original position, and when you're done, voila, there's a spreadsheet underneath. It's easily exportable to any other spreadsheet. You can draw free-form graphics, and the program will create a spreadsheet, which you can in turn manipulate. You want 21% more? You can get it. This is the ultimate tool for what-ifing. Flexigraphs is $150 from TreeStar Incorporated in Santa Barbara, California. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Paul Schindler.
For the millions of flight simulator enthusiasts, Microsoft has released a new scenery and aircraft design program. PC pilots can now fly over their own houses or towns using the Scenery Designer, and you can choose from an expanded fleet of aircraft using the Aircraft Designer, including the state-of-the-art Boeing 747-400. Finally, the Lima Datacom Security Corporation proved its point again this year. It offered a free round-the-world trip to any hacker who could break through its computer security system to retrieve a hidden message. More than 2,000 would-be hackers took the challenge, but no one succeeded. The secret message read, quote, "The persistent hunter who wins his prize sooner or later becomes the hunted."
That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. I'm Kate McGargy.
The Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software. The SPA provides information on how to stay software legal. Funding is also provided by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix. For a transcript of this week's Computer Chronicles, send $4 to PTV Publications, Post Office Box 701, Kent, Ohio 44240. Please indicate program date.
C program right now. What we'll do is we'll drag in the real video component. Multi-point data conferencing through T120. Other key.
So that you could in fact walk around the course and see the various spots.
Church had the roof taken off
And again, I'm not sure about you, but I've never been through a tornado, certainly nothing like this, but this gives you the feel of what it's like to sit with all these pews destroyed. What it was like to actually be there, all the numbers of people that were present at this event. Again, limited availability to actually physically that are in the house. Nice fireplace, you can move up, and we can move down. But we've also integrated a map. So as you can see the layout of the house. So if you want to go up to the living room and come back up here, again, so you
consumer to do is come home, turn on their PC instead of their TV and check it out. And the first of the tools that I want to show you
is going into an auction. I'll go into auction number 4, Frank.
Again.
It's a whole environment. You can walk around in the park, or you can use the shortcuts. This is the basic overview. With our Jackie Muzak.
The best bets page. So click here. Stations of the day provided by a partner in the local area. The content, just so you know. That sort of thing.
Okay.
So if we go back here, we can also click on dining, profile. Here, it enables you to define the type of movie you'd like to be notified about.
Make a free iBusiness card, and then pop it. We have
our postal security device. You might want to get a shot at this eventually. Yeah. And we can print out the envelope. And then what we could do is switch the camera to the printer to catch the envelope coming through or something.
So by doing that,
there was some other screen you were showing us before.
Yes.
That was up there.
Right?
Yep.
Let's look at a tracking report. Effectively, what I'm doing here is I've logged in on real time to a server, a Posta server running in San Jose, California. By hitting this button, I'm asking the Posta server to give me the status of the delivery of all documents that have gone out through the Posta server. Okay, so let's just squish this a little bit. Put it in the background. Overcard, like the one I sent Richard. We could click and have a preview. And if I wanted to send this one,
from a small number of machines to a very, very large population of consumers.
maybe I want the sound to be the sound that hit when you go mouse over. Okay? If you notice here, if I click on this, all of the settings for any of these ball, that's what you heard. And what we're showing here is just how to take what was a static website and make it more dynamic. So the first thing you'll notice is just basically a bunch of frames. So here's a preview of it.
and when I go play, this thing animates. And if I want to create an animation, all I need to do is come to the gallery.
You have a banner, and you're typical of our people. Now we'll go over to our product, and we're at the Computer Chronicles area. And here you set the budget and the dates, the CPM. Web location by click-throughs.
In front of you a box, and in this box you put all of your most valuable possessions. But the box has a fatal flaw. It's open on one side.
Bring free software.
So we say, okay.
Grab that free software. Boom. There's our alert. Woof woof. That they were attempting to push code onto our system to format our hard drive. That's all we need to do. We don't even need to put anything in, but it's a text header. And then, let's go to Eudora. Hopefully it's the right version of Eudora. Asking to place a cookie. We're building a database of yes and no's here. We're going to say no, and then Netscape is also said. Thing I mentioned is this difference between the size of files and the backup size. Let me fire up the backup. Okay, again, it logs into the server. It connects. It's now sending the file down. It's waiting. Ability to grant access to other people, okay, so that you can let them access your files.
Weather Channel obviously will give you your local weather and national weather information. And the way it's designed. And our first announced partner, surprisingly, is PBS Online with their kids program.
By clicking this arrow right up in the upper corner where it says Show Article List, instead of having to go through summaries, you can actually even go faster. You can go automatically right through each one of these stories and go straight to the story itself. The real benefit of this is once you have the story, a lot of people say, well, I've just read it. And that'll allow me to do that. I hit OK. You notice when I click over to the archives category,
Stories, and we can help you out in that sense. You double click on it, as always, take you back to the website.
Yeah, I think shows another one. There's like really good summaries, yeah. Try this one. So then I have to tell it to Leslie, that's what it needs to know. Leslie needs to know, select the first headline.
I'm just going a little slow, so.
All that stuff now, we're getting geared up for our launch. So what I would suggest is I'll have Johnny call you first thing up.
So for example, I point and move towards corporate industry news, and a number of subtopics, which are the names of companies, come up. I point and move towards, for example, Sun, and again, information without having to read it all. Another thing we can do is I might be looking at Java, and as we were a moment ago, I was looking at an article about Java 1. I can move closer, look at this article, which was about the Java 1 conference, double click on it, read the what have you, but the PC wakes up, and transparent to the user, without any intervention from them, content can be pushed down the pipe.
Say no. Who is righteous? What is bull? Some cool. Walks long as there's some. Freak out. Give in. Doesn't matter. Stay cool.
Today on PBS. Okay. Now we can also look at this video. Now this is getting to where PBS is really excited. You can do the try before you buy and play something at a very large screen as opposed to kind of a small screen experience. They want to deliver content that's similar to the way.
Bob Hanson, explain.
Hi.
Going to get $10 on number 6, please.
Scott Lowell buys gas the old-fashioned way. He still pays cash. But these days, nearly 70% of the customers here in Mission Valley use credit or debit cards. Now mobile has
This week at the Net Cafe, going to school on the web. Got homework problems? Check out this site, homeworkcentral.com. And yes, parents can use it too. Meet Eileen Agricola. Her site is a virtual classroom which takes students to remote educational sites around the world. Need to learn just some basic stuff like how to fix the plumbing? Ask Jeeves. It's a website. These folks will help you put your curriculum online. They run a site called convene.com. And learning never stops. If you're a senior citizen, you can go to school at seniornet.com. Learning on the web, this week at the Net Cafe. Net Cafe is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect. Hi, and welcome to the Net Cafe. This week we're looking at going to school on the web for kids, for parents, and for grandparents. One great site we want to tell you about is called homeworkcentral.com. And what's cool is that this is not just for your kids. It's a great online learning and study resource for anyone. Andrew is over at the Club I in San Francisco talking with the site's managing editor, Brett Jenkins.
Brett, you're from homeworkcentral.com, and we're really starting to see education and the classroom come together, and sites like Homework Central are sort of helping bridge that gap between online learning and offline education. What are you guys doing that's bringing that together?
Well, what we've done is we've taken the power of the internet, which is this great mass of information, and structured it in such a way that students of all levels will be able to access it quickly and in context, so they can make sense of information on different topics without having to go to search engines and be able to do keyword, Boolean phraseology.
Right.
They can get right to the stuff, and it's selected by scholars, so it's and reviewed, so it's quality information. So we do all this searching and take out the clutter and leave the promise of the net, which is this access, quick and efficient access to great information.
Okay, now it sounds like a good proposition. The problem is there's probably 300 million documents on the web. So how do your guys go out and actually, find stuff that's relevant to what people are teaching in the classrooms right now?
Well, that's an excellent question. Apparently, there's about 800 million documents on the web, so it's just this
it's grown
huge
since I last
mass.
checked.
Oh yeah. So what we have highly trained researchers that are scholars in their subjects that know how to find the information. They've basically gone through the learning curve that students don't want to.
Okay, now they're also looking at curriculums from the classrooms, or is there some way that's linking up?
We don't necessarily tie to the curriculum because they're different in all locations, and there's battles back and forth about it, and that's not what we do. What we do is provide access to the quality, the core information on all the subjects that students of any level, from grade school all the way up to college, the stuff that they're looking for that's important to them. So we're not about curriculum, we're about the knowledge, and the knowledge is neutral, and there's no battles about that.
Okay, now you say your audience is everything from kids to college students, is that correct?
Correct, yeah.
And who do you see as sort of the biggest group that's using these sites right now?
Well, it used to be high school and college emphasis, but now, as you mentioned before, we're seeing a lot more of the schools at all levels are providing access to the internet because it's such a powerful means of teaching and learning.
Okay.
So it's the groups of people is different. And we have second and third graders that are coming online and coming to our Ask an Editor service for a little help, maybe if they don't quite get it. And we have often free websites. They're building websites as part of their school project.
Okay, well that actually brings up my other question, which is what do you do to get people there? I mean, I can see high school, college students, they're a little more motivated. Younger kids, it's sort of like pulling teeth to get them to do their homework. So are there ways you're sort of enticing people to come onto the site and maybe do their homework?
Well, yeah. The knowledge itself is pretty enticing, but the thing that we've done is we've structured the knowledge so that they can access it, but then we provide a number of free services that allows them to leverage the internet to get more out of their study time.
Okay, so you got free websites.
We have free websites.
Right, and these are young kids that are creating these sites?
Young kids all the way up to teachers and graduate students.
So it's a fairly easy tool to create.
We give you everything you need, and it's all free. But then we also offer other free services like a bookmarking service, which they can use that to keep track of specific subject areas. And we have a notebook, an online notebook, where they can keep their own notes. And then we also offer what's called a topical email. So if you have specific interests, then we'll send you an email as we add new information on your subject, which is good for the more advanced students who are progressing through a series of courses in a specific field.
Okay, what about for teachers? Is there things to encourage them to get involved with the site?
Well, they're being encouraged by the demands of their positions and also by the school districts. But then we also have sections specifically devoted to the needs of parents and, as you say, the teachers. We have lesson plans for them and other content areas that apply specifically to their needs and how to leverage the technology and get the most out of it.
Okay, the last big question that really comes up for me, and this goes back to my own days in school, is, you know, you think, wow, the web, well, what a great place to find cheat notes or maybe a term paper or something like that. You guys aren't doing that kind of stuff, are you?
Everything's free. The content's free, but we don't give you. We don't have term papers, any of that. We take out all the friction and the clutter of trying to use the net. We give you right to the information. So, it's placed in context, so you can understand things. You make the connections in the knowledge, which is really the end result of that's what learning is supposed to be, is to be able to tie things together and have an understanding of your topic area.
And I think as a final point, it is interesting to note your site is also good for people who aren't in school. I was looking for some business information and found a good tutorial there as well. So thanks, Brett.
You bet. Thank you.
The beauty of the virtual online classroom is that it can be anywhere, and the student can go anywhere to learn about science or history or geography on site where it's really happening. One terrific example of this is a website called worldtrek.org. Jane has the details.
Eileen, how did you guys get started with the Odyssey program?
Well, basically, Jeff Golden, who's our founder and executive director, he was hiking in Utah one day, and he dreamed of how to use the internet and connect it to the classrooms and allow students from all over the world to learn about the global community.
Now, how do you do that? You've got kids in classrooms, you've got teachers that have set curriculums, and you want to get them out into the world. How do you do that?
Well, via our website, which is www.worldtrek.org, the students and teachers can read online articles that are, what we have are 5 Trek team members who travel the world. They're on a 2-year journey. Basically, they update our site twice a week with information about the various cultures. So they target their experiences looking at issues like traditional history and maybe political issues that are pertinent to that country that they're visiting right now.
So what are some of the countries that they're going to be visiting over the 2-year trek?
Well, the journey began this January, and it started in Mexico and it went through Guatemala to Peru, through to South Africa to Zimbabwe and Mali. This fall, they're heading into Egypt, Turkey, and Iran, and then on to India and China. Yeah.
So you're covering an awfully big territory, and you've got 5 people out there as we speak.
Yeah.
And they're updating twice a week. Now, as a teacher, how do I integrate this into my current curriculum? How are you going to help me do that?
Well, basically, what we have is free online lesson plans and activities for the teachers to use in their school year. So these are free, available online for these teachers, and they're broken up down to the various grade levels. So we have things specific for the K through 6, and then the rest, the 6 through 12.
So you've customized it based on the age and the appropriateness of the questions for the age group.
Right, and they do follow the national educational standards.
Can a teacher who just hears about the trek right now start, even though the journey's already begun, they've already traveled through a number of countries?
Oh yes, definitely. Each country is like basically a separate unit. So like a unit in a classroom, they can start in the current country, or if appropriate, depending on their units, the teachers that's covering can go back in time and actually start in the Latin America unit and use that.
So you can do that whole thing. Right. Now, some of the other things, these guys are out in various countries. They've got computer gear. They're uploading information. What kind of things do we have? We've got stories. Are there photos? Are there interviews? What's going on?
What we do is try to get as much digital content from these 5 Trek team members. Basically, they are traveling with computers. They have digital video cameras, digital cameras that they use. So we can have live images and audio which is fantastic, so that the students can have basically a virtual link into these countries.
So it's a lot of fun. Now, how many kids do you think you've got participating, or how many classrooms do you think
Right
you've
now,
touched?
we have registered over 1,000 teachers nationally, including Canada and the UK and Australia and New Zealand.
So that's quite a number
Yeah.
you've got going. And what are the next steps as you move forward with the Odyssey project? What are some of the other things you'd like to do once this trip wraps up?
Well, we've been thinking of a lot of things. You know, financially, we would love to have multiple teams travel. As it stands, you know, we are definitely financially dependent on our sponsors.
You are a nonprofit organization. So.
Yes, we are. So we look towards our foundation grants and private donations to fund our Trek team members' travels and transportation costs. Yeah.
Sometimes the most important things to learn have nothing to do with English, math, or science, but with the challenges of everyday life. One excellent online site for finding answers to common sense questions is AskJeeves.com. Andrew is talking with the company's CEO, Rob Rubel.
Rob, you're from AskJeeves.com, and it's basically a search site on the web, and you've got a little bit of a different twist to it. I think searching is probably it's the bane of a lot of people's existence, and finding things on the web is really tough among hundreds of millions of documents. What's the spin that you guys have sort of put on the traditional searching?
Well, the key difference is we just let people do what they normally do in the real world, which is instead of asking in Boolean search strings or looking through directories, we let people ask a question in plain English, and then in 2 clicks take them to a good answer to that question on the web.
I mean, this is the promise of the web. If I could actually, speak or say what I'm looking for, and it actually comes back. What you guys are doing is sort of a question and answer matching session, it seems like. Take me through that process, how that works.
Well, the technology is very complex and rich technology that does a couple of things. First, we have a natural language processing engine which understands a question, looks at the words and the grammar and the context in which you're asking the question. And then we do a unique step where we map it against a huge database of millions of questions that have been asked by people before you. And each one of those questions has a selected answer somewhere on the web. And so you're right, we're creating a dialogue based on what we understood your question to be, and then we take you right to an answer.
Okay, so I'm probably going to have to do a few clicks and narrow things down as well to sort of get what I'm looking for. In terms of taking that information and presenting answers to relevant questions, things that are popular right now, what's on the minds of people that are searching on your site?
Well, we always have a continual question about, is the stock market overvalued? So that always always competes for somewhere in the top 20. We naturally have a lot of questions. People are always driven about knowing celebrities, and we have the unique opportunity to know exactly which celebrity is popular when. So we get to see when Spice Girls are really out and when Britney Spears is really in. And so those are the kinds of new things we get to see every day.
Right. Okay, now this show is about lifelong learning. Do you guys find that there's specific answers, specific things you guys gear towards, whether it's young kids or an older adult, looking for information?
Well, what's very powerful about the web is that the web offers all the resources people need for really great lifelong learning, whether it's their careers, developing their hobbies, special interests. And what Jeeves does is really take the simple question, am I interested in a certain career, and really expands your possibilities. So one of the great things that people say about Ask Jeeves is different from search engines, is that when they use it, it actually enlightens them to possibilities they hadn't thought about.
Because there's other questions that are presented that may be close but not exactly similar.
Right.
Well, I think it's also interesting that you guys are sort of building what you're saying is like a knowledge base. And I know you have a corporate business where you actually work with companies to deploy this type of service for them, and then you also do it on your own site. So I'm wondering, is all that information going together in some larger database that continues to grow? Or?
Well, the neat thing about the technology is that we've developed these knowledge bases or these databases, one to serve corporate customers when people come to a company's website like Dell or Toshiba or Compaq, and our own separate knowledge base. But the power of the system is that you can integrate any set of questions and answers at any point, and you can share the intelligence so that you can learn about the questions being asked here and help people answer questions wherever they might be on the web.
Okay, now final question. How far off are we from actually being able to talk to my computer and ask that question in real language without typing and get an answer?
I would say we'll see really powerful implementations that will be for high-end computers and certain types of offerings in 6 to 9 months, and then you'll begin to see mass market applications in 18 months.
Okay. And is that something you guys are going to offer?
We're very excited. I mean, Ask Jeeves is set up basically to do just that kind of service. Ask us a question, Jeeves will come back with a set of questions he knows the answers to, and then get you right to the answer.
Any idea who will be the actor's voice that you'll get to put on that site?
Oh, that's a tough question. We're going to have to hold that one off for...
I'm going to audition, only if I can get royalties. All right. Thank you, Rob.
Thanks.
Some education websites were created just for the net, but there are, of course, thousands of existing educational institutions that would like to put their curriculum on the web. There is a company that helps you do that. Jane is with the Executive Vice President of Convene.com, one of their university clients.
Now, we're talking about distance learning, specifically web-based online courses, training, education. Steve, now you represent San Jose State University. You've got a distance learning group. Can you sort of help me understand, what do you think the core differences are? Compare and contrast a classroom environment to an online web-based class that a student might want to take.
I think online education provides an opportunity to be very interactive. It also creates really a learning community, something different than what we do in the traditional classroom. In the traditional classroom, a faculty member may get up and just do a lecture and occasionally ask a question. When you get in the online environment, you're really creating a community of learners where people are beginning to they interact with each other, they interact with the faculty member, they're interacting with content, they're interacting with a lot of media.
So there's a lot of things going on.
Right, there's an incredible amount of things going on. You can make it very exciting, and you can also achieve really the intended outcomes that you wanted to achieve. A faculty member can achieve the outcomes that they really want to achieve.
So you'd say that the outcome, sort of the results of a classroom versus an online course would be the same, and you're actually saying this is more interactive, which is a surprise to me, because I would think that it would be a little bit more dull. I'd be sitting in front of a computer screen instead of being in a classroom. Now, Terry, you represent Convene, and I know that you've been working with San Jose State. You developed some core technologies that help San Jose State get online with their courses. What is it that you're doing differently that makes it interactive? How does this all happen?
Well, a lot of people think about online education as being one-way technology, sitting in front of a computer and interacting with your computer, when in fact what online technology does very well is it brings people together and helps people to interact with each other. And so our core technology, what it does very well is it gets people talking many to many rather than one-to-one as in email. And so when you set up an online classroom, you have many people talking to many other people in much the same way you would in a small seminar or discussion-oriented course. The difference and the reason why it's much more interactive is because everybody gets an opportunity to participate, as opposed to the faculty member deciding who they're going to call on. Everyone in that online classroom can speak up and in fact must speak up, usually as part of their grade. And so it makes for a much more interactive environment.
So in a sense, it's actually, you'd think it would be more demanding than a classroom environment for the student?
It could be more demanding, but I think it's more exciting because of the opportunities to interact. As Terry's talking about, she's talking about a synergy that's created among the students. So the roles change in the online environment, and the faculty member really becomes a facilitator, and the students are the ones who are generating this knowledge, and it becomes very exciting.
So that leads me to another question. San Jose is using this technology and is doing distance learning, web-based learning. There's a lot of other universities across the country and across the globe that are starting to use this technology as well. How do I, as a student, then select a class or select a school? Because now I'm no longer limited by the physical limitations that I might have had in the past. How do I make decisions?
That's a wonderful question, because actually what's going on now in the national environment is that borders are expanding. So no longer do you have to live next to the school. So in fact, your college or university locally may not have a program that you need, and yet maybe there's a program offered across the country at another institution.
So it's availability.
So today you have to do a lot of research. There really is no source that you can go to find out about the quality of these programs. You have to do your research. You have to find out what are the kinds of students enrolling, what are the admission requirements, what are the faculty like, are they accredited, and are students, what is the retention like in those programs, are students completing those programs? So, it does require that students take some time and look into those things before they enroll.
Can students get actually a degree? Can they get a full degree just living in an online world?
I think a lot of universities have online degrees. We just have a master's degree in occupational therapy that students from all over the country are really enrolled in this right now. It's really kind of exciting because we think it's the first master's degree in occupational therapy online. It's exciting.
So it is possible to sit in your office at home and get a new degree.
I think I heard recently that something like 16 colleges and universities now offer complete degree programs, and I know many, many more are in the planning stages of doing that.
So it's definitely a new way for people to think about either getting another degree or starting their first. Thanks so much, guys.
The internet has been a godsend for senior citizens who have the time and the interest in continuing their education. It may be a pain for them to trek over to the local community college at night, but it's easy for them to log on to seniornet.com. Our producer, Sarah O'Brien, is talking with Ann Rickson, Executive Director for SeniorNet.
We get a lot of letters from viewers who tell us they're retired, but they don't have a computer, and they just watch the show because they're interested in computers. If they're ready to take the next step and go out and try a computer, what can SeniorNet do to help them?
Well, for one thing, SeniorNet has centers all over the country, so they can call SeniorNet and we'll tell them where the nearest SeniorNet center is. If they don't have a SeniorNet center near them, I encourage them to go to their community colleges, adult education, and just stay in the class. Even if you're lost, just stay there. You'll catch on.
Now, once they get on, they go to SeniorNet. What are they going to find there?
Well, probably the most welcoming and friendly community on the web. If you're a new person there, you'll get a welcome message. Go to the welcome chat room. Some people ask you, do you have any questions? You can ask all your questions. So if you're a little lost, that's what you'll find. And there's 400 discussions. So anything you want to talk about is there.
And any time of day?
24 hours a day. And people are there. When we're going to sleep here, the people from Australia are coming on. So there's always people there.
And besides the roundtables and chats and things like that, you have things like learning about investment scams.
We have a whole area devoted to that. So if you get something that seems questionable, a weird email, about some investment or health thing, you just post it there and say, hey, does anybody know about this? And somebody's bound to say, yeah, it's a scam, or no, it's legitimate.
Mm-hmm. And what about the World War II Memorial? That seems like something that would be of interest to people regardless of their age.
Right. That's sponsored by Ameritech, and it is. It's, in fact, some young children posted some questions asking about World War II, and they got thousands of answers back, and we realized, wow, this is really important. So we've set up an entire living memorial for World War II to talk about their experiences and also to let young people talk with older adults about what it was like to be in World War II.
Mm-hmm. Another example of that was a headline that I remember reading talking about Rochester, Minnesota seniors who are chatting with students in Brazil.
That's true. They're pen pals with students in Brazil, and the Brazilian students are using English to communicate with the older adults. And it's been a really wonderful experience for everybody involved.
Now, why is it that people in Brazil, kids in Brazil, want to talk to these seniors in Minnesota?
Well, I think, for one thing, in other cultures, elders are revered, unlike in our culture. And they're really interested in the U.S., so they think that this would be a good way to learn about it, people who have lived in the U.S. for years and years and years.
Now, what about love stories?
Oh, my gosh. Well, SeniorNet has had more than 25 marriages. Lots of people have met on SeniorNet and gotten married. One of our most famous are Dick and Marge, who are in their 70s. They were both Marge was a widow, Dick was a widower, and they met on SeniorNet, and 6 months later they eloped. And but when they told their children were all very happy about it, and they're both still very involved in SeniorNet, and there are many, many other couples who have met and gotten married on SeniorNet.
Now you talked about online and offline meetings.
Yes, we have, there's lots of things you can do online, but we also post about offline meetings, which we call dashes. And people all over the country meet places and meet each other friends they've made online. They get to meet them offline at these dashes. And in fact, that's what Dick and Marge did. First they met online, and then they went to a dash. We don't encourage people to meet, not in a group. You need to be careful and be safe about things.
Well, SeniorNet sounds like a good place to go to meet people of similar interest and to find out things that are of interest to the senior community.
Yeah, it really is.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Well, that's it for this week's visit to the Net Cafe. Thanks as always to the folks at Club I in San Francisco for letting us hang out there. And thank you for joining us. Hope we'll see you back here next week. Net Cafe is made possible in part by PC to PC, the online computer migration service from PC First, moving files, applications, and preferences from your old computer to your new one. Additional support is provided by Upside Events, presenting the Digital Lifestyle Revolution Conference, where people and technology intersect.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
This week on the Computer Chronicles, cyber privacy. We'll show you how to surf the web anonymously with the Lucent Personal Web Assistant. You'll see what can happen to all that information websites gather about your personal behavior. We'll introduce you to PGP, a simple way to encrypt your email so that only the intended recipient can read it. And we'll tell you about the Anonymizer that lets you host a website or join a news group or chat room in anonymity. We'll visit a private detective to see how he uses the internet to track down people for his clients. And finally, the Firefly Passport, a way to create a unique and personalized online identity while still preserving your privacy. Plus, my pick of the week, the ultimate sports simulation for golfers. It's all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro1 software, educational software for young adults, and by Z Auction, the live online shopping experience. Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. And by Windows Magazine, delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world. Because the world runs on Windows.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. Well, there once was this famous New Yorker cartoon which showed a dog at a computer terminal, and the caption read, "On the internet, they don't know you're a dog." Well, times have changed. Nowadays on the net, they don't only know you're a dog, they know your breed, the kind of food you like, the location of your favorite tree, and where you've hidden that bone. What started out as an environment of anonymity has become an environment with dangerous opportunities for the invasion of your privacy. Today we're going to show you ways you can protect your privacy both online and on your hard drive. One of the most dangerous net environments is the web, where you can unknowingly leave a trail identifying just who you are. But there are ways to surf the web and preserve your privacy. One solution is the personalized web assistant from Lucent Technology. Elan, this is the thing you developed. And what is the basic idea behind the web assistant?
We really developed a tool that allows you to be smart when you go on the web. It assists you when you go window shopping, when you establish relationships with certain websites, and you use various email-based services.
Assist you how?
Let me show you. Here we have, for instance, one of those sites, which is my Yahoo. And this site
normally wants a lot of personal information.
Exactly. So let's say I never used that site before, and I go there. And it's a little bit like my favorite coffee place. I go there in the morning, and after a while, the people know me, and they know what I want, and they give me what I want.
But they may not know your home address.
Exactly. That's exactly the point. So here, see, for instance, they ask me to choose a login name. Right. Now, if I use our assistant, all I have to do is to type in /.
So you don't have to actually put in your name and your all that stuff.
You have /p here for your password, /p, and then for email address, that's important just to type in /@. It's a little bit like a post office
put it in
box.
this coded sort of proxy information.
Right, and that's it, and that's much faster, and you don't have to remember anything. So let's go back now.
Yeah, now how does all this work? How does it know to accept that information?
Well, our proxy takes these cues that we give it, and then it produces something that looks like you would have put in. So the site is really not aware that there's this intermediary.
All right, so inside, ahead of time, I've gone to your web assistant and said, here's who I really am, and this is the code I use when people ask who I am.
So now, let's say I come back here. Again, I don't have to remember anything what I did when I registered. I just can give these cues. I can log in. And after a while, when you come back, we'll see. What we will see really is a site where it gives the information that I told earlier on, that site I'm interested in. So I don't have to wait so a lot of information I'm not interested in here.
So I once enter my real information into your proxy situation, and then that gets translated anywhere else I might go on the web.
So you see here, I get my own portfolio, my own news I'm interested in. It's like my coffee shop owner.
So it recognizes you, but it doesn't know who you are.
Exactly.
That's exactly. Now, what about an email application of this, Elan?
Right. It also helps you with junk email. In the sense, let me bring up a typical junk email that you and I get.
So you get a lot of spam junk.
Yeah. And everything looks just the way I used to, but now we see this red line here, and that's the one our assistant put in. And that's the address that our assistant computed for me at a certain site. And then let's say that site was a black sheep and sold it to spammers, and I'm getting the spam. So now all I have to do really is have to cut and paste this address, put in my email filter, and I never hear from that guy again who he's here, this pretender.
So your web assistant automatically told me where that spam mail came from and allows me to put it in my filter and say, block that guy out in the
that's
future.
Exactly right, and I never hear from that guy again. It's much more efficient than all the other spam
now, what is Web Assistant? Is this a product I buy from you guys? Is it a website?
At
How
this
do I
point,
use this?
it's a technology demonstration. It sits on a proxy server at Bell Labs. I just have to tell my browser to be smart and to connect.
But I could get up there and use it right now.
Right now for free, and you can enjoy it and tell us how you feel about it.
Elan, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, well, one of the privacy problems on the web is that once you've given information to a vendor or to any website proprietor, you're never quite sure what's going to happen to that information. It can be sold, even stolen. Here's the scary story of what happened to the customer database at one website.
Laura Rule has one of the world's shortest commutes. She walks a few feet into her bedroom, opens a desk disguised as a dresser, and goes to work. Laura sells collector's items over the internet using a person-to-person auction service called eBay. Her one-woman business manages to generate about $2,000 a month, and she rarely worries about security.
I have had fantastic luck. I've had no problems. There was just recently a particular person buying jewelry that turned out that was paying with items with checks on a closed account. But I was informed beforehand by other eBay sellers. So I did not ship out the item, and she never sent me the check because she was found out.
eBay relies on the honesty of its vendors and buyers, expecting both parties to be self-reliant and responsible.
I really believe that most people are honest and trustworthy. When I talk to people from New York City, for example, and they kind of laugh at me when I say that, I ask them, well, gee, how many dishonest people do you know? Everything we've done at eBay has been to encourage people to communicate with one another, because I believe that once you get to know somebody, all the issues of trust and so forth will be dealt with the way we've dealt with it throughout history.
eBay encourages self-policing through a system of feedback on each vendor. Buyers and sellers provide compliments and criticisms, sometimes by the hundreds. But eBay was itself the victim of a security breach in late 1997, when a competitor invaded the company's mailing list and sent unsolicited email to their customers. eBay found itself in an awkward position.
What we're doing now is working on ways to, from both the legal point of view and the technological point of view, to help protect our members' privacy. It's been a difficult issue for us because eBay is based on helping people communicate with one another, and so any barriers you put in place to that by hiding identities makes it really, really difficult. So we've been approaching that very carefully.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
So let's say you've solved the problem of anonymity as you go surfing the web. What about your email? Can you assume all that email floating around in cyberspace is secure? No, you can't. So you may be interested in encrypting your email to protect your privacy. One solution to that problem is something called PGP, which stands for Pretty Good Privacy, which is your product, Elena. How does PGP work, basically?
What PGP does is it works off a concept of public-private key technology. I have a private key that only I have. It's what unlocks the encrypted email or file. And I give everyone a public key. So a lot of different people can access my public key and send me an encrypted email message. Once I get it, because I'm the only one with the public-private key, I can decrypt it.
All right, so you've given everybody a public key. They know how to get into your email, but you can put your particular encryption code in there. All right, show us how you do that then. If you want to send out a piece of email and keep it private, what do you do?
Okay, so let's say I want to send an email message to my tax accountant. I obviously don't want anyone to read my financial information. So I type up the email message.
So that's the email as we started.
Right. And now all I do is a simple click of the mouse. I click once if I want to encrypt the message. And what this does is it transfers it, it garbles it so that only the people I send it to can read it.
Okay.
And then it's one simple mouse click to digitally sign it. That's what proves it came from...
Now, digitally sign it means what?
Two things. One of which is it proves that it came from me and not from someone else. And second...
How does it do that?
It's through a hash function. It's a mathematical function that's computed, and that proves that it came from me. It's actually done off my private key.
Okay, so another form of encryption really with regard to the signature.
Right.
All right, so let's encrypt this message so nobody else can read it.
Okay, I'll send it off. Okay, now I need to type in my passphrase, and that's what protects my private key.
Okay. So you only know this one.
Right. And off the message goes.
And now there's a bunch of garbage.
Right.
So if I received that or tried to steal your email, I would see garbage.
Exactly.
But if I had the public key, what?
Here's what you do. You open up your email message, and now all you do is type in your private key to decrypt the message that was sent to you by encrypting with your public key.
Okay.
So once again, I just do one simple mouse click, type in my passphrase, and the message is both decrypted, so now you, my tax accountant, could read it.
Right.
And this green button over here shows that it's valid. It actually came from me, Helena Winkler, and it shows the date.
All right, so at both ends, we each need PGP software to encrypt it at your end, to decrypt it at my end when I want to read this thing.
Right.
All right, that's the email application. There's a similar security issue with stuff that may be sitting on my hard drive, right?
Exactly. Whether it's on your hard drive, whether it's on a floppy or any other removable storage device. What you can do with PGP is take either a folder or any of the files within it
and do the same kind of
exact
encryption.
same thing. So, for example, I can just simply select a file. Maybe it's a business document that I'm working on, and I can choose PGP right over here. through the drop-down list, encrypt it, sign it, or encrypt and sign it. The other thing I can do is something called secure wipe.
Which is what?
This is different than when you throw something in a trash can. We all know there's utilities that you can then remove it from your trash can.
This really
This
gets rid of
writes
something.
over it, so it's not possible for anyone to ever read that document once you've done that.
All right, so it's not just encryption for email, but you can encrypt, encode, and keep safe any kind of information that's on your computer.
Right, or accessible from your computer, again,
Right.
a removable storage device.
All right, briefly, there's one fringe benefit, and that is you're actually compressing the stuff at the same time, aren't you?
Exactly. So if you have a large file, especially if it's audio or a picture or a PowerPoint presentation, this compresses it first, making it much smaller, and then encrypts it and sends it off.
All right, so both of us go out and buy PGP, which we can do from a store or a website.
Right. CompUSA or a website, www.pgp.com.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, the problem of privacy on the net is not limited to emailers, online shopping customers, or technology consumers. You may want to run a website, join a news group, go to a chat room, and still remain anonymous for a variety of legitimate reasons. To do that, you need another kind of privacy tool, and that is the anonymizer. And tell us how that works, Lance.
Well, the anonymizer is really a whole suite of privacy services. It allows you to surf the web anonymously. It allows you to send anonymous email. And we also allow people to participate in chat groups and even to host websites anonymously.
All right, now let's go that, because that's interesting, hosting website. I put up a website, but I don't want people to know I've done it, or I post stuff to a news group and I don't want people to know I've done it. Why?
Well, often it's because you're discussing things that you don't want, say, your employer or your family to know about. People in news groups are often using this for support. Maybe they were abused, they have an alcohol problem. Websites that people are hosting, typically they're worried about repercussions. We host, for instance, a site which contains information about organized crime. The people have set up a database, and they're really worried about repercussions from this.
Now, you have a good example. You actually did a Deja News search, and people don't know it, but they could find out an awful lot about what you said in news groups, what people said about you, right?
Right. These archives, they're very useful for research, but they also scoop up a whole lot of information you might not expect.
What is this here?
Here, actually, I searched the web, and because a lot of mailing lists are archived onto websites, and so I just put in my own name into Alta Vista, and it came back with almost 700 responses.
So I could find out an awful lot about you, and you might not even be aware of the fact that I can do all this.
Right, and often when one's posting to the web or posting to a news group, you're doing so in a casual manner. You'd often say things which you'd say to a friend, but you really wouldn't
You don't realize it's being recorded and is retrievable by a stranger at some later point.
Right, really for all eternity. This is
Got it. All right, so how do I use Anonymizer to solve that problem?
Well, with Anonymizer, you can surf the web by going to the Anonymizer. And
so this is just a website. I go to your website.
Right, and if you want to surf the web anonymously, we have a free account, or you can put in your username.
And this will mask my identity as I'm running around.
That's right. It'll completely hide your email address. It'll hide stop cookies. It hides your IP.
It will stop cookies.
It absolutely stops cookies.
And when I jump from link to link, it will still preserve my anonymity?
That's right. It rewrites the pages on the fly. It puts this little control bar at the top of the screen, which shows, which gives you access to the functions of the anonymizer. And it also turns off Java and JavaScript, which can be used to extract information.
Explain that. How does Java use to extract information?
Well, Java is a general-purpose programming language. It has access and can interface with your browser, and your browser may contain your email address.
Right. People don't realize that it can actually go inside and pull stuff out of your
That's right, and have it sent back to the server.
All right, so say I'm on the EFF website here now, and I'm in anonymous mode.
Yep.
And I keep on moving around, and that anonymity will follow me as I go?
That's right. Each one of the links is rewritten so that it points back through the anonymizer. If you want to be anonymous all the time, you can set it up as your proxy. But often you may want to switch between
So I can
anonymous
go in and out of anonymity.
very easily.
Now, you guys at the anonymizer, do you have all my information?
No, we don't see any reason why we should have your information any more than anyone else should. So in fact, for many of our customers, we don't know who they are. We've never known who they are.
So I really am anonymous throughout, and I've got to trust you guys.
That's right, because
there's always a possibility with any of these services that
Somebody's going to pay you money to get
someone
my
could pay
stuff.
me off, or a hacker can break in.
Right.
There's a lot of examples of ISPs which have had their databases raided. We don't have those databases.
Okay, the anonymizer, and it's up on your website.
That's right.
Thank you, Lance.
Thank you.
All right, well, if you're a private investigator, the internet is such fun. Look at all the new ways you can now snoop on a potential womanizer, a child support deadbeat, a tax cheat. We wanted to find out just how real the threat of cyber privacy invasions are, so we visited a private investigator to see if and how he uses the internet to do his work.
Somewhere inside this nondescript building in Oakland, California, is the office of Patrick McKee, private investigator. McKee specializes in covert video surveillance. His tiny CCD cameras will fit easily inside radios, clocks, VCRs, and stuffed toys. But this detective and his associates start many of their investigations not by snooping around dark alleys, but with information obtained online, including discussion groups.
And it's really amazing and powerful to be working on a case and maybe you get stumped and you just don't know what to do next. You've tried everything you know and throw that out and get 20 or 50 responses from other people, all with, you know, maybe similar or very different ideas on what to do.
McKee still keeps his little black book of contact names, but he prefers to get his data through information brokers. And sometimes brokers are not very picky about their buyers.
There are information brokers out there that will give you almost any information that you want and take your credit card right then and not require that any background check or you know, verify that you have a legitimate need for this information.
McKee points out that much of the free online information is out of date and unlikely to be useful. In any case, brokered information is only the beginning of an investigation.
Let's say that I find out that through, you know, information means that that this is the person's residence. Well, you know, maybe I don't know where they what they do for a living and all that stuff. Well, I'm not. I mean, I might go up and knock on their door and do a pretext that way, but I may also go to their neighbors, or if I follow that same individual to a bar, you know, try to talk to the bartender or maybe one of his co-workers or something like that.
Email and databases may look dull compared to the cloak and dagger image of private eyes, but even today there are times when a detective is still a detective.
The other night I had a surveillance in San Francisco in the pouring down rain, you know, and here I am, and I thought it was pretty darn funny when I had a moment to take a breath and you know, step outside of what I was working on.
For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Sarah O'Brien.
There is a fundamental dilemma on the internet. In some ways, you want content providers to know who you are. You may want them to push down information that's relevant just to you. You may not want them to waste your time and your hard drive space sending you stuff you're not interested in. Well, the good news is you can have a personalized identity on the net and still preserve your privacy. And I guess, Saul, that's the idea behind the Firefly Passport?
Absolutely. The Firefly Passport is designed so as an individual I can have a personalized experience wherever I go on the internet, but still be in control of who sees my information and what they do with it.
So control is the issue, I guess, because without something like Passport, somebody just shoves a cookie on my hard drive, I don't know what they're doing, and they're now grabbing information about me and I don't know what they're doing.
Absolutely. The Passport is a completely open system which allows me to see what's going on. Currently, websites dump, as you say, cookies onto my hard drive. I don't know what the cookie means. I don't know what people are doing with it. The Passport opens this up and puts me in control.
All right, so show me how it puts me in control. What can I do now when I use Passport to manage this information?
The Passport allows you to keep all of your personal information on your hard drive and allows you to control.
Control it how?
Control it in the way that you can say, I want to be asked every time someone wants to know my zip code. I want to know when someone asks for what industry I work in. I want to know when someone wants my home address.
All right, so along all these little bits of personal information, I can say just always give it if they want it, never give it, or give me the choice each time.
Absolutely. You can set permissions against every attribute of your profile information, which says, this is okay with me, this is not okay with me ever, and this is something I want to be asked for.
All right, so I filled out my passport profile. Now what happens when I go to a site that now wants all that information?
Sure. I mean, let's go to a website, for example, a site that wants to offer me music information. I'm going to a site, in this case, called Launch.
All right, which typically wants to know what kind of music I like, what kind of groups I like, because it wants to sell me concert tickets or CDs.
Exactly, and what it's doing here is it's asking me for certain types of information, and very importantly, it's telling me what it's going to do with that information.
But it's playing by your rules.
It's playing by the rules that were set up by a standard that Firefly co-authored with Netscape and Microsoft, which put into place on a global basis the ways by which businesses request information.
So vendors can agree, we'll abide by these standards to let people know what we're asking for and give them the option to give it or not.
So when I want to go onto this site, I see that they're telling me what they're going to do with my information, and I can agree to that. I can go through to the concerts area, and then I get personalized information. Now, what's very important here is the ability for me to actually review what has gone on. I visit all these different websites on given days, and what the passport allows me to do is actually to view the transactions that have occurred.
These are the websites I went to and what information they pulled down from me.
Very much like, you know, a credit card statement or a phone bill. So, for example, I may have gone to the IBM website. They say, I want your occupation so I can give you product information. This is what it allows you to do.
Okay, so I'm not keeping the information back from these guys, but at least I know what's happening, you're saying.
I know what's happening. I know what they're going to do with it. And because they're operating within a standard, there's something I can do about it if they do something wrong.
But this does depend on voluntary agreement, right? This website, my launch, had to agree to use your Firefly standard. Some guys may not want to do that because they may want to just suck out all that information.
Absolutely, and we're very aware that, you know, there are certain types of businesses that value the trust that they build up with individuals and other businesses who may not want to do that.
So you hope long-term more guys are going to go your way.
Well, what's encouraging for us was OPS was adopted by hundreds of companies, has been in front of the FTC, and this is really on the cutting edge of protecting people's information
And I can
online.
get Passport just by downloading it from your website.
You can go to our website, and from next year, the Passport will be available through both browsers and through hardware as well.
All right, thank you very much, Saul.
Thank you.
All right, that's our look at privacy in cyberspace. I'll be back in just a moment with my pick of the week. Now for my pick of the week. If you're a golfer or a would-be golfer, you've no doubt tried one or several of the many golf software programs that are out there. Some of them are pretty good, and over the years the scenery has gotten better, the redraws have gotten faster, they've added sound and digitized the golfers, but most of these golf programs are weak in the user interface. They all use this awkward triple-click system for swinging and hitting the ball. It doesn't come anywhere near the real physical experience of swinging a golf club. But now Front Page Sports has come out with a new golf game that revolutionizes computer golf. In this game, you really do need good eye-hand coordination to play well because you use the mouse just like the head of a golf club with a new game innovation called True Swing. In Front Page Sports Golf, you physically have to pull the mouse back and push it forward, and the flight of the golf ball depends on how you swing the mouse. That is how straight you move it, how fast you move it. This really makes computer golf a much better game and vastly improves the realism of the putting game. With True Swing, you can even intentionally add a hook or a slice or change the angle of the ball's flight to avoid hitting an obstacle. Front Page Sports Golf also gives you full control of where you stand, how you stand, which way you face, and for the first time ever, the golfer is a full 3D object who follows the laws of physics. The game also comes with an excellent on-screen tutorial so you can practice your new mouse skills before taking on an opponent. The game comes standard with the beautiful Prince Golf Course on the island of Kauai in Hawaii. Plus, you can add other courses. It is by far the most realistic golf simulation I have ever played. It is at last a physical computer golf game. It's distributed by Sierra Online. This one will be hard to put down. That's it for this edition of Computer Chronicles. We'll be back here again next week with more of the latest in hardware, software, and internet technology. If you'd like more information about anything you saw on today's show, please check out our website at cmptv.com. That's it for this week's Chronicles. I hope we'll see you here next time.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro1 software, educational software for young adults, and by Z Auction, the live online shopping experience. Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with PC and Mac products, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. And by Windows Magazine, delivering desktop, enterprise, and internet computing news, reviews, features, and how-tos for a Windows world, because the world runs on Windows. To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Next week on the Computer Chronicles, putting your business online. We'll show you an online consulting service that will help you get going and some web design software that anybody can figure out how to use. Plus a look at one small business that went from 0 to 40% of its sales online. We'll show you the website garage where you can service your business website, and we'll take you to the world's largest video store, a website called Real.com. Also a look at web speed software to help you manage your online business, plus my pick of the week, an incredible new cellular modem. It's all coming up next week on the Computer Chronicles. This week on the Computer Chronicles, the best of Comdex. It's one of the biggest computer trade shows in the world. More than 200,000 attendees, more than 1 million square feet of exhibit space, over 2,000 exhibitors, more than 10,000 new product introductions. Today we'll show you the best and the coolest from Fall Comdex, all coming up next on the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro1 software, educational software for young adults. Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with over 10,000 PC and Mac products. Award-winning service, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. www.pcconnection.com.
Hi, and welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee. What was hot at Comdex? Well, the net, PC-TV convergence, Windows CE, and digital photography. In the area of convergence, one of the coolest things I saw at Comdex was the all-in-wonder board from ATI Technologies. And David, that's your baby. It's not too often we get excited about a board, but this board with the software really does things I've never seen that you could do on your TV and on your PC before. So tell us what some of the features are of the all-in-wonder board.
Well, the all-in-wonder is a combination board that has 2D graphics, 3D graphics, an intelligent TV tuner and software, as well as TV out, so you can actually watch on your television what you see on your monitor. But it's got more as well. I think the software is what we're probably interested in.
Yeah, we've seen boards that let you watch TV tuner cards on your PC, but this really lets you do stuff that I've never seen before. Show us some of the features here, David.
Yeah, the idea is to use your television instead of just watching it. We do it a couple of different ways. For example, when you talk about channel surfing, we can do channel surfing quite easily here just by these thumbnails.
You can actually watch 9 thumbnails of different channels at the same time.
With a twist. I can actually just check out what's going on with the action. Each time I click on a channel, I get full video and sound. Again, what's going on here, full video and sound. What kind of program is this one? Get the idea. And all you have to do is double click to bring up the one you like.
And then you get full frame?
Yes, absolutely.
You can actually turn this video into wallpaper underneath.
Absolutely. Just by minimizing it, it can come up as video wallpaper. Here we have an old 50s television.
Some old sports clips we're looking at there. All right, now show me what you call, I think, the Baywatch feature.
Oh, the Baywatch feature, that's zoom. Here we can just kind of zoom in on the action at any time, at any place, and you just kind of decide what you want to see. So if I want to see this scene right here,
you can't do with your own TV.
You certainly can.
All right, now the coolest thing on here is what you do with closed captioning. So first of all, explain the closed captioning feature, and then the ability to search those captions.
Well, the closed captioning is here for you on screen or even in a separate window, and the whole idea is to be able to read what's going on TV if you don't like listening to it or if you don't want to turn it up. But also we even let the computer watch TV for you by reading the closed captioning in the background.
Right, that's what I think is the cool feature here. What you can do now is actually search a TV program in the same way we're used to searching a newspaper or a magazine by words, by keywords that were uttered in the program, right?
Absolutely.
Show me how you do that.
Here we've got a Boolean search engine that reads that closed captioning text at all times, but all you do is simply put in some keywords like ATI and stock price, or here we've got healthcare within 15 characters of legislation, or taxes always, of course.
So if it catches those keywords in the script of a television program, it then does what for me?
What it does is if it sees those the hot words, it automatically brings up the application and begins capturing that closed captioning transcript to a text file.
So it can automatically start saving the transcript of that show onto my hard drive, the whole program, so that I really then can come back and watch a show that was important to me, even though I didn't know it at the time, right? Because the TV was being watched by the PC.
Yes, and if you want, you can always schedule the program as well. For example, here, if you want to watch 60 Minutes or you're not going to be available on Sunday evenings, just simply schedule 60 Minutes for Sunday at the right station and have it capture the entire transcript.
So it really gives you VCR kind of functions here, too. It's very cool, the all-in-wonder board. Thanks, David. All right, one of the biggest stories at Comdex was the introduction of Windows CE and the plethora of new palm-top computing devices.
Some of the biggest news at this year's Comdex was packaged in some of the smallest products. The handheld or palm-top computer took center stage over at Microsoft thanks to a new, slimmer version of Windows. Big and small players alike unveiled their own variations on the featherweight portables, from Casio to Compaq to NEC to LG. You had to look closely to find the differences between one vendor and another, but they all offered one thing in common: an operating system called Windows CE. Casio's Cassiopeia was a typical offering with backlit touchscreen, PC card slot, and a 20-hour battery life. The ROM-based Windows applications are condensed or pocket versions of the desktop programs, including Word, Excel, and Explorer.
One of the things that's interesting about this particular new platform is there's a lot of people within MIS organizations who can't qualify for a notebook. They either don't travel a great deal or the cost is too prohibitive. At $500-600, this allows them to have an extension of the desktop. This is what you call a mobile data device. And because I could have an Ethernet card, I could have a PC card with a modem on it, it means that I could go off to roam the campus, or I could go to another site and still have my desktop data with me if I want to.
The new handheld PCs are short on peripherals but long on connectivity. Most offer infrared ports for synchronizing data with desktop machines and optional modems.
What it'll do when they're doing the synchronization is they'll check for a partnership. Your unit actually forms a partnership with the PC.
While some portables were getting smaller, others were sprouting new keyboards and cases. Apple unveiled the Newton eMate 300, designed for the classroom. The eMate will be available early this year for about $600, but only in packs of 6 or 12 units. The shock-resistant Newton is compatible with both Macintosh and Windows and is small enough to fit in a backpack. Power users had some eye-opening sights to admire this year, as the 11-inch LCD gave way to larger and brighter screens for both the desktop and portable markets. Scepter Technologies announced notebook machines with 13-inch displays and desktop screens up to 15 inches diagonally. Prices start at around $2,000. Finally, Mitsubishi unveiled a welcome contribution to notebook weight reduction called the Flopico. The micro miniature floppy drive fits inside a PC card, stores 1.4 megabytes of data, and weighs less than 2 ounces. The $150 Flopico will be available in the spring. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
When we talk about convergence, we tend to think of the PC and the TV coming together, but there's another kind of convergence going on today. That is the merger of the internet and the desktop. One of the best examples at Comdex was the brand new Office 97 from Microsoft. You guys won 2 awards from Best New Application, Best of Show, which is really an honor for an upgrade in a way, but I know you've got a lot of new things in there you're going to tell me. So let's focus on the new stuff in Office 97. And one of those is, I guess you call it a new application called Outlook?
That's right. We have Microsoft Outlook, which is a new program in Office 97.
And what does it do?
It's essentially a desktop information manager. It takes all of your personal information, including your email, your calendaring, your contact information, tasks, etc., and puts them all into one central place.
So it's a kind of information manager put on top of Office?
Exactly. It works with all of the information that you would use in Office. Well, there's a lot of powerful things in it. For example, here in the inbox facility, I have the auto preview tool, which lets me see the first 3 lines of all of my unread messages before opening them, so I can figure out which ones I want to read in completion and which ones I could ignore. In addition, Office 97 or Outlook has the new journal tool. And journal is a pretty new concept. It's recording all the work that I'm doing with my computer, and that includes communication tasks like email, as well as work I do with Office files. So let's say I worked on a Word document on my machine and I lost it.
So it's that thing I was working on yesterday morning. What was that?
Exactly. Where is it? What was it? I can go ahead and use the journal to find that document and find out exactly how long I was working on it.
So besides Outlook, you've actually added some new features and capabilities to the traditional Office applications like Word, et cetera. What are they?
Absolutely. There's a couple things that are in all the Office programs. One of them, for example, is the Office Assistant, which is a new user interface tool. It's one centralized place for all of the information that the computer has for you. And so that includes all of the online help for the 97 programs. And in addition, it actually watches the way you work and comes up with suggestions that are context sensitive. So if I go ahead and type Dear John, if I actually type Dear John, it'll go ahead and realize that I'm typing a letter, and it'll come up with suggestions on how to improve
I can turn that guy off if I don't want him.
Absolutely, you can turn it off completely. There's no noise. Well, it actually makes small noises, but it's not full conversation.
All right, show me tables is a big improvement, and the artwork you can do is a big improvement.
Absolutely. In Word 97, creating tables couldn't be easier. I'll go ahead and show you how now in Word to create a table, you literally just go ahead and draw it. Go ahead and get rid of the system here for a second and show you how to draw a table now. I just create the columns and create the rows.
That's a lot simpler.
And go ahead and do this. Yeah, I can go ahead and take this eraser tool, get rid of any of the lines I want to, and then I can go ahead and even if I want to type in some text and realign it, doing stuff like this has actually been very difficult in Word and other word processors normally.
All right, show me Office Art real quickly.
And well, there's this Office Art tool. I'll bring up the drawing toolbar. Office Art is a shared drawing program. It's in all of the Office programs, and it gives you the ability to create high-end graphics without having to go buy a separate graphics package. So I can go ahead and draw a shape, add some 3D to it, even go ahead and maybe do some more dramatic things like change the way that the light source shines against it, as well as tilt it so that you can see it looks exactly the way I like.
Last point, Dave, the key thing, you've added web capability, web interface, really HTML document creation inside Word. Just show us a little bit of that.
Well, Office 97 takes advantage of all the good ideas that have come from the web and builds them into the software. So for example, you see here it says click here for more information. All Office 97 files can include hyperlinks now, which can take me to a URL.
So a Word document can have a hyperlink to a website?
It can, or it include, in this instance, I have a URL that takes, or excuse me, a link that takes me to an Excel spreadsheet. And if I use that, then I can go ahead and bring up the web toolbar, which is available in all the Office programs, and I can use it to get from within my software to my search page, my start page, or even go backwards and forwards through Office files.
Office 97, very cool. Thanks, Dave.
Thank you.
All right, well, while Microsoft is busy adding net capability to its Office products, Netscape is busily adding desktop management power to its Internet products. The result, 2 new products from Netscape, codenamed Constellation and Communicator. And Alex, I guess Communicator is the big package, and Constellation is one of the new features inside there. So let's focus on that. What exactly is it?
Well, Constellation is designed to help take the information that you use from the network and the information that you use from your desktop, make it portable so that you can get at it everywhere, and make it easier to use.
Well, show me what you mean.
What we've got here is called the home port, and this is kind of your workspace. So you might come in the morning with your coffee and see here the news items that have been downloaded automatically in the background according to what you care about. And so you've got some business news here, and you can see that we've got animation. Let's bring in the phone project that we're working on, and we bring that in, and likewise we've got the project stuff that the team works on.
So this is kind of a desktop management tool that integrates the web and sits on top of Windows 95?
We call it, it's a general information tool, and it works with the other pieces of the Netscape Communicator. Down here, we have the info stream, and here we have tools that you frequently use, such as search tools and the phone directory. And what I can do, for example, is you can see here the Federal Express tracking info block. I click on that, and that's going to load the Federal Express site.
So from my desktop, I can go right to a website without having to load a browser and do all those things in between.
That's right. And this is a live site. It's like a website, but it's got some additional ability to netcast or broadcast information straight to your computer. Now, all of this is actually very portable, and that means that you can go to any machine on any platform and access your entire home port. So all the files and the sites and the bookmarks and the links that you work with, you can work on wherever you are.
All right, so the key point is here, my desktop is now sort of an intranet, if you will, internet site somewhere up in the sky, so it doesn't matter what PC I'm on, where I am, I'm still going to that same desktop.
It doesn't even have to be a PC, it can be your television or something.
Yeah, sure, as long as you get on the web, right?
Right.
Okay, now, how about you have people over there? I think you have a kind of nice metaphor for doing email, don't you?
We're back to the home port, and we do things very visually. You'll see, first of all, that there's no menus or windows. You don't have to move stuff or overlap stuff. It's all just information. Here we download, we open this up, and we've got pictures of people, and you can use that to send mail or video conference with them. Likewise, when we look at project documents, you see that we take little tiny photographs of each picture.
So I got little thumbnails there of what I'm working on.
You can preview what it is and know what you're looking for.
All right, now what exactly is Communicator and Constellations? Is this part of the new Navigator? Is Navigator part of the new Communicator? What's the product?
Communicator is our brand new overall suite of products.
So it'll be called Netscape Communicator.
Right, and it contains Navigator, and will contain Constellation when Constellation's ready.
Very cool. And you guys won the Byte Magazine Award for Best New Web Product at Comdex.
That's right.
Okay, well, digital photography was another hot topic at this year's Comdex with new improved digital cameras, better low-cost color printers that let you turn your PC into a virtual photo studio.
It isn't a revolution yet, but the new generation of digital cameras should give film labs something to worry about. The cameras of Comdex boasted better picture quality, some handy accessories, and instant editing, as well as slightly lower prices. Sony brought out the DSC F1 with image editing software and an infrared transceiver. The $850 camera captures up to 108 images in 24-bit color at VGA resolution. Eager photographers can view their snapshots on a built-in LCD screen or on a television monitor. The camera's infrared transceiver can transfer the images either to a PC or to a Sony digital photo printer.
Traditional AV products are maturing, and we can breathe new life into them and new applications that will benefit people's lifestyles by tying them closer together to the power of the PC and the communication systems. At the same time, we recognize that the PC itself is transitioning from a high-growth business product to a high-growth home product.
Ricoh announced their RDC2 multimedia camera capable of recording still images, continuous motion, and sound clips. The RDC2 can store up to 38 high-resolution images or 19 sound-enhanced photos on 2 megabytes of internal memory. Ricoh's multimedia camera is available now starting at under $1,000. The new, more approachable cameras have spawned new editing software for amateur photographers. Ixla Photo from ISR provides tools from cropping and resizing to changing brightness and contrast, and includes frame templates for creating a home photo album. For the Computer Chronicles, I'm Giles Bateman.
Well, if the PC is becoming a useful tool for still photography, get ready for the next revolution. That's using your PC to do full-fledged video production. That gets us to Trinity from Play Inc. And you guys won the Byte Magazine Award for Best Multimedia Product at Comdex. And you're not new to the desktop video business, are you?
Actually, Play was formed by people that had been in the broadcast video industry for 10 years, including people that had worked on the product called the Video Toaster at NewTek.
And you're the guys who did the Snappy, which people are familiar with. That's the still video capture product, which is out. All right, Steve, run through the hardware we have set up here to demonstrate Trinity.
On the left, Stuart, we have a standard Windows 95 or Windows NT PC. The interface, graphical user interface coming out of that PC is a typical video switcher as you might have in your control room. To the right of that is the video output of Trinity itself, and then the Trinity hardware.
So that's the box that really has all the Trinity guts in it over there. And we have two live cameras as if we were really running a live studio here.
That's right.
So show me what I could do with Trinity then.
Well, you can do live production. For instance, I can cut between two cameras by clicking here on the screen. I can also do dissolves and simple wipes.
All right, so that's the usual stuff you might do in a live production in a control room. What about the more sophisticated kinds of effects?
We can do digital video effects like flying the video around the screen.
And you're doing this is a live picture. You're not just doing something you pre-produced before.
That's right. Everything in Trinity happens in real time. This is an example of a page peel. Now what I'm going to do is do a Star Trek effect where I'm going to take your camera and then beam you out of the set.
That's pretty cool.
And then beam you back in.
Okay. All right, a couple other things I want to do in my studio. Can I do character generator type stuff, titles and credit rolls and that kind of thing?
Absolutely. Trinity Title Wave lets you do CGs like this, a lower third that identifies who's on camera right now.
Being able to put text on the screen is a key part of creating the broadcast look of real television, including a roll at the end of your show to show who produced it, and in this case, it looks like you, Stuart.
Yeah, that's pretty boring, isn't it? All right, now, next thing, graphics. I mean, most studios these days, you need a paint box to do all these sophisticated graphics type things and animations. What can I do with Trinity there?
Trinity Panimation lets you do graphics like this, where you're combining text as well as captured images.
So being able to bring pictures in from the video and then retouch them in real time on the screen is a key component of creating that broadcast look again. So we've included the applications to do that.
All right, what about beyond the simple things like that, though?
Well, for instance, this is Panimation, our paint and animation system. I've loaded in a still store, and I can do things like airbrush with a semi-transparent edge. I can also do a real-time box with a gradation on it. I can use a monochrome tool to strip the color out of the video signal. And I can also use this tool called Pantograph to copy one area of the image to another part all in real time.
All right, now finally, video production is a very competitive arena, as you know, and you have to have the absolute latest, coolest effects like you see on, NFL football and in the news and so on. Show me some of the coolest things you could do with Trinity.
You bet. Here's an example of an over-the-shoulder graphic.
And again, a live picture.
We're combining live graphics with live video. We can also use pre-recorded video in combination with live video.
Here, Kiki's running out on the screen, smashing the picture away.
That's a nice effect. All right, what else?
Here's an example of taking a video source and then wrapping it onto a 3D object.
And again, that's a live picture. So you're doing this in real time with the reflections in the water.
And the graphics all being composited into highlights.
That is really cool.
Finally, this is called a synthetic set. This is where you take an actor and place him in a computer graphics generated set so you don't have to build a physical one.
And we see the reflections on the teapot, the reflections in the glass, the reflections on the table.
That's right.
That is really cool. A couple of key questions before we go. How much is it going to cost me to buy this thing?
Trinity, to do everything you've seen here, is $10,000.
Okay, and when's it going to be available?
Trinity is going to be out in the first quarter of '97.
All right, now we tend to think, the Amiga's gone sort of, so we tend to think of the Mac as the platform to do these things on, and Apple has its cinema performance on. How is this better or different from that?
What we've done with Trinity is we actually did 22 custom chips that do all the real-time video manipulation, because a general purpose PC or Mac isn't good at moving video in real time, never dropping a frame.
Yeah, so you really need that box.
Yeah, so this box hooks up to the PC, which controls the interface.
Very impressive stuff. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Stuart.
All right, well, if you weren't able to get to Comdex yourself, you can do the next best thing, and that's to visit several Comdex websites that have information on just about everything that went on at Comdex. Let's turn to our webmaster, Giles Bateman, for a look at some of the sites that'll help you out.
Thanks, Stuart. If you want to find out about Comdex Online, the first and best place you should go is the Comdex Online website. Now, here you can gain access to all materials relating to Comdex, including information about upcoming shows around the globe. Here we have Comdex Pacific Rim Uniforum, Object World East, etc. If you want to find out information, though, about a particular Comdex, you need to go to the Show Daily online section, and what this will do is give you an overview of every day of the particular Comdex you're looking for. In this case, we're looking at the Fall 96 episode, and here we have the different days listed. We could link to each of those. We also have press releases about Comdex, as well as summaries of the keynote speeches from Andy Grove from Intel, Bill Gates from Microsoft, and Jim Barksdale from Netscape. Just to give you an idea, here is a summary hitting the highlights of Andy Grove's discussion at Comdex. Now, last but not least, if you couldn't make it to Comdex and you want to find out what it was like, go to the Comdex webcast section of the website. Here you'll find archives of chats and interviews with industry pundits, QuickTime clips, and for fun, QuickTime VR clips. What these will do is allow you to immerse yourself in Comdex space. Just to give you an idea what that looks like, I'll call one of these up. Here you can look around. It's not as crowded as Comdex would be because these were taken without all the people there, but it's a great way to actually visit the space without having to fight the crowds.
Thank you, Giles. Time now for our weekly summary of the latest internet and computer news. Here's this week's Random Access Report with Lori Anderson.
In the Random Access file this week, Intel has announced plans to release the Pentium 2 microprocessor in early May. The Pentium 2 is expected to be introduced in 233, 266, and 300 megahertz versions. Systems with Pentium 2 processors are expected to be priced initially above $3,000. Talks between AOL and CompuServe to join forces have run aground. CompuServe's parent company, H&R Block, is actively seeking to sell the online service, while AOL continues to seek to expand its subscriber base. But analysts say the two cannot come to satisfactory terms for a merger. Another online service ran into problems recently. The Microsoft network shut down its worldwide email service for 2 days for unexpected maintenance. MSN and other online services have run into trouble due to rapid expansion and the growth in the popularity of email. Last week, we reported on new domain names proposed by the Internet Society. The plan has brought criticism from Internet companies, associations, and even the European Union. The company that issues the most domain names, Network Solutions, is calling for a U.S. government agency such as the Federal Communications Commission to maintain oversight of future developments. Connectix will soon introduce an inexpensive piece of software to run PC products on the Mac. Called Virtual PC, it will allow you to run MS-DOS, Windows, Next OpenStep, or IBM OS2 on any PowerPC running System 7.5 or later. And finally, if you can't get home for Mother's Day, check out a CD-ROM called CyberMom. She can make homemade wallpaper for your computer desktop, remind you of important events, and give you helpful hints to solve household calamities, just like having Mom with you anywhere. Well, that's it for this week's news. Back to you, Stuart.
Now for my pick of the week. If you hang out on the net, odds are you're calling up websites that originate in other countries. If you're doing email, it's likely you exchange messages with colleagues from other countries. Guess what? Not everyone in the world speaks English. So a company called Accent Software has addressed this problem by coming out with the world's first multilingual internet package. It's called Internet with an Accent, and it includes a multilingual web browser which can be used as a standalone or as a Netscape plugin. The browser lets you surf the web in any one of 35 languages. It includes complete support for foreign language fonts such as Arabic, Hebrew, Russian, and Greek. In addition to the multilingual browser, you also get a multilingual email package called MailPad that lets you correspond in all those languages. Best of all, Internet with an Accent also comes with a multilingual HTML publisher, so you can easily create your own website in almost any foreign language. The interface and the help files are also available in several languages. It's called Internet with an Accent. Their website is accentsoft.com. That's it for this week's Computer Chronicles. We'll be back here again next week with more of the best of computers, CD-ROMs, and the net. I'm Stuart Chaffee. We'll see you here next time.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by SoftSource Incorporated, publishers of Pro One software, educational software for young adults. Additional funding from PC Connection and Mac Connection, the catalog and online superstore with over 10,000 PC and Mac products. Award-winning service, toll-free technical support, and overnight delivery. www.pcconnection.com. For more information on anything you've seen on today's program, check out our website at www.pctv.com.
This is the Convention Center in downtown San Jose. Tomorrow night it plays host to the annual Silicon Valley Charity Ball. But today it's the venue for the 3rd annual Computer Bowl, in which a team of computer experts from the East Coast takes on a team of computer experts from the West Coast to see which side knows more about computer trivia. Now, last week we brought you the first half of the game. Today, the final 2 rounds of Computer Bowl 3 on this special edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles is made possible in part by Central Point Software, suppliers of utility software, including disk backup, data recovery, file and desktop management, and virus protection. Central Point Software, making computing safer, simpler, faster. Additional funding is provided by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software, and by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Bix.
Welcome to the Computer Chronicles. I'm Stuart Chaffee, and in just a moment I'll be joined by Bill Gates, chairman of Microsoft, as we co-host part 2 of the 3rd annual Computer Bowl, sponsored by the Computer Museum. Now, as we left the game at halftime last week, the East Coast was ahead, so we expect to see a hard-fought second half as both teams vie to take home the treasured Computer Bowl. The captain of the West Coast team is Heidi Roizen. The captain of the East is Pamela McCordick. So off we go to the San Jose Convention Center for the final half of this year's Computer Bowl. Welcome back to Computer Bowl 3, presented by the Association of Computing Machinery. We're here at the San Jose Convention Center. We've played 2 rounds so far, and the bad news for the West, anyhow, was that the East is ahead 160 to 80, so you've got your work cut out for you guys. Now, for those of you who are joining us just now on television, let me reintroduce for you our celebrity panelists. For the challengers from the East Coast, who are doing a pretty good job of challenging, we have James Clark from AT&T, John Armstrong from IBM, the captain of the East Coast team, computer historian Pamela McCordick, John Markoff from the New York Times, and Samuel Fuller from Digital Equipment. For the defending champs over here, the West Coast team, we have Philippe Kahn of Borland, David Liddell from Metaphor Computer Systems, the captain of the West Coast team from teammaker Heidi Roizen, David House from Intel, and Ed Juge from Tandy. And our judges, to remind you, are John Doerr of Kleiner Perkins Caulfield and Byers and Pat McGovern from IDG. Once again, our official examiner for Computer Bowl 3, Bill Gates of Microsoft. And let's get going because I think the West is kind of eager here. Bill. Now, I think I have to help you for this first question.
This is a comptometer from the Computer Museum. The question is, who developed the adding system for this machine? Was it Pascal, Leibniz, or Babbage?
Juge on the West.
Babbage.
Let's try to help you. That's wrong. Would somebody from the East Coast like to give that a try? I need to hear a buzzer. Okay, Pamela.
It was Leibniz.
That is also wrong. The answer is Pascal. All right, next question, Bill.
The bit is a very common and important computer term. Who first used the word bit? Was it John Tuckey, Donald Knuth,
John McCarthy.
McCordick on the East.
John Tukey.
John Tukey is correct. 10 more points for the East. Next question, Bill.
Logo has been a popular educational language for children. Who created Logo?
Liddell on the West.
Seymour Papert.
Seymour Papert is right. 10 points for the West Coast. Next question.
Atari is the name of a personal computer company, but it is also a word.
Liddell on the West. You're sort
In
of
the
hanging
game
out there.
In the game of Go, it means warning or.
That's exactly right. All right, we're coming up to a bonus question now, which will get you into a 30-point bonus round. Pay attention, please.
Among the early machines in the history of computers were the ENIAC, the ILIAC, and the MANIAC. MANIAC was an acronym for Mechanical and Numerical Integrator and Computer. The question is, where was the MANIAC built?
McCordick from the East.
Los Alamos.
That's correct. 10 points for the East Coast, and you are into a bonus round, and the category is acronyms. Remember, answer only through your captain. You may discuss it. You have 10 seconds a question, 10 points a question. The word SUN in the company name Sun Microsystems is an acronym. What do the letters SUN stand for?
Okay. Stanford University Network.
You are correct for 10 points. For years, BASIC was one of the most commonly used programming languages for personal computers. BASIC is, of course, an acronym. What do the letters in BASIC stand for?
Beginners, all-purpose.
You have 10 seconds.
Beginners, all-purpose, symbolic instruction code.
You are right again for another 10 points. All right, here's the third question in this bonus round to make it a clean sweep. Plato is the name of an educational software environment. Plato is an acronym. What do the letters in Plato stand for? You have 10 seconds. I need an answer in 5 seconds to Plato. We're out of time, I'm afraid. I need an answer, Pam. Yes, now or never.
Okay. Programmed learning and training.
Good shot, but no, you're already wrong. Programmed logic for automatic teaching operations, Plato. Okay, at the end of the bonus round, it is now 200 points for the East Coast, 100 points for the West Coast. We have some time, guys. Let's get going, Bill.
In August 1981, nearly 10 years ago, a major new personal computer was introduced. What was the computer?
Markov on the East Coast.
The IBM personal computer.
Of course, the IBM PC. 10 points. Next.
If you wanted to square all the integers from 1 to 10,000, which computer would you pick to get the job done most quickly? The TRS-80 Model 1 or the ENIAC?
Armstrong on the East.
The TRS.
That's correct, and it's by a factor of 10, by the way. 0.6 seconds on the TRS-80, 6 seconds on the ENIAC. Next question.
Well, today we talk about the 8386 and the 8486 Intel processors. One of the earliest Intel chips was the lowly 4004. What was the first commercial application for the 4004?
Markov on the East Coast.
A desktop calculator.
I think we'll give you that answer. Correct. Judges, do you want to think about that? A desktop calculator. That's essentially the correct answer. Yes. Okay. 10 points.
That's right.
Next question. Next question. Score right now 230 to 100 favor the East.
What do you call a local area network method that routes messages through?
Clark on the East Coast.
Ring, token ring. A ring.
Ring network is the correct answer. Next, Bill.
3Com is a well-known name in the local area network field. The company name is short for 3.
Liddell on the West.
Computer communication compatibility.
Well done. 240 to 110, Bill.
The database program DBase 4 is an upgrade of DBase 3, which is an upgrade of DBase 2. For what operating system was DBase 2 originally written?
Philippe Kahn on the West.
CPM.
Is correct. All right, we are getting into a bonus question now, which will lead to one of those big bonus rounds. Pay attention, Bill.
Deep Thought is now considered to be one of the world's best chess-playing computers. But way back in 1967, a computer for the first time beat a serious chess player during a state chess tournament.
McCordick on the east.
It was MacHack.
Judges. That's essentially the correct answer. There's a little piece left out. Judges, what do you think? It's the MacHack 4 is the correct answer.
No, it's not acceptable. We're going with complete answers.
Okay, we are going to go to another bonus question then to give everybody a fair chance to get into that bonus round. Yeah, Bill, move to 19, please.
In 1679, a famous mathematician perfected the binary system of notation. Who is that mathematician?
Armstrong on the east.
Gottfried Leibniz.
That's the correct answer. Okay, into the bonus round for the East Coast. We're going to talk about computer games. Remember, you consult, Pam gives the answer. Arcade-style video games are often thought of as male-oriented. Yet a woman named Donna Bailey designed one of the most successful video games. Which game was it? Centipede? You don't have to... I know you guys are eager to go, but I'm sorry. Was it Centipede, Tempest, or Ms. Pac-Man? You have 10 seconds.
Centipede.
Centipede for the Atari is the correct answer. According to an article in the IEEE Spectrum magazine, what was the first video game to become popular with women players as well as men? No multiple choice here. You've got to come up with it. For 10 points.
Pac-Man.
That is correct answer. All right. For the last 10 points in this bonus round, another computer game question. Computer Space, Pong, Space War, and Space Race are all names of computer video games. Which of these, back in 1970, was the first commercial video arcade game? I need an answer in 5 seconds. I need an answer.
Pong.
No, I'm afraid that's not the answer. Computer Space is the answer to that question. Well, you got 20 points out of that bonus round. You still have a commanding lead. 270 for the East, 120 for the West. Here's a toss-up question again. You can now get ready to ring your buzzers, West.
A byte is usually defined as 8 bits. What is the term for 4 bits?
Clark on the East.
A nibble.
And nibble is correct for another 10 points.
The haloid process describes a process in which of the following activities? Manufacturing ICs, soldering components, photocopying.
Clark on the East Coast.
Photocopying.
Photocopying correct again for another 10 points.
What color is the stripe painted on the raised floor of the machine room in the AI lab at MIT?
Would you please repeat the question?
You can repeat the question, Bill.
What color is the stripe painted on the raised floor of the machine room in the AI lab at MIT?
Roizen, West Coast.
Red.
I'm afraid that's wrong. Good gamble, but wrong. The East Coast, you've got a shot at it for 10 points. Who's going to go for it? I need to hear a buzzer. Yes, Fuller?
I go for black.
I'm afraid that's wrong also. The answer was yellow. For whatever it's worth. Next question, Bill.
While working at Xerox, Gary Starkweather is credited with inventing the laser printer. When did that happen? Was it 1969, 1973, 1977?
Liddell on the West Coast.
1969.
69 is correct. 10 points for the West Coast team. All right, we have one more question left in round 3. Bill, go ahead.
I'll give you 2 names. You tell me in what field they do research. Berliner and Schenck.
McCordick on the East Coast.
Berliner does research in computer chess, and Schenck does research in artificial intelligence, in particular language.
Judges, what do you think on that? I would guess
the correct answer.
The correct answer, well, we have artificial intelligence. I would think that sort of incorporates what Pam said.
We'd accept that.
All right, it's the end of round 3. The East Coast has 300 points. The West Coast 130 points. We'll be back in just a moment. Welcome back to Computer Bowl 3 for the final round. The score right now, the East Coast a commanding lead of 300 points. The West Coast 130 points. There is still time, guys. It's never over till it's over. Bill, let's get going with the first toss-up question.
One piece of technology that has never quite made it is the picture phone. When and where was the picture phone first displayed? Was it the 1939 New York World's Fair?
House on the West Coast.
1939 World's Fair.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
1939 World's Fair.
That is not the right answer, I'm afraid. You can finish the question, Bill, for the East Coast.
The 1962 Seattle World's Fair or the 1964 New York World's Fair?
I need one person from the East who wants to give this a shot. Clark is first on the East Coast.
64 New York.
That's the correct answer, 64 New York World's Fair.
Which of the following computers is not a binary machine? A Tanasoft machine, Bell Labs 1, UNIVAC, or CDC 1604?
We've got 10 seconds. Which one is not a binary machine? McCordick on the East Coast?
A Tanasoft machine.
That is not the right answer. Anybody on the West like to give that a try? Yes, Philippe?
CDC.
That is not the right answer either, I'm afraid. The answer is the UNIVAC. No fighting among yourselves. Go ahead, Bill.
How many jobs can an IBM 360 computer execute at once?
10 seconds. All right, Fuller on the East.
1.
That's right.
That's a pretty bad question.
Next question, Bill.
John von Neumann is a well-known pioneer in the computer field. In what area did he get his first college degree? Was it
Liddell on the West Coast?
Mathematics.
I'm sorry?
Mathematics.
I'm afraid that is not the correct answer. Bill, finish the question.
Was
for the East
it
Coast.
chemical engineering, electrical engineering, or mechanical engineering?
Chemical engineering.
Chris Armstrong. Chemical engineering is the right answer. 10 points for the East.
20.
All right, we're coming up to a bonus question now. The East Coast roaring ahead with 350 points. The West Coast 130 points. At least make it interesting. Here's the bonus question.
What do the following three things have in common? Boris, Sherdlu, Myson.
That's the question. All right, Markov.
They're all artificial intelligence software programs?
That's correct. They're all AI programs. All right, here's a bonus round for the East Coast again, and the subject will be AI. Consult, answer through your captain. Roger Penrose wrote a book about artificial intelligence. What was its title?
The Emperor's New Mind.
That is correct for 10 points. There are several expert systems which have been developed for a variety of application areas. I'm going to name the expert system. You name the author. There's 3 of them. You need all 3 to get the 10 points. I'll give you the system. Hearsay. 5 seconds.
Ready.
That's correct. Myson.
Feigenbaum.
That's not correct. Doesn't matter now because you missed one, but just for the heck of it, Dendril, which was Feigenbaum. No, it was Edward Shortliff, I'm afraid, for Myson. All right, you have another chance at 10 points in the bonus round. What was the name of the very first artificial intelligence program? Was it called The Logical Theorist, Logician, or Corduop?
It was called The Logical Theorist.
Logical Theorist is correct, another 10 points. At the end of that bonus round, it is 380 points for the East, 130 points for the West. A toss-up question for both sides. Bill?
When the original Macintosh first came out, how much RAM did it have?
Heidi Roizen on the West.
128K.
That's right for 10 points on the West.
Where is the Charles Babbage Institute located?
McCorduck, East.
In Minneapolis.
That's the right answer. 10 more points for the East Coast. Next question, Bill.
Here are 3 words: miliac, diliac, and celiac. One of those words was the name of a computer. Which one?
Fuller on the East Coast.
Celiac?
Celiac is the right answer. That's a computer. 10 more points for the East. Next toss-up question.
The computer magazine Antic is devoted to the coverage of computers made...
Mark-off on the East.
Atari.
Atari is correct. 10 more points for the East. All right, we're up to 400 points for the East, 140 for the West, and we have another toss-up question.
There is a famous vignette in which a well-known computer pioneer says, "Let me show you a nanosecond."
House on the West.
Hopper.
That's right, Grace Hopper was the answer. 10 points for the West Coast team. Here's another toss-up question.
In 1936, perhaps the most important paper in the history of computer science was published. It was titled On Computable Numbers.
Liddell of the West.
Alan Turing.
Correct. The author was Alan Turing. Here is a bonus question worth potentially 40 points. Pay attention, please.
The names of the people who worked on the development of a famous personal computer.
Markov of the East.
Macintosh.
That's correct. Finish the question.
They do have the questions.
Now, just for our audience, please finish the question, Bill.
Were etched on the inside of its case. What was the computer?
The answer was Macintosh. They're either very smart or they have the answers. I'm not sure which. You are into another bonus round. Subject category is personal computer use. If you were using Lotus 123 and you wanted to center a label, what label prefix would you use? You don't have to ring. I'm sorry, Philippe. I'd like to help, but I can't. You mean you've used Lotus 123? Is it a caret, a quote, an apostrophe, or a backslash? You have a multiple choice here. To center a label, I need an answer.
It's a backslash.
That is incorrect. It is a caret. Okay, for another 10 points in this bonus round, if you were using WordPerfect and the letters POS are blinking on the screen, what does that tell you? I need an answer in 5 seconds. I'm afraid your time is going to be up. Time is up, I'm afraid. That means that numlock is on your keyboard.
Oh!
Last in the bonus round question, Bill, close your ears. What are the 3 operating modes of Windows 3.0? I need an answer in 5 seconds. Your time will be up.
Real, native, and protected.
I'm sorry, please, I can't hear your answer.
Real, native, and protected.
No, I'm afraid not. What's the answer, Bill?
Real, standard, and enhanced.
Okay. All right, you missed that one. Nevertheless, at this point in round 4, the East is ahead, 420 points. The West Coast, 160 points. There's a little bit of time left. A toss-up question, Bill.
We all know the term DOS, short for disk operating system, but there was also an operating system called SOS, S-O-S. What did the letters SOS stand for?
Liddell on the West.
Simple operating system.
I'm afraid that is not the right answer. Anybody on the East like to give it a try? I need a buzzer ring. Yes, Clark.
Standard operating system.
That is not the right answer either. The correct answer is sophisticated operating system. Next question.
On what microcomputer was SOS used?
Markov on the East.
The Apple III.
The Apple III is the correct answer there. All right, now it's 430 for the East, 160 for the West. Next question, Bill.
If I were configuring a peripheral and I entered the following input, 1200N81.
Markov on the East.
It would be a modem.
That's correct. You'd be configuring a modem. 1200 baud, no parity, 8 bits, 1 stopped it. All right, next question.
On an external modem, there are usually several LED indicators to provide you with feedback on what the modem is doing. Can you tell me what these indicators stand for? CD?
All right, I will call on you, Ed, but you spoke too soon and you didn't hear the answer to the question, and it's wrong.
All right.
Complete the question, please, Bill.
CDOHAA.
East Coast, you've got a chance to answer this one. I need one person to buzz. Yes, Clark.
OH is off hook.
That's one.
CD is carrier detect.
That's two.
I don't remember what you said the other set of letters were. Just tell me the other set of letters in the question.
I think that's cheating. I think that's cheating. Judges, what do you say?
Repeat the initial.
Just repeat the initial.
Okay, judges say we can repeat it.
AA.
Auto answer.
That's correct. All right, another 10 points for the East Coast. The score 450 to 160 right now, 460 to 160 after that 10-point winner. All right, next question, Bill.
Computer pioneer Charles Babbage was interested in many different kinds of inventions. According to the book, Digital Deli, Babbage tried to invent which one of the following gadgets? A portable steam engine, a cotton candy machine, or shoes for walking on water?
Heidi Roizen of the West.
Shoes for walking on water.
That's correct. 10 points for the West. But I'm afraid to tell you we are out of time, ladies and gentlemen. That is the end of round 4, the end of the Computer Bowl, the end of the reign of the West Coast team. The winner, certainly the revenge of the nerds, the East Coast team, 460 to 170. Congratulations to the newly victorious East Coast team. Congratulations to our West Coast players for a fine job. Thank you all for joining us at this 3rd annual Computer Bowl. A special thanks to the Computer Museum and all the sponsors and underwriters who made this event possible. And for all of you watching at home, that's it for this week's special edition of the Computer Chronicles.
Computer Chronicles has been made possible in part by Central Point Software, makers of Central Point Antivirus, a comprehensive program for the detection, removal, and prevention of more than 500 computer viruses. Additional funding has been provided by the Software Publishers Association, which reminds you it's a federal offense to copy software, and by PC Connection and Mac Connection, and by Byte Magazine and Pix, the Byte Information Exchange.
This week at the Net Cafe, games online. Want to play an RPG on the web? This is the new EverQuest from Sony. It's as good as it gets online. Meet Issa Stamos, the producer of Berserk's newest online game, What's the Big Idea? It's a TV game show on the net. Bill Gates does it. Warren Buffett does it. Why don't you do it? Play bridge online at okbridge.com. This is Alana Gilbert. She says Twitch games aren't just for guys. She started a website called girlgamer.com. And if you just want some cool, simple games online, check out the Shock Rave website. Games on the web, this week at the Net Cafe. Net Cafe is made possible by rondiamond.com, the oldies site on the internet. Music and memories from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, not just another jukebox. Additional support comes from the law offices of Ivan Hoffman, lawyering with integrity for internet law, copyright, trademark, and other intellectual property law. And by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news. Hi, and welcome to the Net Cafe. One of the most popular social uses of the internet is playing games online. In fact, it's estimated there are now 4 million people regularly playing online games, and the revenues associated with online game sites is approaching $1 billion a year. So this is very real stuff. Now, a logical area for game playing online is the RPG, or role-playing game, or adventure game. And the newest entry in this field is really breaking new ground. It's called EverQuest, and Jane has the details.
Don, we're talking about the latest brainchild from Sony. It's called EverQuest. Now, this is a role-playing game. It's online. Now, not being a gamer, walk me through exactly what is a role-playing game. I think I've got an idea, but what's unique about this?
You basically take the role of a character and immerse yourself in a beautiful 3D world with thousands of other players online interacting.
So now EverQuest is this 3D world that you're talking about, this big, expansive experience that's 3D. What's the history behind these role-playing games? I thought of things like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, what we've done is we've basically taken the old text, the old paper and pen Dungeons and Dragons, and brought it to the future of internet and future interactive environment. You could get online with thousands of other players rather than sit at a board, a desk with a map, and you're online immersing yourself in a world, chatting, talking, helping out other players.
So I've got thousands of different people that I can play with. I get into this world. Describe the EverQuest world a little bit.
It's a huge world that would take you anywhere from 6 to 8 hours in real time to walk across. You have to take some boats to a few islands and continents. You have to swim to a few places that you'd like to go to. So it's a massive world with Arctic scenes and desert scenes and city landscapes and et cetera, et cetera.
So I navigate myself around her. I pick a character, and I've got a choice of different characters that I can pick from.
12 different characters with 14 different classes, if you will. So you could be a human, or you could be an elf, or a dwarf, or a barbarian. You could be a fighter, a healer, a magician. We give you quite a few options to play this game.
And so what's the element of the game? I mean, what do I do once I get in the world? I've picked my character.
You basically live, breathe, and die in this world. You have to get food. You have to get drink. If you're a hunter, you have to kill things and go sell. If you kill a bear, you have to sell its skin to get gold. And so on. You basically live and breathe in this world.
Now, am I playing against players, or am I playing against the environment
itself? No, it's a very
itself?
cooperative, team-oriented game. You need friends to help you out. If I'm a fighter and you're a cleric, you can heal me after a big war that we've just went to. Or if we want to go fight a dragon or a large monster, we need friends, because I couldn't take it on myself. And experience, you get experience points as you get up, so we would want to get experience together and go adventure.
So the more people you play with, you start to pick some people to play with.
Absolutely.
And kind of group together. It's almost like a gang war kind of going on a little bit.
We will have guilds, if you will, where you have your group of friends, and you go out every night and you either kill other humans or other guilds, if you will, or you go out and party and team up and kill large monsters and get points.
Now, I can walk in and out of the game whenever I want, is that right?
Absolutely. You can walk in, you can get out of the game, and when you're out of the game, the world continues. It rains, it's
So people
sunny.
are in there all the time?
Absolutely.
So what do I have to do? Do I have to kind of hide myself away?
No, you basically just camp out. You just camp out, and wherever your body last left, you come right back in whenever you choose.
Now, there are other online role-playing games out there. What makes EverQuest different from the others?
EverQuest is a full 3D environment, a very beautiful environment with many landscapes, a huge world, as I said, 6 to 8 hours.
The graphics are rich.
Graphics
the experience
are phenomenal.
is good.
Absolutely.
Don, how do you get started playing EverQuest?
You'd go to your local retailer, and it's a CD-ROM based game, so you'd buy the game at your retailer, and then you'd have to pay a monthly subscription to the game because it is an online-only title.
So I log into www.everquest.com, get the monthly subscription, and then I'm rocking and rolling.
You're good to go.
Sounds good. Thanks a lot, Don.
Sure.
Well, the people who brought you You Don't Know Jack, one of the most popular online games, have a new one now called What's the Big Idea? And I see you are the producer of the site, is that it?
That's correct.
This is the original. You Don't Know Jack started out as a PC game, right?
That's right, on a CD-ROM.
And then you turned it into an online game.
That's right.
And you figured, hey, we're onto a good thing. And then came Acrophobia, which was next. And now What's the Big Idea?
That's right.
And what's the story of the big idea? What's the game about?
Well, What's the Big Idea is a multiplayer game where you can play with 100 other people at the same time, and you answer questions with no right or wrong answer.
Such as?
Such as, what's your favorite kind of M&M, plain or peanut?
Okay, so the object is not to get a right answer, but to do what? I mean, how do you
Trying to figure out how everybody else in the game room with you at that time is going to answer that question.
So the object is to guess not what your opinion may be, but what you think the majority opinion may be?
Right. And if you do that, you'll actually be able to move ahead. And by moving ahead in the game, you can get points or lose points or...
Which is what's interesting about the game, because you're never quite sure what you're doing. You know, should I give my opinion? Should I give what other people I think? Or do I think, should I vote like I think they'll vote because they think that's what I want to vote on?
And sometimes you just get caught up in watching how other people are going to answer, and you forget to answer the question.
And you sort of have to get a feel for who these people are and like what their thoughts may be and what their attitudes may be and how old
even
they are.
if the same question comes up in one game, you'll be playing with a totally different group of people the next time you play.
Now explain the graphic element. What's cool about What's the Big Idea is you actually see the pyramid. You have an avatar representing your character and the other characters.
Right.
Explain the visual part of it.
Well, there is a very colorful pyramid with all different kinds of steps, good ones, bad ones, and you are a tiny guy, and you're trying to climb the pyramid with about 100 other people.
And every time you get points, you see yourself go up that pyramid.
That's right.
Now, as you said, there are some bad steps. I mean, you've thrown sort of random elements in here, right?
Right.
Where it's like Monopoly. If you land on the wrong level, you get kicked back a bit.
Right. For instance, there's a sticky step where you can't advance unless you get 2 or 3 step question.
Or what else?
Or a black hole, which actually brings you all the way back to the start, which is probably the worst step.
Right. Now you also have what, ion storms or tornadoes that come through or something?
Yeah. Periodically, sometimes through the game, you'll experience storms. You can buy insurance if you want.
That's right.
With your IQ points.
But the storm can like blow you off your level and lower down on the pyramid.
Or you can lose points from a storm too.
Yeah. Now, let me ask you about the commercials in all your Berserk games. I mean, this is really television. When I'm playing one of your games, I feel like I'm watching TV. You play for a while, we'll be back in a minute, and here, not banner ads, but these full spots go by. Is television really the model for you guys?
Yeah, it seems to be working too, because the people who are playing the game sometimes need a break.
Right.
And it's very entertaining, and it doesn't really take you out of your game experience because it's full video and sound.
What's the secret? How do you guys do it? I mean, it's just full animation, full audio, video. I mean, it looks like TV.
Right. Actually, all of that is downloading in the background while you play.
That's the secret. Okay. So you're storing up that commercial to get ready for it. So it's playing off my computer, in fact. Yeah, okay. All right, what else about What's the Big Idea? Now, you have, as you say, up to 100 people, but you don't have a live chat like you did in Acrophobia, do you?
We have a chat lobby, so you can chat with the other players, but while not in the game. Once you're in the game, you're just in the game, and you can't chat with the other players, so there's no cheating and things like that. There's also chat in the lobby and message boards.
So you can meet people, but not while you're playing the game.
Exactly.
All right, what's happening next from Berserk? You have another game coming?
Yeah, actually we have a follow-up to Acrophobia specifically, which is called Get the Picture.
Okay, kind of a graphic Acrophobia?
Right, where you're presented with a picture or a cartoon and you're supposed to create a witty and fun caption to the picture. So it's very much like Acrophobia. It'll have slightly different rules.
Okay, so create a funny caption for the picture rather than just create a funny phrase for the acronym.
Right, that's right.
All right, but the key for all these games is go to berserk.com and have fun. Thank you, Isa.
Sure.
Online games generally have been the domain of guys, but more and more girls are going online to play games. In fact, even the traditionally male-dominated first-person shoot-'em-up games like Quake.
Jane is with one avid girl gamer who is also a columnist for a site called Girl Gamers.
Alana, around here it's a well-known thing that I'm not much of a games person. And I tried playing Quake once, and I got so nauseous after the first 2 minutes, I just had to say, enough, I got to stop. So I really never thought that these kind of Twitch games like Quake were things that a lot of chicks like to do. But you're proving me wrong. You've got a website called www.girlgamer.com.
Gamer.com.
And you're a writer on staff with that website. Tell me a little bit about, it must be a fairly small community of women that like to play games like this, or?
Yeah, very well. It's a small community compared to the men, involved in gaming.
Right.
Yeah, very, very small. But every day, we have more and more email, coming in saying, we didn't know, and my boyfriend was away, and I played these games, and I love them. Yeah.
You don't want to tell anybody, you actually like playing the shoot 'em up games.
Oh yeah, I mean, a lot of women, actually younger women who, the high school set, who start going to the arcades now and actually like playing the games instead of just hanging around.
They're starting to get into it. Now, when I think about the kind of games that I like are usually trivia games and strategy games and those types of things. So are you finding that women kind of do, in general, prefer those kind of games, or?
A lot of women do. You see it a lot in, college, in the college scene, you get a lot of women who,
prefer those types of
like
things.
the trivia, yeah.
Or I think of Quest, is another one that's kind of more feminine in the nature. Now, so let's move over to those shoot 'em up, bang 'em up, Twitch type games that do require some coordination with at least, some digits. What's the experience on being a female, announcing, hey, I'm, Susie coming into the Quake game? What happens when you do that? I mean, you want to say you're a guy, or?
Yeah. Most women who started playing, like the Twitch games, like Quake and stuff, I mean, it was totally male dominated. So we'd use male names, and only recently, are women just instantly going online and just using their female name, because there were a lot of women out there, kind of paved the way, because we just got so much harassment, from men.
So you get these flaming emails saying, what are you doing here? Or?
Yeah, like, death threats. I mean, things like that. Really angry. No. I mean, really angry, just foaming at the mouth, guys who are just like, this is, video games are for men. Women shouldn't even play them. Oh, yeah. And, you just take them as they come, but they're coming, far.
So now, one of the things that you did do is you banded together in a clan. You've got an all-girl clan or an all-woman clan.
Yeah.
Now, what's it called?
Clan PMS.
Clan PMS.
Yeah, the Psycho Men Slayers. Yeah.
So now, what are you winning? Are you beating them? Are you proving them wrong?
Actually, we get a lot of challenges from male clans, and a lot of them come. They write us emails saying that you're just a bunch of girls and we'll kick your butts, and so we're like, hey, we'll give you the chance. Yeah, and actually, I would say about 95% of the clans who challenge us in that fashion, they usually get beaten and they get angry.
Badly.
Not all of them, but a few of them say, well, my connection was lost.
Right,
and all this,
It must have
excuses.
been a problem with my configuration or something like that. No doubt.
But a lot of them are really, generous. They're like, you're good players.
So now they're kind of calming down a bit. So now, when folks, if you're interested, if you're female and you want to learn about online gaming, kind of find some other women that like to do that as well. Girlgamer.com is the place to go.
GRRL. Yeah.
Girlgamer.com. There's lots of great stuff. Thanks so much for coming, Alana.
No problem.
Many of the online games are based on computer software games, but some of the more successful game sites, in fact, are based on the traditional board and card games that we all play at home. And one of the most successful in that genre is Bridge, and this is your idea. You run okbridge.com, Matt. And tell us how you got the idea to start a bridge game online.
Well, I learned how to play bridge in college, and then I went to live in Finland for a year with my future wife. I'd heard about
You had time on your hands?
I had time on my hands. I'd heard about the internet. I thought it might be cool to write a little bridge program to play bridge with my friends back in the States.
And when was this?
That was 1990.
1990.
That's
Nobody even heard of the internet among normal people in 1990.
Nor of Yahoo or Netscape.
So even way back then, you were playing bridge with friends back in the States and on the net.
That's right.
All right. Now today, if
why would a person want to play bridge online right now? I mean, it's a social game. I mean, that's the whole point. Sit around a table and do that. What's the advantage of playing on the website?
Well, you can play anytime you want. You can always find
24 hours a day, 7 days a week is up.
That's right. You can always find 4 other people to play. You can play with people from around the world. We have a very good selection of players. We have the best players in the world, really.
Now, let me ask you about that, because I'd heard you've got really some top-notch players who actually play at OK Bridge.
That's
Like who?
Well, we've got Warren Buffett, the well-known financier.
I've heard Bill Gates and Buffett have played online.
So I've heard, right. And we have many national and world champions that are also our members.
Now, that scares me a little bit because, I mean, I'm just sort of a duffer bridge player, and I'm worried I'm going to get in this game with these guys who are like experts, and I'm going to get creamed, and they're going to get annoyed with me and so on. Can I find my skill level?
Oh, yeah. We have players of all levels, and you can easily find a game with people who are at your level.
And how does it actually work? I mean, I go onto the website, and I do what if I want to play a game?
Well, you need to download and install our software.
Okay.
Set up a free 30-day guest account.
Okay.
Then you start the software and sign in, and then you'll see a listing of tables, and you can go to one of the tables. And
so the metaphor is I just walk over to an empty table or an empty seat at a table, and I sign up, and when 4 guys get there,
exactly.
They play. What are the dynamics of playing the game online? You know, bridge is, you know, you sort of look at each other, and there's a lot of talking and kibitzing. There's sort of psychology there. Does the game change when you're playing it in the sort of more neutral environment of the net?
Oh, it does, but it still retains a very social aspect. In fact, we know of several marriages that have occurred from people.
Oh, really? So, I mean, you can kibitz and chat online while you're playing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Right.
Can you go on and sort of lurk and just watch a game on your website?
Yes, we have.
Because that's what I would want to do first to sort of see how it works.
Yep. In fact, you'll see some of the top players. You'll find 50 people kibitzing them at a time.
Wow.
So that's a lot of people.
Now, how does the money part work? You said you go on, you get a 30-day free guest pass. So I assume after that you've got to pay to become a member of this or something?
That's right. So we charge an annual membership fee of $99, and that allows you to play an unlimited amount for 1 year.
Okay, now do people play for money at all on this? I mean, do you have tournaments? I mean, are there competitions?
We have quite a number of competitions, and in fact, next year we'll be running the World Championships of Internet Bridge.
Oh, really?
Right, which we think will be quite a big event, and we've got the American Contract Bridge League and the World Bridge Federation as sponsors of the event, so we think it'll be quite big.
But when people play, I mean, they sort of play for the intellectual thrill of beating the other guy there. I mean,
that's right. There's no money at stake.
There's no money at stake, except you're making money,
honor.
I assume, running the website.
Right.
All right, sounds like a lot of fun, and it is okbridge.com.
That's right.
Matt, thanks a lot.
You're welcome.
Most online games are cyber versions of the complex games you might play on a PC or the board games or card games you might play at home. But there's one site that specializes in very simple little games and puzzles, the kinds of things you might find in the daily newspaper, but the similarity ends there. Jane is with the producer of shockwave.com.
Pete, the last time you and I got together, we were talking about online comedy. Now you've moved over to Macromedia, and you're managing the new websites, www.shockwave.com, not to be confused with the plugin Shockwave, which is what you're profiling at the website. What was sort of the objective behind the whole experience?
Well, the idea when we started off the site was to get all of the best of the Shockwave games and activities that were being created and shown up on small websites all over the place, to bring them into one area so that people can really see what had been going on and showcase the best of what had been done around the world. Much to our surprise and happiness, it turned out that it was more than just a showcase site. It was actually a viable entertainment site. We're getting around 500,000 page views every day.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, I just couldn't stop wanting to explore sort of the next thing. Now, we're talking about games, and you've got quite a wide selection of games that you've got there.
There's over 200 different pieces of content on the site altogether.
The big point here, though, is that these games are not meant to try to compete with sort of CD-ROM-based games and those types of things. Well, these are really sort of very quick,
Yeah, the idea is that you're at your job and you need a break, or you're at home and you're tired of doing the spreadsheets after hours and the old grind, and you get there and you say, well, I need 10, 15 minutes, a half an hour. I'm just going to take a break. I'm going to play a quick and easy game, or I'm going to look at some animations. And
So what are the most popular games that you've got?
the most popular games tend to be things that people already know, so there's no learning curve.
Right.
They start off, they'll play the bowling game, the pool game, golf game, sports activities, different puzzles, different versions of
I have to
all
tell you,
the-
actually, I got a little addicted. I got
uh-oh.
to the jigsaw
That's the
puzzles.
idea.
And I don't know if I was the only one out there, but I couldn't remove myself. This whole Gone with the Wind game was just driving me crazy.
Yeah, it's one of our more popular areas, and again, it's because something people understand and they can translate that experience into something they do in real life.
So you're not just doing games, though. I mean, there's lots of other elements of this website. You've got the music area, and you've got quite a lot of things that you can do there. I thought it was really interesting. You had mixers, so you sort of interactive mixing music and that type of thing. The one I thought was most curious was I went to the Big Bad Voodoo Daddy music area.
Club, yeah.
Right. Because you're capitalizing on the swing movement going on there, but there's some different things happening here. It's not just downloading the sound.
Yeah, so you're not just listening to a sound file, you're actually participating, you're getting out and playing with little dance movements that you can click and drag little characters around.
So I was actually walking into sort of a dance hall. I was not only watching the Big Bad Voodoo Daddies, which is a band playing, but I can move things around.
You pick the song you want to listen to, you pick the graphics you want to look at the background, and you select how you want to move your dancers.
It was a lot of fun. That was a cool thing. So sort of the next online videos. Why watch MTV when you can go online?
You can actually do stuff with it, yeah.
Now, one of the other areas which I thought was also kind of an interesting shift, and not one I expected from Macromind, was that you've got this sort of relationships with Comedy Central, with Dilbert.
With a lot of the newspaper syndicates.
What's the idea there?
Well, the idea at first was to, again, show what the technology can do, to show that the flash technology can give you a better, as good as or better experience than watching animation on television. And we thought, what better way to do this than to get some of the more popular names in both television animation, also syndicated comics. So that's where we get South Park, Dilbert, now Bizarro, and Dr. Katz.
There's a lot of fun stuff there. Now, one important thing to remember is when you go to shockwave.com, you do need to download the Shockwave plugins, and depending on what you try to do,
Yeah, some people may already have it because the plugins do come with all the newer browsers. And we have ways to tell if you have the plugin or if you don't.
Yeah,
so it's really a pretty painless
intuitive
experience, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great site, a lot of fun, and check it out, www.shockwave.com.
Okay, great.
Thanks, Pete.
Thanks.
And we wrap up as usual with our resident internet expert, Larry Maggett, syndicated columnist for the LA Times. Larry, we're talking about games online here, obviously, and I was wondering, are you into this stuff, or your son?
My son Will is definitely into it. My daughter's into it just a little bit, and I tolerate it because it's part of my family.
But it's impressive use of technology.
There's no question that these game companies have managed to have action, animation, sound, incredible graphics, that it's all seemingly coming across a 28.8 modem. Now, in reality, it's running in the PC, but they've really done a great job.
What about the addictive nature of playing games online? Does when you see 1, 2, 3 in the morning, people are sort of still
It's a serious problem for kids and adults. I mean, people really get into it. Now, there's a lot of entertainment, a lot of socialization going on. People are chatting back and forth. So there's some valuable interaction going on, but it's very possible to get addicted, and you really have to watch that.
What about the girl issue? You know, we have the woman from Girl Gamers here, and one hears, she was talking about more and more girls playing games online. We hear more and more women are online in general. Is the sex thing kind of evening out on the net? Do you have data to support that?
Clearly, there's data that sexing is evening out on the net. Shopping, communications, women are flocking to the internet. It's not quite 50-50, but it's moving in that direction. As far as games are concerned, they're still very boy-oriented. Women are beginning to feel more and more comfortable, and there's some great games where we're a little more intellectual that women are starting to play, and it's not yet even.
Real quick, what about the sort of sexist issue? You know, the Lara Croft, Tomb Raider kind of image. Is that sexist, or is it just the same old entertainment you'd find anywhere else?
The answer is yes. You go to any video arcade, and you're going to see very, very sexist imagery. And the computer
Sex
is
and
no
violence and young
different.
guys.
Absolutely, it doesn't change.
Larry, thank you very
My
much.
pleasure.
All right, that's our look at online gaming and our visit to the Net Cafe for this week. We'll see you here next time. Net Cafe is made possible by RonDiamond.com, the oldies site on the internet. Music and memories from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, not just another jukebox.
Additional support comes from the law offices of Ivan Hoffman, Lawyering with Integrity for Internet law, copyright, trademark, and other intellectual property law. And by TechWeb for up-to-the-minute technology news.
To purchase a videotape copy of today's program, call toll-free 1-888-310-7850. Please specify the show number and the topic.
Hello and welcome to Micro Live. Tonight, computer games. We look at some of the alternatives to zapping those space invaders.
And word processors, what do they really offer to the absolute beginner?
From the city, Stephen Arkle reports on how stockbrokers have been struggling with their newfound computer power.
And we tell the sad story of the wing sail, a computer-controlled sail which has steered its inventor into troubled waters.
When you first look at game software, the impression you get is that every computer game is excitingly different. The packaging is great, it's glossy and grabby. Even the opening screens can look pretty inspiring. But when the game finally appears, you're usually hit by a sinking feeling of having seen it all before. That's because most games have developed from just a few classic themes. There's monster games like this one, where you run around bumping off critters or swallowing giant cherries. And there's the Space Invader theme, where you shoot at moving fleets of hostile aliens. Fairly boring. And then there's the more recent sports games. Well, sports games to me are perhaps the most appalling use of computers. Here it is. This is a decathlon. Well, doing a decathlon on a Commodore by wagging a joystick like this is really no substitute for going out and getting a spot of fresh air. Well, these sort of games might seem a bit of fun, but it's surprising how quickly even the most dedicated games addict gets bored with them.
Many people find the answer in adventure games. They have a vast following and can present a real mental challenge. An adventure game puts you into a whole new world. It sets you a series of problems which you've got to solve in order to complete some quest. This one is called The Pawn. It's got some very neat graphics, as you see, and it can also cope with some rather complicated instructions. For example, here I told it, go north, take off wristband, and wait. Well, it's behaved as if it understood every word of it. We showed a version of this on the Atari ST last series, but there are now versions for the Amiga and even for the humble Commodore 64. Well, a good adventure game would keep you busy for days on end, be warned. You'd probably need to draw a map of the locations, because the geography, not to mention the strategy, can get pretty mind-boggling. Unfortunately, though, there are also some really naff adventure games around. You'd have more fun doing your tax returns. So, before you buy, read the reviews, or better still, ask an addict. The computer games that exercise the mind are often derived from what were originally board games. For example, an inexpensive bit of software can now be a mean opponent at chess. Or, if you're a Scrabble freak, you can now keep in trim on your own. Believe it or not, this Spectrum version has actually got a vocabulary of 11,000 words. 11,000! That's about the same as the average adult. Despite that, when I put in the word stalk earlier this afternoon, it didn't understand what I meant. Queried it. Oh well. The machine will play the parts of several opponents, if you like. Well, up here we've got Mac and Leslie. They're not really playing this. I'm playing against the computer. And it has all the traditional features. For example, you can swap letters if you like, or you can juggle them about like this. It's quite nice. And there are blanks and so on. Now let's enter a word. What can we have? There's an X. I've got one, I think. I don't know if I'm allowed this on television before 9 o'clock, but what about S-E-X? Can I get away with that? It accepts it. It would score 18. Oh, yes, I'll definitely have that. Yes, please. Right. Word is accepted. Fair enough. Okay. Well, if that doesn't excite you, you can always leave it playing on its own while you pop down the pub. And of course, now there's Trivial Pursuit. It's been taken to new heights with new questions. Well, new trivial questions, that is. They now include graphics and sound, but you are expected to be honest. Well, let's press this button and off we go, see what we get. It's going to be a science question. Well, that might be a help. What are hardened mollusk secretions? Oh, my giddy aunt. I've no idea, but OK, supposing I said they're a form of tea bag, I don't know. Pearls, did you get it right? Yes, I say, of course I did. And I win the point. Well, of course, it's really supposed to be played in a group. But I can't help thinking that this version would appeal to computer freaks rather more than Trivial Pursuit fanatics. Well, so much for board games. What about a creative arcade game? Is there such a thing? Yes, there is. This pinball construction set lets you design your own pinball machine. And you can even change things. Well, first of all, you play it like a conventional pinball, if you remember these things. Press the button and you score it, the things bounce around, and you can steer it around with the paddles. But if you get fed up with that one, you can change things. I'll move on to an options screen here. Now, what should we have? We'll move one of these items over. Pop that about there, I think, and perhaps one of these wedge shapes. Pick it up, put it over there. Right, let's try that. Oh, but first, I think I'll change some of the laws of nature. We'll move on to that which is supposed to represent the globe, the real world, and we can change, well, gravity if we like. Make it a bit stronger. Oh no, let's make it a bit lighter, see what happens. And elasticity, that's the bounce of the ball, so we'll change that a bit. Pull that down here. Right, quit that. Back into play mode, which is that icon there. There it is. Now let's try that. Oh, you see, well, gravity really has reduced there. I'm playing this on the moon or something. Let's see if I can catch that ball next time it comes down. Ah, got it. Great stuff. And that'll bounce around, should score quite well. So, even the old home micro can run good... Oh, shut up, will you? That's enough. Fine, thanks. Even the old home micro can run good games, but the newer machines, which have got more memory, better graphics, and faster processing, can handle even smarter games. Have a look at this one, Marble Madness on the Amiga. Now, basically, this is a very simple game. All I've got to do is steer this marble around, up and down these ramps and over these surfaces here. So there's nothing special about that, but what does make this game special is these graphics. Takes a bit of a steady hand, but... got it there. Not too difficult, but the graphics are terrific, real arcade quality. So, if you've never played a computer game, don't dismiss them. There are games for all mentalities. It's just that the good games are hidden behind a mass of crude shoot-'em-ups.
The age of sail lasted over 1,000 years. The wind costs nothing, and with sails properly set, a ship is capable of pulling the heaviest loads through the roughest seas. For 20 years, John Walker has relentlessly pursued the dream of restoring sails to cargo ships. Sails unlike any seen before. Finally, in June 1986, John fitted a ship with his first wing sail. A sail operated not by man, but by a computer. The ship, the Ashington, is diesel-powered. The intention is that the wing sail will cut her fuel consumption.
Well, it's an experimental installation, but we're hoping for 10%, and a full installation with another wing sail on the forward end should produce over 20%.
Seen from above, the wing sail is like 3 aircraft wings side-on, which can be rotated by small movements of a tail fin, rather like a weathercock. The three wing sections can be curbed or feathered to give them the characteristics of a sail and thrust the ship forward. The critical factors are the rotation and feathering of the wing sails. These are decided by computer. The computer is housed in this box. From here, it can operate the sails by a system of hydraulic levers, which are connected back to the pumps in the computer housing. The computer knows from a vane and an anemometer on the wing sail both the wind angle and the wind speed. It also knows the angle of rotation of the wing sail from a sensor in the swiveling base. Walker used this model to convince skeptics that the wing sail would work. He emphasized its unique features, particularly the ability of the wings to curve either way to take advantage of the wind.
And we've got the wind at the moment coming in from the side of the ship. And when the flaps are deflected like that, the wind is deflected so and produces a thrust in that direction. It's a completely automatic system, so nearly as we can make it. Obviously the captain has to decide whether or not he wants the thing working at all, and he also is the only person who could decide whether he wants a head thrust or a stern thrust. But anything more than that, the computer does completely by itself.
This circuit board contains the memory chip, called an EEPROM, which holds the program that controls the wing sail. The program was written by Frank Dale in a language called Forth. Frank is a bit of a Forth fanatic.
Forth is a language designed by a control engineer to facilitate the programming of control systems, and it has a whole range of unique features that belong only to Forth. It's like no other language. Lots of disparagers call it a write-only language because you can't, they claim that once written, you can't ever read it again, and a month later you don't know what you've written. But the beauty of Forth, it's extremely powerful, it's extremely compact. On this board, I've got a Forth interpreter, the Forth system, in a chip on there. I've got Forth on this system. I can write the program on these 3.5-inch discs, the source code. I can send it from this machine down the line to this machine where this interpreter compiles it into this chunk of memory. So the actual program that runs sits in this little square block, and there's the finished job. It goes onto the ship.
If the ingenuity of the technologists were all that were needed to get the wing sail onto a ship, the wing sail would have sailed long ago. As it is, its main obstacle has always been economics, starting with the difficulty of getting investors to back an unconventional project.
The trouble with innovative high technologies as far as city institutions are concerned is that there are no analysts, there's no form book, there's nothing to guide them, and so they feel terribly exposed. And so normally they tend to decide not to invest. The private investor who has brought us fundamentally as far as we've got has an entirely different attitude. He or she, an astonishing number of ladies among our shareholder list, say this is something which seems to be sensible, seems to be important, it ought to be able to proceed, and therefore I'm going to put some money into it.
But as the day of the launch approached, no investor could ignore the crucial fact that John's factory had no more firm orders and was lying idle. The only sign of activity was the men from Lloyd's Register of Shipping fitting a recorder into Wingsail's computer to see if the sea trials would vindicate John's claims. And as John Walker waited for the maiden voyage of the Wingsail, one thing was moving decisively against him. The price of oil was falling dramatically. Wingsail set sail on the 12th of June 1986. John and his wife watched as it moved into Southampton water on its way to trials in the Irish Sea.
I can't remember the last time I cried.
Perfect.
Over the next month, the data recorders were to show that Wingsail did indeed save about 10% of the Ashington's fuel consumption. Another important benefit also became apparent. Wingsail's ability to exert thrust in the right direction at the right time meant that it could be used instead of expensive tugs when docking. But in the end, the price of oil fell so far and so fast that no other shipowner considered the fuel saving offered by the Wingsail worth paying for. John received no more orders, and 2 months after these pictures were taken, his company failed. Well, the Wingsail on the Ashington is still performing well and came through an encounter with Hurricane Charlie in the Bay of Biscay completely unscathed. Well, although John Walker had to lay off most of his staff in August, he's managed to start another venture, developing a yacht design based on the principles of the Windsail. And we wish him good luck.
Oh. The problem with a typewriter is, well, when you're trying to edit the text after it's been committed to paper. Now, of course, ideally, the paper copy would be the final stage. And that, of course, is what the word processor is all about. You can make all your changes before you commit yourself.
Well, this is a BBC Micro running a package called WordWise. We've used the B because it lets us show the screen more clearly, but there are word processing packages with similar features for just about every micro on the market. Well, the first thing to note with any word processor is there are 2 ways of working. One to enter and edit the text, the straightforward typing, what I'm doing at the moment, and the other is for commands or instructions to tell the software what to do with the finished product. And we have a list of them here. We could save the text, we could print it out, etc., etc. As far as the computer's concerned, it's as if you're in 2 separate rooms. With this package, it's easy to see which room or mode you're in. You can switch or toggle between the 2. The screen layout is quite different, and the various possibilities are selected from this menu here. But with some word processors, you have to type those commands in. Right, well, let's see how the word processor helps you write. I'll move into the writing mode, and that's one key depression on almost every system that you find. And as you can see, I'm working on a bit of a spoof letter here. I'll add a few more words in. I've been looking for a new job for 5 years and cannot find. Now, one of the things you find here, if I was typing here on an ordinary typewriter, the bell would ring to indicate the end of the line. I'd have to hit a character turn to go on to the next line. But the software does take care of this. Cannot find one, and it doesn't split the word. It puts the word completely on the next line. Now, that's called word wrap, and it's a feature of all word processors. It means you can just go on typing without looking at the screen. But the word processor really comes into its own when you want to correct your mistakes. And the key that does this is the cursor, this little flashing bar here, the cursor. And it can be moved around using the arrow keys. So I have made a mistake up here. I just move the cursor over onto it, put it underneath it, and I want to replace that. So I go into overtype mode, I replace the F with an R, and it's simple as that. You'd never know that the F had ever been there. But word processors can do far more than just correct typing errors. You can make much more fundamental changes. Suppose I wanted to actually insert a word in here. I'll go down to this line here and position it. Now I'm going to go into insert mode. There's always 2 modes here, one to overtype what you've written and one to insert some new text. So I wish to apply for a job as a journalist. And as I'm typing this, automatically the words are being wrapped around and put on the next line down. Well, what about a major change? Perhaps I'd like to move the bottom paragraph in between the 2 first paragraphs, and that's fairly straightforward. I take the cursor down again, I put a marker in there, I put a marker at the end of the passage or text that I want to move, and then position the cursor again right on the line where I want it to be, and then move the text. And there I've got my letter fairly well structured. I could just as easily delete a paragraph or insert it twice or whatever. Now, if that was all the word processor did, it would still be worth having, but there's much, much more. For example, suppose you wanted to change a word every time it appeared. Now, in the last paragraph, there's 2 no's in there. Now, I might want to change that, so I go into the command mode, and I've got a search and replace here. Now, this says global or selective, G or S. So global means I replace every time the phrase appears, and selected means it will give me a choice to check each time. Well, I'm going to check, so I'll put an S. Please enter the search string. Well, I want to search for the times when no appears. That's no, and I type that one in there. And it's going to ask me what I'd like to replace it by. And I think I'd like to replace the no by am cog noscent with. That's a nice phrase to put in my letter. And am cognoscent with will replace no. Now, if I hit the key, it asks me here, do I want to replace the no here? And I am cognoscent with the difference between buffered and obviously, sounds really quite pompous and should improve the letter no end. So I'll say yes to that. And down here, it's asking me, do I want to replace that no? Well, who work for you am cognoscent with doesn't make any sense, so I'll say no to that one. And there is my letter. It's looking quite reasonable. Of course, this is really only useful, this replacement, when you have a long letter with lots and lots of changes. And depending on the software you're using, well, there's plenty of other things I could actually do with this letter. But what you can't do is switch off the computer and come back tomorrow and expect that the letter will still be there. At the moment, the letter only exists in the computer's memory, right in there. So it must be put somewhere safe whilst the computer is switched off. In this case, we put it onto disk. So I go back into the command mode. One, to save the text, it asks me to enter a file name. I'll call the file Mac. And the light comes on, and I can just hear it writing onto the disk. And that's saving the letter. Well, computers do go wrong, or you can even make a mistake yourself. So it's worth saving your work every 10 minutes or so. So this letter is ready to print. To make it easier to read, the software gives us 40 characters or 40 letters to the line, but it prints out at 80, and we can see what it looks like by pressing one key. And there